The dream of competing on the global stage never died. Now your chance to rise has returned. New beginning, new season. PMNC qualifiers, Nigeria. 4 paths, 1 road, 1 goal. This is 2026 PMGO Africa Season 2.
My mic is not muted. Okay, all right. Sorry guys, technical difficulties there, but I think it's been sorted. So, well, let's run it back. Showtime, ladies and gentlemen. Play, make you win. Welcome to the PUBG Mobile National Championship Nigeria. As we all well know, it has been an amazing ride going through all of the PMNCs. And now we're in my hometown, my city, my country. We're in Nigeria, and we're about to take it all the way through and see it all the way in. And what a ride it has been so far, though, ladies and gentlemen. I have been very, very intrigued to see all of these different PMNCs, all of these different countries, all of these different nations, come together to show their level. The road to PMGO, it kicks off, and this is the best time for everything to come to fruition. All of these teams that have gone through all of the different stages, from the online qualifiers to the group stages, which is going to be kicking off any moment from now. The party has been on. PUBG Mobile National Championship, group stages, Nigeria, all of the teams, this is their chance to make history. This is their opportunity to turn things around and show their level. And I'm super excited to be here with all of you, seeing as I think we did conclude the group stages for the wild card yesterday. So I hope you guys caught that one. It was very, very interesting to see who qualified to the finals. But again, the road is just not done yet. There's still going to be more teams. There's still going to be more action. Everybody is still going to be popping it through to see just a little bit more of what is going to be on deck. But either way, there is going to be a lot on the line for all of these teams, all of these Nigerian teams. I know some interesting names that have been put out there to show you guys just a little bit of what to expect, of what to see going forward. And that's something that I personally am looking forward to. All of these teams all locked in, all of them are ready to make history. The PUBG Mobile National Championship, the group stages, it kicks off today, and I hope you guys are ready to give you all of the action to show you what to expect. But how did we get here, though? That's the real question. Well, the free roll kicks off with 128 teams spread across all of the group stages, and then the top 64 teams across all of these the group stages go to the PMNC Finals, and then the PMGO Africa Finals will have 16 teams that have been cut across from that 64, and that will give you your final teams in fruition. And then we head over to give you guys a little bit of an understanding of how the group stages works. 31 teams from the in-game qualifier slot and one special invite team, I believe, from the community matches held across all of the regions. And then you have the 31 teams from the Nigerians competition, and that's for the one we have today, right? And then we have 31 teams from South Africa as well, and 31 teams from the in-game qualifier for the wild card. One special invite across the board from the community matches that have been hosted every Friday and Saturday on the PUBG Mobile Africa Discord. So that's something you have to look out for. But you're gonna have 32 teams in total. And then moving in, we'll see how this breaks down even further. So 16 slots across the board for all of the regions. 16 for Kenya, 16 for Nigeria, 16 for South Africa, 15 qualified teams plus one special invite to the finals. The defending champions RJC from South Africa, all locked in, and then we have 16 from the wild card region, which we concluded yesterday. And then we ride on for all of the action. The road to PMGO finally amounts here. 3 slots for Kenya, which we've already kicked off. We saw in the LAN final that was hosted last weekend, and then we have 3 slots for Nigeria as well, 4 slots for South Africa, and 5 for the wild card, which we're going to see sometime later down the line. And then 1 slot for the 10 and 80 La Coupe d'Africana, the winner from the finals, which is going to be happening sometime in first week of September, give or take, around that region. So the number 1 team from La Coupe d'Africana will qualify directly into the PMGO Africa Finals. And all of this action leads to the money. Show me the money. 24,000 USD. That is the total prize pool for season 2 of the PUBG Mobile Global Open Africa. That is where we are all going to be locked in to see how does this money even spread out. What is the distribution? What does first place walk away with? Well, we'll see all in due time. But 24,000 USD is the prize pool for this season, and again we'll now break that down even further with 3,000 per region. First place 800 USD, second place with 550, and third place with 350 USD, fourth place with 250 on the bounce, 170 for fifth place, 140 all the way down to 20 USD for 16th place, with the MVP walking away with a grand total of 200 USD. Now that is going to be one for the books, because we're going to see who's going to come out on top in that regard. But now on the horizon, we will see who wants it a little bit more once that prize pool starts to frolic and show itself a little bit more. The chicken dinner, as always, 10 points on the board, and then the second place goes away with 6 points on the board, third place with 5 points, fourth place with 4, fifth place with 3, sixth place with 2 points, seventh to eighth place 1 point apiece, and 9th to 16th 0 points on the board, with 1 elimination equaling 1 point. The tiebreakers will kick off with 1, the number of chicken dinners across all matches, 2, total number of placement points across all matches, and if we're tied there as well, we head over to the number of elimination points across all matches, and then number 4, if we're tied there as well, we head over to the best placement ranking in the most recent match. That is how the cookie crumbles. But all of these teams, they have fought their way here. We saw from the online stages. Now we are in the group stages, and from here on we go to the finals, and from the finals the road to PMGO. The party is on now, ladies and gentlemen. The party is on. Who wanted a little bit more, and who is ready to take it just a little bit over the top side, and who's going to finish and secure that 800 USD? Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is only a matter of time before we kick off for our first match. But before that, welcome the amazing Mitch. Thank you for joining us. It's good to see you on my screen as always. How are you feeling, and what are you expecting from Nigeria?
Well, I am pretty much excited. You know, Nigeria is always ready to serve us some tea, and I cannot wait to see how they're going to be performing. You know, Nigeria is big. Chris is always saying Nigeria is big, and we need to see them doing exactly that, right? It is their first day here, and honestly, we've already seen how the other regions are doing. So coming to Nigeria, we also need to see what they're cooking up. If you're going to be seeing same teams, or you're going to be having a new team stepping up to the challenge.
Yeah, that's actually what I'm expecting, right? Who's going to step up to the challenge? Are we going to see new teams? Are we going to see different strategies? What are our expectations? Well, it's up to these teams to show us what they've been working on from season 1 coming into season 2. This is where it really matters. This is where you take the game over the top side and decide for yourself that you want it just a little bit more than the next team. But again, now we are locked in, right? The goal is to finish, remember, in the top 15 and get yourself that one slot, or rather that 1 foot in the finals, because it's all about getting to the finals first and foremost. You take it one step at a time. You get to the final, and then you get to the PMGO, and then from there on you take it on, because there's only 1 slot, you know. But even at that, right, what teams are we going to be looking out for here, Mitch?
Well, talking about the teams here, honestly, I see a team like TB here, the Tribe Warriors. I'm hoping they're going to be doing a lot. And Solid Army is in the building. We have Andromeda. I'm not sure if that's a team I'm familiar with, or they have done a rebrand here, please, but you can tell us about that. We have Vanguard, Soul Reapers, Supernova, Angels of Death. Oh, finally, I've not seen this team in a while, really, and it's nice to see them here. Team Pride is also in the building. I'm yet to see the lineups for the players here. Then I can easily understand the teams and who is playing in which team exactly. But of course, I knew that Nigeria here has done a few of some player trades. So I'm actually excited to see how it goes. But Chris, you can tell me about the AA team. I don't think I've seen them before here, really.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's the beauty of the new teams, right? They're here to show you what they've got. We've got agents here as well. Afro Esports, Chaos Syndicate, Sync, the Kings 03 brothers. That's from Arab T Esports, Oxygen, Mad Lads, Team Cold, War, NBT, Nothing But Trouble. That's from ABU, Omega, and last year's NPL champions, Neon Outlaws. Well, it is going to be a packed one. It is going to be a very packed one, because we've got an amazing lineup of action for you. 6 maps, Mitch.
I mean, we're going to be starting off with Erangel, back to Miramar, Erangel, Miramar, same format from the first match to the 6th one, with triple Erangel and triple Miramar for the players to go ahead and give a try of how it's been feeling just to be playing Erangel and Miramar through and through. It does have some sort of feel to it, you know. You don't have Rondo where you can actually guarantee yourself maybe 20 plus eliminations. That is not going to be happening. But again, we have seen teams that have given us at least more than 20 plus eliminations. So I'm waiting to see how they will be performing. But honestly, seeing that we are here day one for Nigeria, I can pretty say I'm excited here. I know it's going to be a good day, and I cannot wait for it to actually start.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Like you said, a couple of new teams there that I myself am not too familiar with, but even at that, right, we always have to give major credit to the sponsors, Infinix, the GT20 Pro. I mean, this game, it's just the best gaming phone in Africa at this stage. The GT50 Pro, it's absolutely incredible, and again, it's built for gamers who want to compete. The 144 FPS, the GT50 Pro is just absolutely incredible. 144 FPS, Dimensity 8400, the newest chipset in town, firing on all four cylinders, and again, the liquid cooling. I saw that. I saw the liquid cooling thing in the back that rolls in the back. Is cool.
Yes.
It's cool. That might be the coolest thing I've seen. And again, it's got the GT triggers as well. I mean, faster, precision, everything built into a very compact, not too heavy as well, not too heavy phone. Everything just put together to give you that beautiful extreme FPS and also stays cool to the touch. Now, Infinix may have just cooked here. They may have just cooked by giving us the best gaming phone in Africa.
Yeah, actually, I have to agree with you on that. Well, unlike Priest, I've already experienced the phone, and I can tell you for a fact that it's actually really, really smooth here. From the liquid cooling, everything, it's definitely going to be a good device once players get to use it. But of course, we are about to head into our first match here, and we're going to be starting off with Group A and Group B. And I just want to see the team that are going to be playing here. I mean, I'm yet to see if we have, though, talking about trade-offs here, Priest, I saw Blade going to Tribe Warriors. So I need to see that because he's been to AOT as well. The AOD, Angels of Death. So I need to see how this is going to be because I know he's been in a couple of teams, and well, we just want to see how he's going to perform now for TB, now that they have Blade in the lineup here.
Yeah, absolutely. I also want to see what that means, what that translates to, because this one is going to be a bumper full of action. Teams are going to be fighting for it every step of the way. Everybody's going to go head on, ready to compete, ready to battle, and that's the beauty of PUBG Mobile action. No quota given, no mercy, all action. Everybody's gonna be firing on all cylinders, like I said, firing on, no stops, no quitting. Remember, these guys are fighting for an insane amount of money. The stakes are high, and again, all roads point to that final, which is going to be a physical event, an offline event as well. So some of these players, this will be their first time at a physical event, so the pressure even stacks higher for them that haven't competed at that stage before. We do have some teams that have gotten a little bit of a taste of what that atmosphere is like, but to play from the online qualifiers to now qualify to the finals is going to take a little bit more than what you're used to, for a first timer in the competitive stage. So what advice would you give though to those players and those teams that this is going to be their first competitive circuit, their first PMNC, their potential first PMGO? What advice do you want to give them? It's not like you have played PMNC before. It's not like you've played, but I just have to ask you what advice you want to give them. So what do you have to tell them?
Well, honestly, for our players here, well, you have to listen to me. As usual, I've played competitive unlike Priest again. But, well, if you get into this, I have.
Ever since you got that GT50 Pro, you've changed.
Oh my gosh.
Ever since
Don't worry.
you got that phone, you've changed, man. Ever since you got that phone, you changed. I don't know the Mitch I'm looking at anymore. Ever since Infinix gave you that GT50 Pro, you just switched up on your day ones, man. Infinix, this is on you. You've created a monster.
Really? But honestly, I'm being serious here on the competitive space. If you're a player who's trying this for the first time, trying to get yourself to PMGO, all you have to do is trust your team from the word go. First game to last game, trust your team, trust your skills, trust that you've got what it takes to qualify to PMGO. And then when the time comes and your team actually qualifies, you'll remember that Mitch told you to trust your team. Because honestly, please, if you're talking about why teams don't perform well, is the lack of trust here between the players, the IGL, the teammates. It all plays one long game that works together.
I see. So, like Mitch says, trust your team, trust your teammates, and believe in their abilities to get the job done. But right now, we are kicking off with match number 1, and this is where it's about to get very, very spicy. This is where it's about to get very, very feisty as well. Interesting playing path that we have got, though. It's a little bit of a special one. The way everyone has a hand in here from Lipovka cuts all the way through. A little bit of a southwestern shift, but it does give us a little bit of time to analyze what our expectations for this map is going to be like. But at this stage, Mitch, I think this is a pretty decent playing path. But this is not a pretty decent play zone. This one that circles up quite nicely over to that central area, Milta, Shelter, Prison. These are not areas that teams here like to play around, you know.
Yeah, that is true. Well, I think that is just the first game, and sometimes it starts like this, and we do have teams getting to lose off players along the way, and then trying to make a rotation in such a zone, it becomes a little bit tricky, especially for a team that is already Novo. Military base might be easy as well, though. If a team decides to wait on them on the edge there by the bridge, they might be a little bit pressured on how they're going to make the rotation. But otherwise, teams in Novor making the rotation, that is Saint, will be a little bit tricky in case you have a team around the bridge there waiting around Milta. A lot will come to play. But talking about this early fight here, we do have Unsullied Army 415. Huh. Again, the name's changing every single time, but we do have a team there. Oh, what a nasty shotgun there. And 415 will be going back to lobby. I mean, taking on this early fight here, Priest, are never really a good start, if I'm being honest. Game 1, just avoid fights as much as you can. You don't even know who's next to you or which teams are playing against. It becomes a little bit tricky, you know.
Yeah, I think we saw a little bit of this as well inside of the wildcard stages. You know, a whole lot of teams here, not a lot of intel, right? They don't know too much about where teams are going to be dropping around. Probably going to see more of that towards the final, but for some of these teams, like I said, this is their first competitive circuit. This is their first time making it through. It is going to be a very difficult setup for them to manage, but even at that, again, it gives them a little bit of time to learn, to adapt, to get even better, to improve on what they've got so far. But right now, Unsullied Army, it looks like they will not be improving. Oxygen will draw their breath away. J48, the next victim, as he loses out there. Conquest does get the intel of his fallen comrades. J48 did manage to steal one away, though, for Oxygen. So a little bit of a trade-off for them. First elimination on the board. But right now, Unsullied Army need a whole lot more. This is not a good start for them, not even in the slightest. But hopefully they will find their rhythm, they will find their footing, and they will see this one through to finish strongly. But as it stands right now, Mitch, where in the zone would you like to be, seeing as the zone is about to start closing out?
Well, if you are already around Milta Power, then you are the safest and the happiest person right now. For anyone who's not even in the zone around Farm, I don't think that's a good game for them. But if it were me, like you've asked, I'd definitely be around Milta Power and just make sure I stay in that zone for as long as possible if I'm looking to start off in the center of the safe zone. But if I'm not playing such a game, then maybe I'd like to be around the outskirts of Pochinki. Might be a good place as well to hold there. But of course, every team with their own game here. But you know, Priest again will not understand this. Keep on saying, "No, don't trust me," but I know what I'm saying. But of course, let's just give it.
Yeah, Chad, ever since Mitch got that GT50 Pro, she's been saying a whole lot of wild things. It's like that phone just makes you believe a little bit more in your abilities. Infinix, you've created a monster here. Giving her that GT50 Pro now, she's thinking that she can beat me 1v1, thinking that she can win tournaments, stuff like that. Things that are absurd, things that are unheard of. But fair play to them. Fair play to them. Fair play to her as well. But Infinix, please, oh, it's my turn. I'm shamelessly begging. I need that GT50 Pro as well, man. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Because that liquid cooling thing, yeah, that got me. I can't lie to you. That got me. That got me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, 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 yeah.
It's
What
actually
what
really
you saying
cold,
here
you
for?
know.
Instead of you to ship it down to me, you're saying, yeah, man. Man, nature. I thought we had something special. Can't believe you're doing this to me. Ever since you got
Well,
that phone,
at
you
this
just
point,
changed on me. You don't even reply my DMs anymore.
you
Wow,
see, this
man.
life is like
That's
that. People are busy with
man.
tournaments, and I'm there trying to make sure they win. And you want people
Switch
to look at DMs? No, no,
switching
no.
up on your day ones is crazy though. Switching up on me. Well, don't because I beat you in 1v1. That's why you don't reply my DMs. I know I know what it's all about. But that aside, you did talk about Angels of Death, though, seeing that, this is a team that has improved significantly from the first season as well. I did watch them a little bit in the NPL. They did improve massively, got a little bit better. Soul Reapers, also another team that they're more of the content creating team, right? They have a team, they put a lot of PUBG Mobile content. That's why I like them
Oh,
because they
okay.
don't just necessarily like play competitive, right? This is the first time that I'm seeing them in the competitive circuit as well. But I see a lot of their content on TikTok. They're very, very good. And they
Mm-hmm.
do a lot of in-house tournaments, set things up, just community
Okay.
built team. They're more of a community team, and I like seeing stuff like that because they give us a little bit of a fresh perspective. And
Mm-hmm.
well, unfortunately there's no Livic in PMNC, so they just have to get used to Aaron. And yeah,
Wow. What
that's
is?
what
Oh,
I'm
they're more of
what I'm
living
expecting.
players.
Yeah, they just love Livic a little bit more than the average player. That's all I would say. They just
Okay.
love that
Okay.
Livic. Yeah, they just can't let go of that Livic.
Okay, so they have a problem like we do here in Kenya. But I mean, if it's a way for them to, practice their reflexes, there's always a problem with that map and a lot of campers here and there. So maybe let's just give them the benefit of doubt and say that they are using Livik to practice their reflexes and maybe be able to be really alert during the game and just react anytime anyone just pops out of nowhere. So maybe that's what they're training for here. But so far, seems like Nigeria will be starting off at a very slow start here for the game. They do not have a lot of action happening around the map. Only Unsullied Army so far has lost at least 3 players, and they have just one more to go. Otherwise, that is not a good start for them. Most of the teams are already making their way into that safe zone. Not a fan of the late rotations, though. You do get to use up your utilities along the way, which really hurts your team, especially if you're fighting and you do not have utilities. But if you look at what's happening here, Priest, I think they're trying to assess the game here with how they're taking a very slow start for now. You see, Milter Power is the best place to be in right now, but no one is there actually.
You're quite a surprise that no one has actually picked up on that eastern side. Milta Power, if you play along the edges, maybe towards the farther eastern corner, if you can, hang around the ridge lines just in front of the water there, I think you will have a very, very solid angle to protect. But we will see if there's a team that's going to go for that one. It will require a lot of concentration, though. And we'll see if I would like to see who takes this game and what decision they make that will allow them to take the game. Hovercraft in full effect though. Leo spraying just across to get a couple shots off, but unfortunately no dice. But Casey will not be so lucky, as Leo is going to pull him out of his vehicle as well, and that's going to be the end of the road there. But he's going to be Enjoy. That takes one for the team, eliminates one of them, and that's going to be their first point on the board. Good start, good angle as well from Fury Sports, trying to play a little bit closer to that northern side, not giving away too much intel as well to YE Sports. They have them in the sidelines though, and it's just unfortunate to lose a hovercraft at this stage of the game, Mitch, because once you
Yeah.
have the hovercraft, I think it gives you a little bit more confidence, right, going into the later phase of the game. But it's just phase two. Losing the hovercraft is I'll just boil it down to poor rotations, right? When you can't lose a hovercraft like this at this stage, you're driving in the middle of two buildings out in the open. You could have
Yeah.
just made a wider rotation across the edges, like Afro Esports is doing right now. This is a much better rotational pattern, right? If you're trying to
Yeah.
play in an area like this, and if you had a hovercraft, this would have been a better rotation to make. Exactly how Afro Esports is moving right now, this would be much better. But unfortunately, for them, for the guys from, I believe, Nova, they lose out there. But there's still a chance for them to redeem themselves. This 3 is still a decent number to have at this stage of the game. But Nova will be home to the Saints, and they will start to make a move for it as well, get into the boat and get their rotation going. But Mitch, what kind of rotation would you have made in a map like this, though? Would you have gone from the northern side? Oh, looks like Neon Outlaws will be setting their sights here on Aries again, and Baby tried to go for the jump shot into the corner, trades a little bit of a drop one, and that will be a wrap. Agents, unfortunately, they did not have Agent 47 in there, and they're going to be back into the lobby.
That was really, really a very easy fight there. I mean, Baby Zin just went in, did not think about what was going to happen. That means he was confident enough to take on that fight. But on the question of the rotation, I will take right now, I would definitely just linger towards the southern side of the safe zone right now, just near the water. That will make more sense to me because of how you, but of course they don't know this, but the northern side is quite crowded, and of course it is seen that it has compounds that teams can easily occupy. But for that, basically just outside Milter Power there. Oh, the zone just left Milter Power. What is this zone? We might be having some bridge fights here, and teams like War Esports might be having a good time. Depending on how they decide to make their rotation, they will just stick to the shore and just go to the other side, maybe, and make it to that safe zone early enough. But honestly, this is going to be one tough game for Nigeria. It is the first day, the first fight, and all they're seeing is a zone that looks like this. I mean, PUBG Mobile just made it so hard for them here, being game one. But honestly, I just want to see more. But I cannot really demand that, knowing that we are just in game one and we're just getting started. For you, Priest, if you look at the zone here, which game would you play right now?
I mean, Saints are doing a great job, though, the rotation from the south side. Making a little bit of a roll-up, though, towards Milta. It's going to be a too close, though. If I was them, I'll still hang around in the water, though, and see what happens on the shorelines, but keep an eye on the major part of the zone there. I wouldn't crash into the zone just yet, but we will see what the strategy is going to entail for them going forward. But right now, Team Prime did have a Panda knocked away there in that exchange. Fortunately for them, they will be able to get a re-up. But right now, zone is not favorable for them at all. They will have to make that move, and they have to make it quickly as well. But centering up nicely, we still have Nova in that central position. Even the guys from K9 occupying a much better position also centrally, and this is phase 3 of the zone. This is actually when you want to be in the center of the zone if you're a team that doesn't like to play in transition. If you're a K9, if you're a VXR, if you're a Fear, this is the time you want to be in the middle of the zone. Neon Outlaws are not going to be so lucky, though. They will be pulling up to the guys from VXR, and it looks like they will be trying to take this 1v2, and Ban Nut might be under siege here. Fantastic grenade onto that position, but Starlight evades it perfectly as well. Another grenade launched. That guy, he is a master of grenades, and he launches one perfectly. And again, did not speak soon enough. He drops that one, and Vextra in a world of trouble. O2 also under siege here from SRX. And one of you has taken a couple of shots over to that hillside position. The high ground is going to be very, very proactive going forward here. VXR are getting broken down by Neon Outlaws one after the other. They can't seem to catch a break there, as they are going to be spread very, very thin. Phoenix, I believe, was the one that got knocked away in that exchange. But all that is going, O3 brothers will use the chaos and commotion to make a rotation and dash for that central position. But Marvel Swago almost getting pulled out here, but I think he will succeed in evading the danger that this area has provided so far, Mitch.
I mean, it's quite tricky here right now. Teams are definitely ganging up on each other. But for a team like Soul Reaper, they do have a compound and they're feeling comfortable with that. For the zone, they're making it so hard for Prime Temu, who's just right outside the zone. And one of you, very much aware of his location, is going to be waiting. And Zero Three Brothers as well. They do have a team right by the edge where they are. That is going to be Vector. And they are definitely looking to get that fight happening there. Nice sprays coming from Lunatic. And that's a bit, a bit of a spray there. Does get the fast knock, almost looking for a second one, but going in for that push might just be a little bit tricky for them. And of course, they're not willing to take on that push just yet. But of course, if you're looking to get a good game, if you see a team that has gotten your first knock, if you can get a second one, that push will definitely be worth it. But seeing that their numbers are not there with them, only one player is really close to the team, that is Vexra, they will not be able to engage just yet. But Lunatic still going on this space here, still looking for an opportunity, a loophole, someone to get knocked, and maybe they can try going for that push. But so far, so good. The edge that we thought is going to be really safe seems to be a little bit occupied here with at least three teams in the same side here, Priest.
Yeah, we saw the exchange go on though between the guys from VXR and Neon Outlaws. It's been very, very hectic, and it looks like it's going to be potentially a three-way action sequence coming through. Catch gonna have to press forward. Ikorodu Dog gets the angle there. Trouble right now for Neon Outlaws if they don't manage to hold this on, but Beekeeper is going to retaliate as Rumsey is gonna get knocked away, but another grenade is launched over to the right side by Catch. He's not gonna let this one slide off, but now he is spotted and that position might be compromised. Baby launches another grenade and another one flies over the top. Now if that one connects, Neon Outlaws will be in a world of trouble. While all this is going on, here comes VXR. They want a piece of the action as well. Phoenix is going to get dropped away, but will he be able to rise from the ashes as another grenade is going to be sent towards Luffy? Business continues to apply more pressure from the off angle as well to hold the lines there for VXR, but Neon Outlaws are fighting tooth and nail every single side. Pressure is on them though, but they are managing everything. But unfortunately, that grenade is not going to be good. It drops two in quick succession. And the guys from VXR, they could capitalize on this. Luffy props forward and gets himself a little bit of a closer simulator position, but unfortunately Neon Outlaws will be equal to the task and VXR will be eliminated. But now O3 Brothers, can they hold up forward? Catch trying to own that position and send more grenades onto that open space. Starlight bleeds away. Unfortunately, doesn't look like he will be getting picked up, but somehow I believe they will be managing to keep it on the wraps. And that will be elimination number 10 for Neon Outlaw. Starlight does get picked up in that exchange, and Baby's not going to back down from this one, and he tries to pop through, but Lunatic tries to trade off. Lunatic tries to go for number 2, but the grenade is not going to be so good as Baby's immediately going to drop him to his knees, but Neon Outlaws, they're here for it now, and to drop another Baby, and I ain't talking Justin Bieber, and he's about to lap this one up again, tries to go for the switcheroo, over to the other side, immediately goes for the flush, over to the corners as well. And that is a nasty trade-off, but Baby is one to look out for. But Ikorodu Dog surely has something off his sleeve, and that's going to be a grenade as he launches it over the top. And he bounces it over to the right side again, but he misses. And that is going to be the opening, surely. Now Baby will not succeed. He will be pushed out of the lobby by Ikorodu Dog. And O3 Brothers will come out on top.
I mean, what just happened there? Baby had everything. He could have changed his position, but he stayed there. Grenade was launched. He saw it. He did not move, and we lost Baby and Neon Rising just like that. Angels of Death, they are here. They're here to claim a soul, but that soul is not ready to go just yet. 0-3 Brother player retreating and avoiding the fight. Nova is still holding the compound. They're playing safe. They're looking for a chance to get us something here. Maybe get on some third-party fights, get some points, but so far so good. The fight they were looking to engage just ended and they cannot do anything about it. The Angels of Death will be waiting patiently because right now there is no one there, but we so far have 8 teams still standing, and that zone is looking quite dangerous. And Biscuit, the rotations are about to be really heavy on the teams here. They might be forced to go into pushing the compounds that are already safe just to make sure they can have somewhere they can occupy. But if you look at the zone here, Priest, we do have a whole compound that is empty and no one has gone there because they are also again making an assumption that we do have a team occupying a compound that is really empty and there's nothing happening in that compound. But let's just give them time. Maybe we'll be seeing them getting closer because we're heading into that 6th phase of the zone, and we might be seeing a couple of fights happening here and there with players like Soul Reaper, who might be actually making a lot of trouble for 0-2 team right in front of him.
Yeah, they've spotted Oxygen just across the way there, but AY spotted out. I believe the moment the shots start flying out, might be some cause for concern for him as well. Never Swago has been caught, and again the sprays continue onto Lala's position, and he does get knocked away. End of the road for O2, and Soul Reaper will get the final blow. AY takes one for the team. Afro Esports, in all of that commotion, have rotated over to the northern side, and they're going to hold it for the time being, and they will keep it within reach. They will keep it within line. Enjoy from Fear. 3 eliminations to his name so far. He has been the firing pin for Fear Esports as we've meant to go on. Drops coming through now from Supernova, and they have been quite consistent and confident in their rotation in that western side, not having to give away too much. But Angels of Death are going to have eyes on them, and they do have a high ground position. Probably going to have to take it on, as the play zone is going to close out any moment from now. But I believe they're the only team in the lobby right now that have not secured any eliminations yet, but they do have 4 players alive, so that in of itself is a major advantage, because again, they are the only team in the lobby that has 4 players alive, so that could translate into something better down the line. But we will keep our eyes peeled to see as the zone is about to close out, and that close is going to give us a clear indication of who made the right choice and who is going to have to worry about making a rotation into the next phase of play. Image.
Well, that rotation will be very tricky. The zone will be the determinant of the team that is sitting comfortable in that safe zone. But let's just wait and see. And again, the Angels of Death have been forced to go in for that push finally, but will be making a hard push. Has decided to risk it all just to get on some eliminations. They do have 0 points on their name. They have to get this going. Otherwise, this might just be a game. They will be getting some placement points, which will not be a good start for them here. Nova are still looking to get a grenade here connecting. Doesn't really work. And Bot immediately realizing that this is not the push they want to make, retreats and avoids the fight as much as he can. The rotations are still happening. 0-3 brother is still in the game. Even after his team was eliminated, he played it safe, still maintaining his position. So let's just wait and see how this goes. Angels of Death there has been spotted. Nice praise from Roman. Doesn't really get a knock just yet, but they have to keep on pushing. They have to try and get as many points as possible. The teams are, well, 4 eliminations is okay, but they need a little bit more just to make this happen. But so far, a team like Fear Esports, very good location in that safe zone. They will be enjoying this for a while. Any fight that finds their way right in front of them, we might be seeing Fear Esports give us something to talk about sooner or later. But the Angels of Death are still going, still trying to get a push here. But of course, we have something happening on the side. There will be, I think, yes, that is Afro Esports. Sorry, they do get on a fight there. Fast Knock is already in. The only player, Abu Bakr, will be getting a lot of damage as well. Saint, they need to get their revive, but Abu Bakr is looking, waiting, trying to smoke up the area, trying to make sure he's going to blind the team enough for him to confirm the knock here. But it is a risky turn for him. The zone is about to push him. The team is trying to make a rotation, but Abu Bakr trying to stop them will not be able to succeed here, Priest.
It's a very, very rough transition for the Saints. They do have Roman, who has been knocked away there, but I believe he will be getting picked up. The smoke path allows for a little bit of a trade-off there, but Abubakar has them lined in his scope, and he's visible in his sights, and he drops another one again. Saint in a world of trouble here. It is all left to X, and he might be caught out in that transition, and he might be forced to make a call here. But it would be smarter for him to go back and pick up his teammates. But Abubakar is going to be spotted out immediately, getting knocked away by X. And surely, Enjoy actually tries to seal that one away. But no, not this time around. And now Saint will have a little bit of time to reposition. But Roman does succumb to his injuries there as he goes swept back into the lobby. But this will give them a little bit of time to reposition and get a little bit more confident in their press forward. But unfortunately, they get blown away by Order. And by the order of Afro Esports, they will take another one back into the lobby. Well, things just got a little bit more spicy now because all of the teams are rotated all the way to the western side of the map. There is nobody on the eastern side, nobody on the northern side, nobody on the southern side. It is all western plays. And the Kurudu dog from O3 Brothers is lying in wait, waiting for someone to fall into his trap. And one of the guys from Supernova has to be very careful of and be aware of his position. He has started to make a dash for it forward as well. If they spot him, this could be curtains, this could be chaos. And you can see all of these areas on the right side absolutely occupied by nobody at this stage. Zone has moved away as well. And it is going to be Angels of Death that have the zone as it stands. Supernova have been forced out. Fear as well. Even Order. They have all been forced out of the play zone. And potentially now they have their backs to the blue zone. This is going to be one hell of a mad dash going into the last phase of the zone, Mitch.
Well, that rotation will be really heavy on some teams. Looking at Supernova here, they do know there's a player here. 03 Brother will not be lucky anymore. Pseudo trying to get a grenade, but he's still thinking about it. The first one has been launched. The damage is there. They just have to keep on going. They just have to keep on cooking those grenades if they want to take on this elimination. But they're not really sure if that player is there or not. They're just tossing their grenades, trying to look for his movement here. But the player stays still. He doesn't want to flinch just yet to expose his location. The utilities though on their side are looking very, very low for Afro Esports. That will be it at the end of the road for them. And we have Fear Esports. We have this is Off Pride, Scene of Pride. Okay, Sports, one of the players there waiting, trying to get some space. I don't really get anything happening. 03 has been hard. We have Pride trying to get another grenade on him and has been spotted. And Chap Z will be stopping him right there. No longer making it into that safe zone. Supernova. And that's just only 3 teams remaining. Fear Esports, Angels of Death, and Supernova will be the last teams standing right now, trying to make their rotations. They're trying to make sure they are going to be getting the chicken dinner for the first game of the night. But if you look at the zone here, it's going to be a little bit tricky for these teams right now. A lot is going to be placed on the table, but only the winners will be able to enjoy the amazing feast here, Priest.
Yeah, it is going to be a very, very rough start for them. And now the pressure is on Enjoy. He has been spotted. He's pulled out immediately from behind the smoke, as he will not hide his position. But that one is going to be stolen by Chops as well from Supernova. And the work that our Angels of Death have put in, unfortunately, will not come to fruition. They will lose those points. And those points were dastardly needed, because they are still yet to secure any eliminations at this stage. But this is where it gets very, very violent now, because they have to keep their eyes on Nova in that western corner. They have to make sure that Nova do not make their way into the next zone, because right now it is only Fear that could be a threat for them. Just King and Awaken playing as a duo into the corner there. That is where it's about to get very nasty. Ferran went for the bait, almost gets knocked away in that exchange. And this would have been a smarter call if they did manage to destroy all of the vehicles owned by Supernova there. But unfortunately, that is not the path that Angels of Death decide to take. But now they will have their sightlines on both Fear and Supernova. If they can manage to take on both teams at the exact same time without risking too many exposures or angles, this could be a major chicken dinner for Angels of Death. But they have to play this right, because they don't have any eliminations at this stage, and there's only 6 eliminations that could be left, I believe, if they can secure something from these guys from Nova. But it's going to be a long shot, a very, very long shot. The grenades sent from Son of Pride over to the top side again, but unfortunately he can't find anything for it. Oh, what a grenade that could have been, but unfortunately did not connect. And now Sin of Pride is going to have to move forward. He comes and he pulls up into the open space. Here comes Supernova going for the big prey, and here comes Supernova now pressing forward. First drop for the Sin of Pride, drops the first one. Mar goes down, but a trade-off immediately from Bot, and immediately goes for the flush. And Pseudo XQF has used the opportunity to draw them and delay the press forward for Angels of Death. In a world of trouble right now, because Chops is immediately moving forward. Fear can capitalize on this and snatch the chicken dinner away, but he presses forward. Ferran tries to trade off, but immediately gets knocked away. Supernova, they deny Angels of Death and send them back into the lobby without breaking a sweat, and Fear will snatch the chicken dinner.
What just happened there? I mean, Fear just waited it out. They knew this was the opportunity, and we had an amazing play here coming from Supernova. Angels of Death not be able to get that chicken dinner, and that push was immaculate. Good stuff there coming from Supernova, and big shout out to the players from Fear Esports for securing that chicken dinner. The location was just theirs, and it finally gave them that chicken dinner they were looking for. So good stuff here for the team, and congratulations for that chicken dinner. Well played, and honestly, well deserved there. I mean, the rotation was good, and that does make sense to see them finally getting that chicken dinner, waiting it out, patience game, and that is what gave them that chicken dinner for the first game of the night here, just for PMNC Nigeria Priest. I mean, what a good play here. AOT, I thought they had the win here, honestly, with their position, but the push was just good from Supernova, honestly.
Yeah, it was very good from Supernova, but I think it was more about AOD's fear than Supernova's prowess, if I'm being honest. I think AOD was just a little bit too scared to take it on. I think they were just a little bit too scared to take it on. There, they had the numbers, they had the angles, but for a team that had 0 eliminations up until that point, you could tell that they weren't looking to fight. They were not looking to take teams on. They just wanted to rotate their way into the chicken dinner. If they wanted to get chicken dinner with 0 elims, that's what they were looking for. And unfortunately, Supernova and Fear, they were just not going for it. It's just unfortunate. For a team like Angels of Death, I would think that getting to that stage of the zone, you would get a little bit more confident knowing that you've secured at least some nice placement points up onto that stage, right? You're finishing somewhere in the top 3,
Yeah.
top 4. They're getting at least 4 or 5 points already off placement. Then you might as well just try to get one elimination here, one elimination there. The fact that they allowed Supernova to get up the hillside to them, I think that is what cost them that game, because the ideal thing to do there would have been either to take on Supernova head on without allowing them to come up, or they send 2 players into the zone to bridge off Fear and then focus on finding a way to keep Supernova from getting into the zone, because they still have the zone at that point, right? All they had to do was create a little bit of a barricade, a little bit of a defensive area to keep Supernova out and still manage to hold Fear out of the game. But unfortunately, it just didn't work out that way for them, because I think just mentally they just didn't have it in them, and I think that's just what cost them the game. But as it stands, 5 points, 4 points, not a bad start, but they need to do a whole lot more if they want to make it to those finals.
Yeah, that is true. If they're looking to get more happening in their overall performance, they just need to get more points here. For Fear and Joy, has been able to get the most eliminations at 5. The damage highest at 727. We have grenade eliminations at 1-4. I'm not sure how to say this name. I heard you say it, but I'm kind of having a hard time trying to pronounce it there. You'll just have to let me know how it's done. And lowest elimination goes to Nova Pseudo, 401. And top traveler there, we do have War Pig with 12 points. Five grenade eliminations. Okay, this is the first region in PMNC having a lot of grenade eliminations. Compared to yesterday, we did have a few coming from wildcard, but this is a good start for Nigeria. I'm not seeing more coming from different regions, but this is a good start, honestly. 53 knocks, 57 eliminations. We love to see it. 5 headshots and 1 airdrop looted. No one wants anything good for their team, but honestly, this is a good start for Nigeria. But let's see what more they can be able to brew for us as the games continue.
Yeah, but Enjoy was putting in that work. He was absolutely cooking. 5 eliminations to the good, 700 on the board, and he did have 26 minutes in the game. And they did also get the chicken dinner, all thanks to this guy. He was absolutely phenomenal from the word go. He was firing. 5 eliminations. We saw how he picked up those earlier eliminations in their transition game, stealing 1 elimination here and there, then finishing off in the final third, dealing some more damage across the board. This is a total player for the guys from Fear, and I'm hoping that he continues with this performance, going forward. But either setting up on that one again, that will give us a little bit of context, right, to understand what, how, or why Fear are playing exactly like this in match number 1. But we're going to keep our eyes peeled to see if they're going to do more of the same as it goes by. But right now, Baby from Neon Outlaws, was putting in a masterclass of a performance as well, not too far away, from the performance that Enjoy put out there. He did an amazing job of seeing it through. Unfortunately, Neon did get eliminated earlier on, but they did also get double-digit eliminations, so it is not a bad performance from Neon Outlaws, one of the stronger teams in the lobby, the NPL Season 8 champions, and they did finish in second place, I believe, in this season's NPL, just behind Team Pride. And again, this is a consistent team, a consistent performer in Baby Zen. He is one of those guys you have to look out for, and you have to respect the fact that Enjoy is now putting up a fight to give us something to look forward to in that MVP race, Mitch.
Yep, definitely. And I cannot wait to see who gets the MVP title at the end of the Nigeria Region Games. I will be looking forward to seeing Baby there. That was a really good play, honestly. He just had enough composure, but that grenade caught him off guard and it did get him out of the equation. But if he just had a few seconds to get the healing going from 0-3, then maybe he would have been able to get more elimination points for his team and for himself in that MVP race that is of course going to be very, very tight. But so far so good. This is a good start for Neon and Fear if they are looking to have as many points as possible as the games progress. But looking at the graph, you have Neon rising. They're having the highest amount of damage, going to 2066, with Baby getting at least 500 plus here for the team. Fear also not that far off, almost getting to the same level as Afro Esports. So we do expect a lot of points here from the teams when it comes to overall. I'm hoping that is eliminations and not just damage from sprays and stuff like that. But honestly, so far so good. This is definitely a good start for some teams. For others, they still have to put in a lot of work here. For Solid Army, Pride, SRX, Angels of Death. I thought they would have a lot of damage, but it seems like not a lot happened on their side here, seeing that the only fight they actually encountered was the one they had against Supernova, another team that has done a really good game here and might be looking to dominate even more. And for the teams that did not get to do a lot, I am hoping to see them in that second game of the night. It is going to be a good day here for Nigeria, and I hope people in the comment section are happy with how their teams have performed. If not, they can tell us which team they're actually vouching for and why they think that is a team that is going to be winning the PMNC Nigeria Games, or just here in the group stage day one here, Priest.
Yeah, a lot of expectations so far, but we still yet to see some teams play. But the leaderboard does give us a little bit of a clear idea of who has hit the ground running. Neon Outlaws, Supernova, Fear, Saint, Oxygen, these guys, and the 03 Brothers, these teams have started to put in a little bit of those performances that we love to see. Angels of Death, someone in the comment section called them Angels of Life. Well, like you said, it's the it's the PMNC, play make you win, and we love to see it. We love to see it nonetheless. Action all the way through. Gives us a little bit of a clear context though. Gives us some context clues to understand how these teams have set themselves up to play in this game. But Neon Outlaws are going to be very confident, though, in the press that they have had so far. And that leaderboard is going to give us a little bit of a clear understanding of what to look out for. But as it stands, it is still a very decent performance. I think it's spread across that top side, not too top heavy. Fear got a couple of eliminations and a chicken dinner. Neon Outlaws got double-digit eliminations. The guys from Fear as well. We saw how they finished off with that chicken dinner. We saw exactly what they did to get there. But again, they lost players early. They lost players in transition. We saw that as well. They were down to a duo in the final third. So we'll move into the next map. I can't expect them to play like that. They need to make sure that they keep their numbers alive. Because that's one thing Angels of Death, if there's anything they can do, they can keep their players up. And we saw that. They kept all of their players up. The only difference is they are keeping their players off, but they're not engaging in the game, right? They're staying in a corner, trying to make sure hope that the zone is going to favor them, allows them to play the way they want. But the zone moves away, and then Supernova just decide, we'll just take it on, and we'll see what you're going to do about it. And unfortunately, Angels of Death just couldn't have the answers, and they just couldn't rack it up. But Miramar is up next. It's going to give us a little bit of a different dynamic. We're going to keep our eyes on to see if there's going to be more to be done, but we'll see how that pans out. It's the PMNC, ladies and gentlemen, the group stages. It is Priest and Mitch bringing you all of the action live from Nigeria. We'll see you guys right after the break for Miramar.
The dream of competing on the global stage never died. Now your chance to rise has returned. New beginning, new season. PMNC qualifiers, Nigeria. 4 paths, 1 road, 1 goal. This is 2026 PMGO Africa Season 2.
Showtime, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile National Championship. It is the group stages, it is Nigeria, it is Priest on the mic still, and I'm here with Mitch. Mitch, we saw that first game, we saw what the vibe was, we saw a little bit of hesitation, and we saw hesitation get punished, so walk us through how that last game, what the vibe was for you, seeing that final circle in that first angle.
Well, thank you for putting me in the spotlight, but it's fine. That first game was okay, honestly, but for the Angels of Death, if I'm being honest, they should have done more, especially for the fact that they didn't really get a lot of points from eliminations. I'd really wish if they could have gone a little aggressive, how we are used to them being, that maybe that would have been a good start for them. A team like Supernova, I really love the push. The way they went in for that push was just everything, and I really enjoyed how they played the game. It's like they could hear everywhere the team was. But talking about hearing everything, right? We do have Oraimo that is whenever you're playing a game, it is very important to know where your enemy is or whether they're going in for that push. And we have, that is the Oraimo Space Buds 2. They do have a massive spatial sound that puts you right in the map there. It gives you a chance to hear every single threat coming your way. It has also a very nice latency mode in the game that allows you to enjoy the game as well. And if you want to get a pair, go to ngoraimo.com and use the code 2026 PMNC. That is basically 2026 PMNC. The way you're seeing us saying PMNC, 2026 PMNC, that is the code, and you'll get 5% off if you're looking to get the Oraimo Space Buds 2, or you can do a walk-in into any Oraimo store and get it for yourself, master the chaos and find your space. If you want to hear where everyone is and enjoy the game, then go ahead and pass by Oraimo stores or even the website and get yourself the Oraimo Space Buds 2 to have crisp hearing during the game.
Well, you heard it here from Mitch first. You heard it first. If you're not hearing your enemies well, pick up one of those amazing Oraimo Buds 2. Head over to ng.oraimo.com. Put in the code 2026 PMNC. That is 2026 PMNC. And you're going to get 5% off your purchase. Or just walk into any Oraimo store anywhere in Nigeria and listen for yourself and see how many enemies you can hear before you rack it up. But it is match number 2, and we are in Miramar. Where else do you want to be if not Miramar? That is where the action lies now. Playing path is quite a synonymous one to what we had previously as well, but right now it is going to cut right through the middle. Monte Nuevo, Power Grid, Picado, Graveyard, San Martin, Hacienda del Patron, maybe a little bit of Los Leones and La Bendita Minas Generales there, and the Young Junkyard. A lot of places in that central space. El Pozo is still very much in demand. Even La Riera is also in demand. So it's anybody's game here. But another thing to note here is we are looking at a brand new set of teams, Mitch. Brand new set of teams, brand new set of vibe, brand new set of energies, and we're seeing some very strong teams here. We've got Andromeda, we've got Sync, we've got the guys from Tribe, we've got Chaos Syndicate as well. We've also got, I believe, Team Pride, the defending champions 2026 NPL. The number 1 team in Nigeria right now is at Miramar, and they're getting ready to get the action kicked off. But right now, playing path gives us a little bit of an interesting play zone though in the south side. I'm taking a look at this, Mitch. No team except for Team Pride is in the zone. This is going to be very interesting.
Well, if you get the first drop, the perfect location, then what else do you have to lose other than just enjoy the game and try your best? Well, to get this going, I really like how the games are choosing to go on the southern side of every map, and everyone else is just choosing to be on the northern side and not in that safe zone. Not a good feeling. But let's see how it goes. I mean, El Azhar going to be a little bit crowded. Hacienda del Patron, a little bit crowd there as well. San Martin, El Pozo, some more teams. Monte Nuevo. I mean, everyone just went to those common areas we know. But places like Los Leones, deserted, Picado, deserted, areas that you can easily get yourself good utilities and then enjoy the game. But it's fine, everyone with their own play. Let's see what they're going to be getting after all this looting. Because Miramar can be very, very unforgiving sometimes with the zone, especially if you make a late rotation. That will be a very bad start for your team. So far, I think this is a Priest's favorite map. Where would you have landed in such a safe zone, or rather even a flight path? What would have been your first choice?
All after all the time we spent together, I don't know why you think Miramar is my favorite map. My favorite map is Weekendy. I'm quite surprised that you think Miramar is my favorite map. Miramar ain't got nothing on Weekendy. Weekendy is the best map in this game, man. I don't know why all you're saying, but the guys. I think I saw Nothing But Trouble just roll up. The Supreme Esports are going to be the first ones to secure some points on the board for themselves. First elimination in the books, courtesy of Top. And that's a good start for Supreme. Confident start, comfortable start as well. But we'll see if there's going to be a little bit more where that came from to put them into a little bit of less of a tighter spot. But even at that, Arab T, another team that is one of the heavy hitters of the Nigerian PUBG Mobile ecosystem. These guys have been very consistent over time. We're going to see if there's going to be more of them. What?
What? Oh my god.
Only in Nige. Only in Nige. It is only in Nige you will see something like this. W Production.
Wow. Nah, that's crazy. How does that happen? I mean, come on. How is bro? Hey, the guy's feet are bow-legged and he's still standing straight. How is that possible? Anyway, I think yeah, only in Nigeria. Like Priest is saying, I don't know why he said that, but we have Sync Esports. Looking at the teams playing here in this second game of the night, I saw people asking about Team Pride, Tribe Warriors, RFT. So I'm guessing that is a team that most of the people are going to be looking at. But of course, guys, for the teams that are new, I believe they qualified and they deserve to be here. What can you tell us in that comment section? And are you here for those teams as well? But I'll let Priest tell us about his Weekendy and love for Weekendy and not Miramar. I mean, yeah.
Well, we're going to see for ourselves, though, if that's going to be the case. Eyes on majority of those teams. Again, the rotations, though, albeit slow, have been very problematic on the south lines there, but some of these teams still yet to find their rhythm. Again, this is their first map, and it's Miramar as well, so it gives them a little bit of context as to what type of rotations they want to make right now. But like I said earlier on, no teams have made it into the zone. It is still Tribe that are in that zone, and they're going to be controlling it from that western side for the foreseeable future, but we'll see how possible that can be at this stage. But right now, Tribe Warriors and the likes of Sync Esports sitting quite nicely in that central position, just not too far away from Bacado, much more closer in tandem to Hacienda del Patron from that northern side. I think they are going to make a quick, straightforward dash. I don't think they have to make too many wide-angle rotations, just straight into Los Leones, knowing how these teams play. Even the guys from Crazy Weirdos, I don't expect them to make a wide rotation as well. And hopefully Omega will not allow their poor driving skills cause them the game. And again, another team gliding under the radar. It is going to be the guys from Andromeda. I am going to keep my eyes on them as well, but it looks like Team Cold and Arab T are going to be locking horns. Reckless has gone down. And that is going to be another elimination. 2 eliminations now for Team Cold. They eliminate Atardo as well. Shiro did get knocked away in that exchange, but it did not change anything. Arab T will lose 2 in transition, and this is not the way they wanted to start the game, Mitch.
Well, I'm pretty sure that was not their plan. But everyone seems to be having a very interesting start. Game one, we had Unsolid Army. Now we do have a lot of teams are just taking on this unfortunate start here. But I mean, if it works for your team that you want to start this way, who am I to judge you, you know? But looking at how the safe zone is shifting, going towards the southern side, areas of Los Leons are still pretty much empty. No one going towards Los Leons. Mina Del Val is still also very empty. Chumacera, we do have a team passing, but actually Team Pride has maintained the same position for a while now, and I think they just want to stay there, and maybe we'll get them engaging when any team decides to get closer to them. But so far, so good. Most of the teams are looking quite chill here. They're just maintaining their positions. A team that is wow. God is so far into that blue zone. That rotation into the zone is just going to be pure use of their utilities, meds, bandages, painkillers. Everything will just be wasted as they try to make it into the zone. Mad Lads, a team that has been mentioned in the comment section more than once, saying that this is the team that is going to give us a chicken dinner for game 2 in Miramar. So let's see what they're going to be giving us here. I mean, it's really interesting, if I'm being honest. A team that is just getting started, cannot a team, a game that's just getting started, and we already have people giving us a prediction on Mad Lads. I need to see how they will be performing when it comes to this game. We are in that second phase of the zone, looking to go into the third phase of the zone, and there will be some action. And talking about action here, Supreme Esports tops there with a nice grenade, might be looking to connect, and the teammate that is from TK very close to that grenade is lucky that Nate did not connect. Felony trying to get the revive. Eric is already down, and Felony is still looking at the team here. Terra, Lawless, getting closer. I think this is a team I've seen before. I'm not sure if they had the same name. Actually, they did, but they're trying to, get some fight happening here, Priest.
Yeah, they've been trying to wrap around guys from Supreme Esports, but they can't seem to find any space to wriggle around in. The Kings, unfortunately. Eric did get knocked away in that exchange. Doesn't look like he'll be getting picked up, though. He's too far away from his teammates to provide any little bit of intel. But there's still a chance, but unfortunately that will be the end of the road for him, as Terra's trying to pop through. More shots over to the top side there. And that could spell for some more trouble for the Kings, though, if Killua can't seem to find a way around it to wrap this one through. But there's a big chance that they might decide to press forward, and they're growing more and more confident with each press as the zone continues to draw their HPs lower and lower. And somehow Fella has allowed one of them from Supreme to make an advance into that position. This is where it's going to get very, very nasty. Sprays and now grenades have been launched inside. I'm not sure what Tolazan is doing here. He's not moving around too much, but vehicle gets blown away, and that's going to be the end of the road for the Kings. They do get eliminated there by Supreme Esports. I think the Kings got a little bit overwhelmed there. They just couldn't tell where all of the chaos was brewing from, and Supreme capitalized on the fact that they were just not locked in enough. And now Supreme have 5 eliminations. Talk about starting the game with a bang, Mitch.
Well, that is definitely a good start. 5 eliminations for Supreme, and they want to get going. I'm sure they will be looking for more. But Triborders top C there, sporting a team sync, getting some sprays. Doesn't really get a knock just yet. And we have Max Payne trying to retreat as much as possible. Blade making a push here, getting closer to Sync. They seem to have comms here. They know the numbers. They know how many people are here. Blade, risking it all, goes in for that push. And the teammates, the convoy is here. Chaos trying to get the pre-fires. Nothing is really happening. A grenade. He wants to launch one, but it will be spotted by Blade. Knocked and thrusted easily. Tribe Warrior player still at it. They know the other player is close. Spain is still making it very, very hard for them to know his location. But as you can see, a grenade there has been cooked. They're making sure that they will get at least some pain on him. Another grenade from Blade. Three fires from Mitra, trying to get the knock here with the DBS. He goes in for that push. He knows it's there. He moves. He goes and get the pre-fire. The DBS misses a couple of shots. First player goes down, but luckily for them, actually, Mitra will be there to stop the thirst from happening. Tribe Warriors, they did take on an early fight here, almost losing a number, but they were able to get a cover for Mitra and surviving that fight. So well played. I think that is good cover coming from Tribe Warriors.
Yeah, confident press and confident play as well from Tribe. Standing tall. They did take a couple of hits, but that did not deter them, showing their individual brilliance will come out to reign at the end of the day. What you are watching, this is match 2 of the PUBG Mobile National Championship. It's the group stages Nigeria. And it's time to stay locked and loaded here. But the game stays within the game state right now. Sinky Sports saw them lose 2 to Tribe Warriors. Not the start they were hoping for, but it is the start they have found. Arab T, another team that has lost 2 on the bounce. With Creed, the only difference, Creed has secured 1 elimination for them at least in their exchange earlier on. But hopefully this is not going to be a consistent start for them. Hopefully this will just be a blip on the road. But right now, Mad Lads, another team I'm going to keep our eyes on. They did have a fantastic run in the NPL Season 9 Finals earlier this month, finishing, I believe, in the top 4, just outside of Neon Outlaws, Team Pride, and Arab T. So we're going to see if they are going to do a little bit more of the same. Crazy Weirdos as well. This is another team that has significantly improved over time, over the last season of PMGO. And hopefully this is going to be an opportunity for them to even do much better than what they've done before. But Team Pride playing as 3, not the start they would have liked. It is going to be Quilla, XYZ, and Trader. These 3 are very, very equal to the task. It's going to be a long rotation. Playzone is going to be closing out. And it is a very congested zone here, Mitch. A lot of teams situated quite densely in that western side. And a couple of teams have decided to take it upon themselves to hold the northern side as well. But 45 players in this tiny, tiny zone doesn't look good.
Yeah, I mean, the teams are really playing it safe right now. We can see with how they're looking, but as we all know, the zone will always make you guys clash, whether you like it or not. You have to come to the end of the game and get your points. So we have someone getting spotted, and Sync on the other side of the map definitely getting some damage on their side for Supreme, looking to get some sprays here. They might be able to get some fight if you're asking for it, as the team is scouting around. Might be the scout giving the comms saying that there's a team here, and why not just engage. For Syndicate, they're also here. They can see Terra, Kilua. They can see them, but they're not really engaging just yet. They might be scouting out the area. I'm not a fan of how the zone is shifting here. We still have 12 teams. The zone is getting smaller and smaller. Teams are getting forced to engage, whether they like it or not. And for Arab T, they might be having company. He will be passing by there with their vehicles, just looking to take on maybe something. But no, again, no fight is happening. Every single team is avoiding. But you have Team Pride, the Sporting Guardians. Their Guardian goes down. Still nothing happens. But you have a lot of drama about to be brewed here. Teams about to clash on each other. Third parties are about to flourish in such a game. And all you have to do is be at the right place at the right time. Just like Team Pride, they might be at the right place right now and at the right time to get some fights happening here just across NBT Priest.
And again, we've seen teams like this, how they're very, very confident in their rotations, and it starts to show off. Trying to keep some teams out of bay here. They spotted a couple of shots there into that little pocket on the west side of the zone. Chaos is brewing in that area as well. They have gathered a lot of intel, but they will have to reposition themselves quite nicely to get a better angle here to make sure opposition teams do not creep up on them. Arab T are going to have to fight tooth and nail to keep this position for themselves, but they're only a duo, and it's going to require a whole lot of utilities to make sure that this little house they've carved away for themselves in the western side of the zone does not get swamped away. and Team Cold are going to have the same concept, the same idea, but the only difference is they do have that northern side on lock. Quilla will secure the first elimination for Team Pride. The trade-off was going to look very, very nasty, but Team Pride have been exposed here. They're getting caught out, and it is going to be Rabbit that spots them. They start to make that rotation. They know the angles are not going to be too favorable for them. Smoke's coming out there from Quilla, and that will be an opportunity for him to repurpose and reimburse his pockets with those utilities that have been laid to waste courtesy of NBT in that earlier trade-off that they had. Well, Team Pride, slow and steady, as we know. This is a team that doesn't play in transition. Or rather, they love to play in transition when it comes to Miramar. But again, that will give them a little bit of an open escape as Traitor gets knocked away. And it looks like Team Cold, do they want to commit? Do they want to commit now with that knock on Traitor? Do they want to commit to it? Do they want to make sure that they wrap this one through? And it looks like they want to. And that is one of their teammates getting hopped down into the corner there. Who's going to make a dash for it. I believe that is Shiro. And he tries to get the angle there. XYZ and Quilla will make the dash. They will allow for their teammate, unfortunately, to be eliminated there. And that is a very, very unfortunate start for Team Pride. But hopefully they will find their rhythm going forward. But there is going to be a whole lot more right now for Tribe Warriors to do. Well, 5 eliminations on the bounce, and right now they set their sights on Crazy Weirdos. Will Crazy Weirdos be able to hold off the might and power of Tribe Warriors?
Well, they might be able to. A nice grenade there landing from Top C, and they want to get going right now. They know what they have done, and that is the entry knock they were looking for. Snake still down. Top C looking to get that confirmation happening, and so the team is that we have grenades coming from outside. Top C almost getting cooked, but he was fast enough to avoid that cooking happening. Another one comes in from King Shots. He needs to create a distraction, maybe a knock on the Tribe Warriors. A nice grenade goes in, doesn't really connect just yet. Mithra, we have seen him dominate before. He might be looking to get some fight here for his team. Another one goes in. They're still looking for the Tribe Warriors. The grenade are not looking good. Snipes, Brain, their team, the teammates do something, and another one still coming. Grenade after grenade. They're looking for their numbers. They're looking for something to get going, and Snipes will be actually making it to his teammates, and the revive will be there. That means Tribe Warriors have wasted too much time trying to get at least a second knock before they can go in for that push. I'm not sure if they're aware of the numbers, but they are right now letting the players from Crazy Weirdos get their revive. Mithra still cooking up a grenade, still launching them back to back, still looking for another knock. Nothing is happening. More grenades. They do have Top C snaking his way to their teams, trying to get closer. Snipes will be thirsted, and that will be a beautiful nade from Mithra. Now it is their chance to go in for that push. You do have Sam waiting. King SD is still waiting as well. King is just going to stay here and wait for them to get down a bit aware of his location. The prefires, the DBS doesn't really connect us yet. King knows what the mistake he just made. He made his location known, but that will not be happening. I mean, Tribe Warriors cover and synergy is beautiful. And Sam will be the last player standing. 2 players standing as well. But that will be it for the Crazy Weirdos. But we have to talk of the synergy coming from Tribe Warriors right now, Priest.
Yeah, 8 eliminations on the bounce for Tribe Warriors. What a press that was from them. All they needed to do was to get the intel, and they panned out the exact way that they wanted, and they saw it all the way through. And now it is all for Andromeda. They are trying to close the gap a little bit closer to that northeastern side. They do have NBT up in front, and the Mad Lads as well. A whole lot of teams in their area. Tribe Warriors have crept up, and that eastern side is going to be a little bit of a gunpowder kettle burning up anytime soon. But Mad Lads, we saw the earlier swap that they held on with the 2-2 split over to that northern side. There's going to be Ronnie and X just a little bit closer. Walker is going to hold it up through just a little bit more. Oh, what a grenade from the agent! And nothing but trouble are causing trouble now for Andromeda. Had no idea where he was, and he might decide to go for a finish here. And unfortunately for him, he does not have the angles right. If he can swap that grenade or a Molotov to the left-hand side of the window. He might cause some irreparable damage right now to Andromeda, but unfortunately, he doesn't have teammates to back up that play. But that was a fantastic grenade. They will launch one in retaliation as well, though. So Agents will most likely take some damage because he might not have the zone there in that little pocket of space, but he might be able to hold up for the time being against the guys from Andromeda. But right now, as it stands, Agent is not in the zone, neither is any player from Andromeda. The rotations will start to come into effect in the next 10 seconds once the play zone starts to close out. We've still got 32 players all looking for their way through in the next phase here. There's still a lot of work to be done, but here comes Team Cold now setting sights onto the Mad Lads. Ronnie with an off angle, the 2-2 splits. It looks like it is a dangerous call if they cannot make this ascension to this high ground position. Sean X and the rest of the team from Mad Lads, this is a perfect opportunity for them to capitalize on the split and surround the guys from Team Cold. But do they want to press forward? Here comes Sean X now. This is the press that I was expecting, but they are playing it from the same angle, so it's going to be a very difficult trade off into that corner. Sean peeks out, immediately gets dropped away there by Betrayer, and Team Cold are running the temperature low on the Mad Lads. One after the other, they're taking hits, and Ronnie is taking damage again into the other corner. They know that he's right there. Rabbit tries to pop through into the right hand side. A couple more shots. Walker's grenade is good, and Rabbit had no idea that Ronnie was there. It's gonna get him knocked away. Tries to trade off, but unfortunately, jump shot is good. Betrayer immediately goes for the flush, and now an opportunity for Walker to trade this one around, but he will be capitalizing on that open space. Shiro has spotted him as well, and X is still knocked away. Molotov is launched into the corner. He's taking damage. Surely now the job is done. He tried to escape, but he takes a hit, and he's getting chased down by Rin, and he can't seem to find a way through, and that will be a wrap. Beautiful play from Team Cold. They will reduce the temperature once again and eliminate the Mad Lads, and in all of that chaos, Vanguard pull up.
I mean, what an amazing play there. I enjoyed every single move coming from Cold. That was a really interesting push happening, but they cannot relax just yet. Tribe War are pushing up together with the AA. They are here to get cooked. A lot of teams are closing in. And as you can see him, they are playing it safe, but Saad trying to get some sprays on Top C. The push is there, the cover is good. Chris trying to get closer with that shotgun. Top C though holding a pre-nade, and if it goes well, a beautiful Kobe, and if it launched perfectly, it will be doing something. But Top C's grenade, a little bit too overcooked there. A grenade coming from CS. They're trying to get some more here, but Top C will be retreating. Saad almost getting knocked there on Blade's grenade. Another one is about to be launched. He knows his location has been compromised. The grenades keep on coming, but he's going into a safe compound just to make sure nothing happens just yet. For Top C though, the man is definitely feeling the hit. He just wants to be part of this fight, and he's definitely trying to get closer. For Guard here, location pretty much compromised. Him cannot stay there any longer because now the team's of his location, they might be able to get at least something happening there as they try to take him off, but we wait and see what's going to be happening. Tribe Warriors are very deep in the fight here. They do have two teams closing in on them, and as you can see, 7ZBC, yes, said it backwards, is definitely looking for an opportunity. Honestly, Priest, this is what Nigeria is about. Sometimes they play it safe, and then when we come into that last zone, that is where we see teams finally stepping up and giving us very big night here.
Pressure, he makes diamonds every single time. We're about to see that pressure crumble some teams. Sinestro, a victim of his own hubris, gets knocked away there, potentially doesn't get flushed as well. And Tribe Warriors, slowly but surely, they're creeping up, and they're swallowing teams one after the other. It's going to be a very, very interesting next couple of minutes here as we are advancing into zone number 7. Vanguard with their solo man, and I believe they know that him is right in the corner. He's spotted by Shiro, and that will be the end of the road. Vanguard eliminated. They go out in 9th place. The placement points now start to add up, and this is where it starts to get very, very feisty. Chaos Syndicate now with their sight lines over to the guys from Team Tribe Warriors. Blade hopped out of his vehicle, took a couple of 5.56s straight to the dome, and Peter now has to press forward. Chaos Syndicate, 4 players alive, but no eliminations yet. We've seen this script before. We saw it in the first game, but now the guys from I believe Andromeda want a piece of the action as well. They try to trade off. Top C finally goes down. He beckons, and they get another drop and another drop. Chris and Peter working hand in hand. You would think they were P squared, the way they are robbing the opposition of those eliminations now. And now they they drop another banger, dropping again. Mojo Jojo, the next one to go down, and that will be the end of the road for Omega. And now they drop out. We're down to 7 now, 20 players alive. And now that is a nasty trade-off in that open space. Tribe Warriors in a mountain of trouble. 10 C's bleeding out. And Blade cannot make it to his teammate. He will succumb to his injuries. He will go out. Team Cold now pressing forward. End of the road there for Team Pride. They go out in 7th place. And now they have to press forward one more step at a time. Chaos Syndicate, this is what they love. Final circles with all of their players alive. They love to relish this. Rabbit is exposed. He goes down to the play zone. Team Cold lose a man. Not the drive they were looking for going into the final sequence. But take a look at Andromeda boxed inside, not giving anyone any room to breach this position. A fantastic strategic holding position that they have found themselves in right now. But Chaos Syndicate are going to be the next ones under siege. And Peter did get knocked away, sad as well as followed suit. Blade continues to pour and rain bullets from that hillside position, but it does not give them any chance to press forward. This will allow Chaos Syndicate to revitalize their position as well. But Team Cold have a mountain, a literal mountain to climb here in Miramar to get over the line and deal with the guys from Supreme Esports.
Well, it seems like Blade here had a plan. Syndicate will not be surviving that spray. He was spotted, and Blade had a plan. Looking at him still going at it. Blade's sprays are connecting 2 players really low on that HP. He increase. May get some cover here. The teammates are really low, Nova and Peter, but Blade is ready to go in. His position is not as good, and all he has to do is make it into that cold. The 3 players still standing on the teammates. Top and Terror, they are also much safe. Supreme is definitely good end here. They know what they're doing. CS very close to them as well. Grenades coming from Peter, and there's nothing, not Peter but Chris, and he gets spotted off. Blade will be going back to lobby. I mean, right now your position is everything, and your numbers come to play as well. It is going to be a 3v3 here for the teams. They do have the numbers though. They just have to make sure it works. They do need to get that chicken dinner. The rotation has to be perfect. This has to be so good that the other team cannot find a loophole on your team. But honestly, if you talk about the team with the best compound, we do have AA here. A very, very nice position. The numbers are looking 4 players. Still, the zone is getting smaller. We do have a risk there coming from Cole. They are going in for that push. Betrayer is definitely going in. Reed into a top C. Nice spray, takes him down. He notices the HP is low, but he tries to retreat. But we have the plan from Supreme, making it impossible to finish off their sprays here. That push was not as good as we expected, but they were able to deal a good amount of damage on the players from Supreme here, Chris.
Yeah, Team Cold, I gotta respect it. They went for something. It didn't work out, but it was still a bold decision. Sprays come through now from Peter. Chaos Syndicate having to press forward. Darkball gets spotted out immediately by Peter and gets flushed away as well. Chaos Syndicate, this is the type of zone they love. This is the type of final circle they thrive in. But right now, Supreme Esports have all the cards on the table, and there's a big chance they finish this with a chicken dinner because the angles are getting tighter and tighter. They're getting squeezed out into the open space as the ARP has advanced even closer right there. It is going to be a very interesting trade-off if they can make their way through and hold off the guys from Syndicates on the other side. But it is going to be a very, very tough transition. Eyes are going to be on Chaos Syndicate because the smokes have started to send off red flags in that general direction. Tops get spotted immediately there by the ARP, and unfortunately the third party Central allows for the breather, allows for the space, and he's going to have to press forward for Andromeda, tries to take the 2v1, but unfortunately Lawless will put an end to that one, and that will be the end of the road for Andromeda. But what a solid finish they had to this game. And Chaos Syndicate now, can they capitalize and allow for themselves to close this game down? It's going to be a very difficult transition for them because the hill and the valley position gives them a little bit of a breather and cuts the sightlines for them. But take a look at Supreme Esports, the smoke in behind, the terrain up front. They allowed Chaos Syndicate to play too close to the backside of the zone, and now they're launching grenade bombs away one after the other over to the other side. Nova spotted, plays over to the left hand side. Nova trying to take him off. Lawless goes down. He had no idea that Peter was there, and that's going to be 2 right now. 3 for Chaos Syndicate. 2 versus 3. You will not stop them. They will take the chicken dinner, and Supreme Esports turned to Supreme Ice Cream.
Wow, Supreme Esports turned into Supreme Ice Cream there. I mean, what an amazing. I love a good Miramar fight when the teams are put in a tight position and they have to think on their feet, and that is exactly what we saw here. Thinking on your feet is definitely going to win if you're looking to get yourself as many points as possible. Syndicate, they had a plan. They did actually actualize the plan, and we have them stepping up to the challenge. The cover was beautiful. I mean, once you spot your teammate is getting pushed, you just have to be there for your team. You just have to make sure that you get cover as possible before you lose your numbers. Honestly, this is what I was talking about here. I mean, at the end of the day, we were looking for a team to challenge and try as much as possible to put every game to play. Trust your team, trust your teammates. That is exactly what the syndicates did. They trusted every single fight, and that is how we got them getting that chicken dinner. I mean, the sprays on Supreme were good. They saw that loophole and that spray. He was like, I'm not stopping right now. Fast knock, there's someone there. There must be someone, and that is exactly how they got that amazing chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, teamwork, like you said in match number 1, teamwork makes the dream work every single time, and this is a team that understands themselves tooth and nail, and they finished this one perfectly. You can't be mad. Performance, that is a team that knows how to play in those spaces. They love Miramar. They love to play as a unit. They like to suffocate the opposition. You can see how they suffocated the guys from Supreme. They had no idea that a 2-man team could deal that much damage in a quick succession, and you can see Peter and Nova just playing it perfectly, bouncing off each other's ideas. You could see the way they were rotating, and they overwhelmed with the angles there. Again, it puts Supreme under a lot of pressure. Supreme had a fantastic game. 11 or so eliminations, didn't take away from their performance at all. But Peter, my goodness, he was absolutely cooking. 7 eliminations. This guy was on fire. Nova as well. These two, yeah, they got it like that. They absolutely got it like that.
Well, they finally put in some work there, honestly. That was a lot of teamwork coming from them. 9 eliminations in total. Peter does get his flowers there with the amazing. We have to give him that. That's a good stuff for Chaos Syndicate for that amazing synergy from the fight there. It was just we were talking about. Perfect team synergy always goes a long way. Look at that match summary. There are 7 eliminations go to none other than Peter, but Blade deals the highest damage there with 1106. Top C 1 grade, Lowless 157, the longest elimination, and our top traveler goes to none other than CES player Chris, who covers a total of 12k kilometers. Well, that is Miramar. We expect a lot of driving here and there just to get to the ultimate safe zone. So good stuff, honestly, for every single player that in the leaderboard. For a match summary, 47 eliminations, 50 knocks. Totally makes sense. The amount of knocks that were happening through and through the game. Every time you try and go in for that push, every time you try and just look the wrong way, you just become a victim of a very nice spray or a nice grenade and you get knocked. So good stuff. A lot of that was happening in this game. 1 grenade elimination compared to last game where we had 5. Could be more, but well, it is what it is. Their longest elim at 157. We have 14 headshots. Wow, what an interesting game it has been here in Miramar. Big shout out to every single team there from Group C and D that have given us a very, very nice first Miramar of the night. But looking at our MVP, we need to know who our MVP is going to be, and it goes to none other than Peter, which was very much expected. 7 eliminations, 7 knocks confirmed, every single knock, 1 assist. The damage is looking good at 800 plus. He might be able to give a good push onto the team's damage graph, but of course we'll be seeing how that goes in a few. But honestly, for Peter here, good game, well played, and I cannot wait to see more of him in the next games.
Yeah, can't wait to see more for sure. That MVP race is going to be a tight one. Terror for Supreme. What a player he has been as well. From the get-go, from that first jump, these guys were putting belt to the lobby, belt to those teams that were caught on transition earlier on in the game, and you have to respect, his performance. 5 eliminations. I think it ties into the MVP race from match number 1, because match number 1 had 2 players that were both on 5 eliminations, tied across the board as well. But in this game, we did have someone who went a little bit further to secure 7 eliminations. So currently in that MVP conversation, it is going to be a very, very interesting one. As you can see, it tallies here. Terra, Cold, Terra had someone in there, Cold had someone in there, Blade, not surprised as well, one of the best players in the game. And we do have Peter from Chaos Syndicate who basically lifted his team all the way to that chicken dinner. And Team Pride did have Quilla in the conversation as well. Did a little bit of something in there, but they did get eliminated, unfortunately, way too early. Also played as a 3-man. Arab T as well did have Creed putting in work. And even the guys from Crazy Weirdos, Andromeda, Mad Lads, Nothing But Trouble, Omega, Sync, all of them putting in work. But there is so much work, way more work to be done going into match number 3, Mitch.
Yeah, well, let's see if they're going to be putting in the work. You're saying they have at least 4 more games to do that, and get as many goals. But for this match, Syndicate gets 19 points with Supreme, who had 13 eliminations, but because of the placement points, they tied here with 10 going to Chaos Syndicate. Cold not that far off with their 16 points. For the Tribe Warrior 13, you have Andromeda with 6, Arab T3, Team Pride 2, Omega 1. That means the teams in that next page might not take from this game, or if they did, one axe. And yes, from this side of the results, we do have a team like Crazy Weirdos, Mad, Nothing But Trouble, Kings, and Vanguard not getting any points at all. And that is just not a good game. But they still have 4 more games to go, depending on which game they're going to be playing. Is it Miramar? Are they going to be getting more points from their game? Are they going to be living up to and stepping up the challenge to be trying to get at least more placement points, if not eliminations? So 4 Weirdos and the teams all in the second page from 9th to 14th place. I really hope they're going to be putting in the work when we head to the next game of the night. But looking at our overall top M's, Peter leading with 7 eliminations to his name, damage of 81. Second, Blade with 5 eliminations, but the damage is a little bit high there with 106. We have Cold Reed, 5 eliminations as well. Damage dropped off from Blade here. Terra getting 5 eliminations as well, and then Fear and Joy 5 eliminations. So these players are making their way to that top MVP bracket, and I'm hoping the same players will still try their luck in the grand finals for PMNC and get something for being an MVP when the time is.
Yeah. MVP race, MVP conversations. It is one to keep an eye out for. But in this match, the guys from this map, the guys from Chaos Syndicate, we see how they finished strongly. The chicken dinner going up against Supreme Esports. These two went really knockout for knockout, blow for blow, showing us more of what is to come going forward into the next set of games. So we're going to be keeping our eyes very peeled on that performance. They've given us a little bit of something to look forward to in the next game, but that is where our eyes are going to be going forward. But ladies and gentlemen, what does the overall leaderboard tell us? Who is leading the charge and who has started things well? We'll take a look at that. Chaos Syndicate 19 on the bounce, followed by Supreme Esports also with 19 on the bounce. This difference between the two teams, a tiebreaker being the number 1 chicken dinner, as we talked about before match number 1 kicked off. Fear Esports with 17, Team Cold with 16, 15 for Supernova in the top 5, Tribe Warriors with 13 in 6th place, and Neon Outlaws 12th points on the board in 7th place. Afro Esports in 8th place with 8 points on the board. And then we go into the bottom half. They're currently sitting in the top 16. The Saints with 8 points on the board. Angels of Death 7 points on the board. They did manage 2 eliminations in that game, so again, not the worst performance in the world, but it could have been so much better for them after that match number 1. O3 Brothers with 7 as well, tied at the hip. Andromeda with 6. placements, putting them in a comfortable position inside of the top 16. Oxygen with 5, Arab T, Soul Reaper, and Y Esports all with 3 points apiece in the top 16. And this is where it gets very, very dire. This is where you do not want to be. And Team Pride is going to be spearheading this position in 17th place. K9 Esports in 18th place with 2 points apiece. 1 apiece for Omega, Unsullied Army, and Vextra. And the guys from ABU, Crazy Weirdos, and the Mad Lads, no points on the board for them.
Well, I'm looking at the teams here that did not get many points, and well, they still have at least some few matches before they come to their last 12th match to try and get some points. But honestly, some teams here are kind of lacking, and they have a lot of fans there in the comment section, so we'll just give them the grace and hope that when the time comes and it is the last match, that is the 12th match, they'll be able to catch up and get their points up. But so far so good. I am really enjoying these games. I mean, it's just game 2, and I'm actually enjoying to see how the teams are really putting in the work. And you can imagine what happens when we get to the 5th or 6th game tomorrow, not even today, and they have to get as many points as possible. Well, the only way you can find out is if you continue watching the live stream. So for now, we'll be taking a very, very short break, and then we'll be right back to continue with the 3rd match of the night. BRB.
The dream of competing on the global stage never died. Now your chance to rise has returned. New beginning, new season. PMNC qualifiers, Nigeria. 4 paths, 1 road, 1 goal. This is 2026 PMGO Africa Season 2.
Showtime, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the show. It is the PUBG Mobile National Championship. It is the Nigeria group stages, and it is time for you to play, make you win. And Mitch, we saw that amazing game go through match number 2, Erangel, Miramar. We're about to head into Erangel for match number 3. But again, the way these teams have been playing, the way these players have been setting themselves up, right, it gives you a little bit of a thought process, right, of how players can perform so exceptionally. And again, it matters, the device you use to play PUBG Mobile at this stage of competition, it matters. That is why you have to love the GT50 Pro, the Infinix GT50 Pro. I mean, 144 hertz liquid cooling, N1 chip, everything packed into a box. Then they made it sleek, they made the design very comfortable. It is a fantastic device, and again, it's there in the conversation for the best gaming phone in Africa, your winning companion, and that's something we have absolutely loved so far. Infinix, still waiting on my package though to land in my house. So because I need to test that 144 hertz display, man. I need to see what that is like up close and personal. So Infinix, do what it do, but nonetheless, right, it is the road to PMGO, and big shout out to Infinix. The GT50 Pro is your device of choice if you're trying to take your gameplay to that next level. Talking about next level, Miramar is up. Miramar was just concluded. Erangel is up next. Different strategy, a different mixtures, a different set of teams now are going to play in Erangel, different from the teams that played in the first Erangel. So it's going to be a little bit of a different strategy going up into this match. Mitch, based off of that first game, you saw Angels of Death, how they played, Nova, Fear. We're about to see those teams again. How confident are you that, okay, things are about to be different now? Or do you think you're going to see like more of the same?
Okay, things are probably going to be different here, if I'm being honest, because I'm pretty sure they listened to the live stream and they were able to hear you give them a few tips here and there, especially for AOT, where they did not get a lot of points from that game because they did not really engage that much. So I think going into the third game, it's going to be a little bit different. I can already tell they have already learned their mistake there. They would have gotten a lot, especially the fact that they had a really good position, but well, we did have a very unfortunate end for the team there. So yes, definitely something new in game 3.
Okay, I'm also looking forward to something new as well. But the performances so far, still a little bit cagey. There's still some teams that have 0 points. They haven't figured out anything just yet. There's some teams that are still yet to get off the plate, and it's been very unfortunate for some of the bigger names like Team Pride, who haven't hit the ground running just yet. Unlike Neon Outlaws, who have started very, very strongly, got themselves at some significant eliminations, sitting in the top half of that leaderboard as well. And Erangel is a little bit more of a confident, place that they like to play out of. That is where they secure those points. They did get eliminated roughly earlier, but they got some points off the rip. So I'm expecting a similar performance from them as well. Get a little bit of a cold start, a bit of a rougher start for them. Playing path cuts quite nicely in that open space. Again, W production, because you can see that little title there that gives you the map with the green designs there. Yeah, big shout out to production team. Some of these things, man, people don't notice, but we notice. So man, these things, the design is absolutely incredible, man. Play make you win. I can't stop thinking about that. That is cool. That is really cool. If you're Nigerian, you would know you would know that they really thought about it. So W production, man, W the team behind this, man. I gotta give it to them. It's so cool. But yeah, this playing path though, Mitch, not too similar to what we had in the first game, but I think it gives some teams a little bit of an idea of what they want to do here. Cuts a little bit towards the central positions. But those teams that do love to play in the West, I don't think they're going to like this zone that much, but we will see. Secondary drop positions, AOD, can they start strongly, or is this one about to be too much for them?
I'm hoping they start off strongly here. They do have a lot of gunpowder as a team. You saw how they were able to get some fights happening, but they were not able to really secure eliminations. I'm really hoping that they'll take that to the advantage and get some points while at it, and maybe push their name up that leaderboard. We do have Neon though. A very strong play coming from them here in game one. I still need to see more of them. Baby Zayn giving us what he can do, and that was, of course, save the team. Unfortunately, didn't survive to see the chicken dinner. But we are waiting to see more here. Looking at that safe zone, goes towards the southern side, areas of military base, very much in the zone. Pochinki, so safe that even the teams that were going towards it, we can see AA changing their direction mid-air. They decided, nope, we are not going to Pochinki. It was a very good place to go, but they decided not to do that. An early fight here already brewing, and it seems like they're comfortable with taking on an early fight. Something that, whoa, RFT Creed will not be a fan of, seeing that he has already been knocked and thirsted even before teams have landed. Some teams don't even know where they're going to be taking as their home this first zone.
Unfortunate start for Arab T though. I mean, they do a 1-for-2 special, sacrifice 2 players to get 1 elimination. Is that how you really want to start? Nothing but trouble, causing trouble for them though. They will take 1 out. Arab T again on getting caught in transition is not something you would expect. But again, you can already tell that this is happening because there's not enough information going on among teams there, because you can see the guys from Oxygen here, Arab T here, nothing but trouble here as well. That is 3 different teams trying to play inside of prison. It is literally a prison, locking them all together. And it's unfortunate here because right now Ninja is by his lonesome. He's very, very exposed here. His teammate in a little bit of a split outside is going to be a very, very difficult draft for them. The guys from Oxygen are right here to descend on them. They have every single nook and cranny covered. Darilex is feeding the intel. I believe Ninja's already compromised here. Oxygen have everything to finish this drop with. A little bit of a trade-off again. Tries to make something happen. Rage spinning around the corners there. And this is a nasty trade-off, but Rage goes down to Bandit. Did not have a weapon there. I'm surprised Oxygen lose a player in this exchange, though. I was not expecting them to lose a player, seeing that they had the numerical advantage in this area. But unfortunately, will not amount to much of anything. Darilex needs to find a way to his teammate. Hopefully he doesn't get spotted there by Ninja and pulled back into the lobby. We're going to see Ninja does have what it takes to cause problems for Oxygen, and nothing but trouble here as well. But nothing but trouble. Good start for them though. 3 eliminations. Very, very good start.
Yeah, I mean, getting eliminations early in the game will always give you the energy you need, the boost and confidence to get yourself going. Team Oxygen, they're here with the NBT, and they seem to be okay doing this. RMT, though, they have lost 2 players, 2 remain standing. Ninja trying to cook up a nice nade here, almost getting the damage, but he was not able to do it. Very fast on his fingers here. Ninja are trying to switch off the guns to get some damage as well, maybe a knock or 2, and get as many eliminations as possible before they can be sent off the lobby in this game. Because as you can see, the numbers are not just with them. 2 teams, same place. They seem to be a little bit distracted, though, and they're getting forced to take on a fight here and shift their focus from Arab T player Ninja Agent trying to get closer. We do have Mavis Swego is there. Grenade from Agent is looking to get a Kobe. This is gonna be a nice one. See that the teammate is not really actually distracted there, trying to heal up. But Swego is really low right now. The push is good, and Agent will be getting that knock with the shotgun. Beautifully thirsted. I mean, at the end of the day, you need all your numbers right. The knock and the thirst is inevitable, not something you can debate about. Grenades are still going towards Lala, but they don't really connect. Changing his position, he knows what's at stake. The numbers are dwindling. Our teammates have been thirsted, and the fast move is get away and save the numbers, but they cannot do that for long. One of their teammates has been left behind and taken down as well by Abdul. Now this is getting very hard for teams. It is just game 3, and they seem to be really comfortable with these early fights here, Priest.
Yeah. I mean, Oxygen, from a team that had 4 players to just 1, that shows you the level of disconcertment that a team like that has at this level of competition. You cannot allow yourself to get complacent, especially in the early drops, especially the earlier zone. We're still in phase 1 of the circle, and you're losing 3 players. It is not a good start. That is a very nasty trade-off we're starting to see here. It looks like Angels of Death are going to be setting their sights on. Okay, that's unfortunately, that is a little bit of a production mishap. Hopefully it gets sorted out, but that is not Team Pride. That is Team Prime with Team Pride's logo. So hopefully that gets fixed up by production, post-production. But Angels of Death have their sidelines on it. And now this is something that we talked about, right? Angels of Death, they get a knock, they get a drop in, but they don't press. This is the danger. And there's a big chance now that they lose players in this exchange if they don't find off angles, if they don't do anything with this. But can they press forward? Grenades, utilities, they're doing everything right with the press, but they're not leading it forward. And here comes Nezo, unfortunately, pressing alone, not covered. These are the mistakes. These are the mistakes you cannot afford to make. And Team Prime will snatch one away here. But again, I still believe Angels of Death have the numbers advantage, the numerical advantage in position here, but they are not capitalizing on the off angles there. Temu spotted. MJ tries to send a couple shots back. Trade off again to get the angle here. Marl, if he can do something with the grenade. Again, Marl is getting isolated. His teammates are not doing anything. Jay and Bot are not doing anything. They leave him on his own to get double teamed like the other guy, the other teammate that got eliminated. Again, that is the danger of playing so afraid. They leave one man to go on, and he gets isolated in a 2v1. In a 2v1 again, they lose Marl and Nezo in the same fashion. Nezo presses forward alone, no cover, no protection. He gets knocked away in the 2v1. Same happens to Marl. Marl, on the other hand, doesn't press, but they press him because they know he's alone. And Bot and Jay do not cover him as well. So these are the things we need to look out for. You cannot afford to make mistakes like these. Vectra now with a sideline of their own, trying to look forward here and make sure they close the gap within Crazy Weirdos, but unfortunately there is no space for them. There is no more way for poor people as they lose out another sequence of shots there. Vextra down to the solo player. Hopefully he can get at least his teammate picked up, but a Luffy tries to hold up. Threesome is also getting picked up. Crazy Weirdos back to full strength, and surely now they will wrap Vectra up and put them back into the lobby.
Well, I mean, that revive was just on time here. Ban Nuts will be able to get at least one more teammate to join him with this fight. Like you just mentioned here for AOD, they had everything in play. They should have gone in for that help. They should have helped their teammates, but that push was just not there. They have now last 2 players standing, Jay and Bot, trying to go in for that push. They already have a knock, but they're still hesitating. The hesitation is there. We can see it. Bot still staying in the compound. Jay trying to get closer, but no one wants to engage. They're just assessing the situation. They're getting their knocks from afar, but they do not want to engage. The team right now is really low on HP, and if AOD wanted these points, this would have been an easy time for them to get as many points as possible. But for the player that is Bot, seems like they do not want to take on the push just yet. Jay and Bot very high on HP. They could have easily taken on this team. They should have gone in for that push, but they've given them time. And we have them getting knocked in that zone, but they're not aware of that. Yeah, Jay with the sprays. Nicely done. Temu is just not safe anymore. Jay finally gathering up some courage here. The teammates are getting closer. Panda also creeping in. A nade has been launched there. Temu trying to heal up as well, but Jay has to be really careful. Panda launches the grenade, doesn't really connect. Just yet. Jay trying to get the HP up as well. The teammates from Prime very much low. They're not really going to be engaging. For now, AOD, all the cards are on your table. You have every single opportunity to get this fight going, but somehow the hesitation is too loud. It's deafening at this point for us here. Panda You have to get closer. MJ, they just have to do it. AOD, not willing to take on the fight. Jay, looks at the push there. Beautiful pre-fires from Temu. And they get Jay down. A player that had the upper hand. But as you can see again, same deja vu. The same player gets pushed by himself. Both trying to get close up. Beautiful sprays. The HP is low. And just like that, we have players from Angels of Death taken back to where they belong as they try to figure out what their next steps are.
Unfortunate scenes there, very unfortunate, for the guys from Agents of Death there. Very unfortunate. The fact that they walked away from that engagement there with nothing, it tells you exactly all you need to know. These guys were just not ready for it. They were just not ready. The fact that they didn't take on, even Prime took too long. They took too long. The fact that even they made it very close there as well. It was a 3 on, I think it was a 3 versus 2, 4 versus 2 at some point. And Prime lose one of their players to the zone because no utilities.
Yeah.
That's the danger.
Yeah.
That's the danger of fighting this early. You don't have the tools. That's why you have to wrap the fight up as quick as possible so you can now focus on, okay, you've gotten eliminations, now you focus on utilities. That's the standard when you're fighting early in the zone. But Prime, they waste too much time as well. And that should show you, right, the lack thereof of accountability when it comes to teams like this who don't understand that how high the stakes can be. Prime got the better end of the deal though. 4 eliminations, give or take, out of Angels of Death. Not a bad performance from them. 4 points is great starting off, but you cannot allow that to be the order of the day. That's all I have to say. You just can't allow that to be the order of the day. But hopefully they've learned something from there. Hopefully Angels of Death also will learn to stop being afraid. They take the press going forward and get more confident in their approach going into this PMNC. Hopefully that will guide them towards the final. But right now, Neon Outlaws have set their sights, I believe, on Omega, and they managed to pull one of them. I think it was Mojo Jojo out of the vehicle there. Not a good start for them. Second elimination now going to the way of Neon Outlaws. Good start from them as well. They're starting to climb up those leaderboards one elimination at a time. But Neon Outlaws, they've started to show their dominance in this lobby yet again. Very confident start from them. We're going to see if there's going to be a little bit of a drastic change here, because I believe the Kings on the western side are trying to hold up their end of the bargain there. A couple more shots as well getting sent over to Omega, who are going to make a quick mad dash to get out of the zone. Again, the teams that are making all of these transitions, remember, the zone is in the southwest of the military base bridge. If you're not there right now, it's gonna be long for you. It is going to be very long. The likes of Team Prime, right? Prime Esports, they're the ones on the back end of this. Omega getting absolutely chased down by Neon Outlaw. They know that they're very, very low on this one. In the 1v1 sequence, doesn't look like much is going to come out of this one. Already trying to pop through. That will be a loss. Tribrid gets knocked away. End of the road for Omega, or rather, end of the road for another player for Omega. I believe they will be down to just 2, Black and Sinestro. And imagine being on foot at this stage of the game. Imagine being on foot, no vehicles. I cannot imagine that.
I mean, you will be something people will be looking forward to encountering. I mean, this will be easy eliminations for the teams. So I hope they'll have a plan around that. But for the players here, they're just looking to stay on that shore. They are getting some sprays going on. TK Eric just by the edge here, right next to AA players, and Angelo is giving good cover for his teammate. He's really trying to make sure that his teammate doesn't get cooked there. But of course, it took a lot of time there, and Eric is almost getting pushed. A very nice patience game here getting played by these two players. Honestly, Madi can play it out safe and wait for OP to be able to give him good cover, or he can just risk it and go in for that push. But a grenade there has been launched, and Eric almost going directly to that grenade was lucky and survived that grenade for now. But we have a lot of chances here for Mady to get the knock happening. But of course, Felony watching from the side, trying to get as much cover as possible for his teammate Eric, who's trying to cook up a nice grenade as well. They're all waiting for an opportunity. Patience is a virtue, and I mean, Eric seems to be really good at that. He's not really exposing himself that much, and he knows what he wants to do. Just wait it out, wait for the convoy to arrive, wait for either anyone to give him any cover just to make sure they can at least finish off this fight. But so far, so good. With the zone about to close in, most of the teams have already made their way into the safe zone. This was a very tricky one. We see teams making rotations on the southern side. They were able to use the water and make the rotation just by the southern side and look for compounds that are safe. But for teams like Pride, I don't know how they're going to be doing this. They are very, very much cooked. Teams already holding the bridge here. They're risking it all. They want to cross that bridge. So a lot is about to happen right now. Everyone is about to get cooked. And that is exactly what we like to see when it is that last zone fight. But for that is going to be us, and he will tell Zan, and he'll not be surviving that. I mean, why would you push knowing that there's a team everywhere and you're just getting distracted and trying to get the knock there? Maybe getting spotted by Eric. The reflex is good, goes in for that push, but no, we'll have Eric getting that knock. He's still going at it. Eric, very good composition here. Maybe had the cover from OP, but somehow Eric was just fast enough to get this fight going.
Yeah, you don't want to lose your 1v1s. And Maddie did lose his, but he is actually not in a terrible spot. The play zone, unfortunately, is not something that he's going to like on the other sequence as well, but that will give them a little bit of a chance to press forward. K9 have been holding the bridge for the longest time. Roman going to be the last player left, I believe, for the Saints. That's a fantastic grenade as well. Does manage to hit a little bit more, but he's exposed. Neon Outlaws doing a magnificent job in the 2-2 split, and that will force Roman back into the lobby. And now we're down to 8 teams, 26 players alive. Maddie succumbs to his injuries, but not before the rest of the guys from TK get eliminated as well. But that will give them a little bit of a breather. 4 eliminations. Again, solid performance from Andromeda. He's off the back of the drop that they did have earlier on, but take a look at that. It is Team Pride now and Neon Outlaws, 2 of the big dogs going head to head. It is XYZ now pressing forward, looking for a space. Oh, that's a fantastic grenade from Starlight, and now XYZ is gonna get knocked away. Team Pride in a world of hurt. Can they make something happen? Baby immediately is gonna capitalize on that sequence. Quilla's trying to hold it down, but there's no space, no angles. More sprays from Quilla into that corner as well, and again Molotov cocktail following suit is about to drive him all the way back. Manages to escape, but here come the rest of Neon Outlaws. His Beekeeper now trying to hold on to Quilla into the corner, and immediately Quilla is going to get dropped away and flushed, and that will be the end of the road for Quilla. Team Pride will lose 2, but they still have 1 player left somewhere lurking. It's Finish. Hopefully he does not get finished at this stage of the game, but Mad Lads will add another one, and it is going to be from the agents. They will send Leo back into the lobby. K9 are going to be in a quick fix here. Play zone has shifted even more towards the south side. Crazy Weirdos, the only team in that zone. Will they be able to hold off Neon Outlaws? Because that guy is going to make that quick fire rotation from the western corner and reposition himself ahead of the guys from Crazy Weirdos. Will they be able to make something happen out of here now? The sprays come through. This is the deciding moment from Neon Outlaw. Starlight pops through, swaps immediately to the AUG, and King gets dethroned immediately. Starlight swaps seats, escapes the danger. More sprays coming through from Sky, but Sky will be pulled out of his car. They will tell him to bolle, and Threesome will follow suit. Escape with everything he's got. Alvin will abandon his teammates and get out of Dodge. Neon Outlaws will add more to the tally, 11 on the bounce, and this is what you call a champion's performance.
Wow. I mean, I did not see this in game 1. Game 2 was a bit of some violence there, but game 3, teams like Neon Outlaws are back at it. Game 1 Erangel, they still dominated and they're still going. Baby's in, still in the game. This time around, they have the numbers packed and they'll be using that to get themselves as many points as possible. 11 eliminations and the game is still cooking. 8 teams are still in the game. They could go all the way to 20. I do not want to make an assumption, but everything is possible right now for Neon Outlaws. They do have their numbers. They do have a plan there. They are patient with it. But for Team Mad Lads, we have seen them being mentioned time and time again. Pride getting COVID back to lobby. That was inevitable. His position was just not good there and has been taken back to lobby. Now with Mad Lads finish off that fight there, they do have a team that is Neon Outlaws on that northern side. They are taking on a fight and they might be forced to go towards them first. Team like K9 Sporting Mad, they do have the sprays there. They're not able to get the knock just yet. He gets into that cover. He is patient. He's waiting on that opportunity to at least get saved by his teammate. But for now, this is not a good place to be in. The zone is about to close in. Teams like K9, they need to make their push there to the zone. They need to be as safe as they can. Amazing rotations coming from Kaito, and we do have a third party, and that's going to be RFT Ninja. Last player from RFT, playing it safe, gets an opportunity, gets exposed as well, and he goes back to lobby from K9's good off angle Devil. And I mean, this is what I like to see. Good plays, good plans, good strategies.
Yes, very, very good strategies on display as we go into the final phase of the zone. The final closeout position now. Mad Lads circling like sharks, looking for a space to open up. K9. The strategy is very clear. Pack all the hovercrafts in the game and drive into the middle of the zone and hold it out. But Neon Outlaws are going to be the ones that will decide to hold on with this one just a little bit more. Dawn almost getting blown away there by Sean X. And Baby Zen is going to be a victim of Angelo. Andromeda once again finishing in the top 5. K9 unfortunately will be put in the paddle, and that will be the end of the road for another one that bites the dust. I believe Stoner will be the last one of the... Oh, they will have 3 up. Okay, it's Dawn that got eliminated, so that was one of their the first of their teammates to get eliminated. So K9 is still very much in full strength with all of the hovercrafts at their disposal. X from Mad Lads, all of them. It's all a matter of driving through, gathering intel, grenade after grenade, and a pop through into position here for K9. But they have to press forward as well and make sure that they have every single base covered. They do have a fantastic position being held up the lines here, but can they make something happen in this open space? X continues to drive through. Grenades also launched through into that corner. Angelo is discovered and he will be dropped off. Neon Outlaws add another to the belt. They drop bodies in their wake. They eliminate all of the opposition in one fell swoop. We're down to 9 teams now. 9 players now. 4 teams alive. And it's all theirs to see on. It is all theirs to see through. They try to wrap this one up, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. K9 with a similar context clue, trying to make sure that there's more harm than good that they will do to this lobby. Creton is just hanging around in the corners there. They are making sure that they have most of the zone to keep the rest of these opposition teams out, but it doesn't look like this is the job that they want to do. The chicken dinner, I believe, for K9 is going to be the best result. Anything outside of that is not going to cut it. They know that chicken dinner is the best that they can do here, and they have to eliminate the Mad Lads. They have to eliminate They have to eliminate Neon Outlaws. They have to eliminate crazy weirdos who are down to just, I believe, 1 more player. And Neon Outlaws, it is their game to win at this stage. Their morale is all the way up. 15 eliminations. Potential to drop a 20 bomber is lurking closer and closer as the game goes by.
Well, they just have to make sure this ends well for them. They do have a lot of people vouching for them, and they're hoping that they'll be able to give them something that they can celebrate on, and that is definitely a chicken dinner. Sean getting sprayed there, getting spotted as well. Alvin is causing so much chaos, and he's just one man from the crazy weirdos. And I mean, it's a bit weird that he's just coming in back here when people are taking on fights and deciding, okay, this is my time to shine. And he's doing a good job while at it. X looking for that revive. Alvin getting the rotation, trying to get an off angle, trying to be as close as he can. And with that vehicle, he actually has the move there. Gets closer, gets off the vehicle with a shotgun. Ooh. Beautifully done. And Alvin just crazy enough to believe that he can take on a duo by himself, being the last man standing from his team. Now this is what gets interesting. The last 3 teams where we have Alvin as a solo, a duo coming from K9, and a duo from Neon Outlaws. We do not know how this is going to end, but I have a feeling either the keepers or the crazy ones are going to be giving us a chicken dinner here, Priest.
Alvin, I tip my hat off to you. What a fantastic play that was. And that is what you talk about when you talk about individual brilliance. A player that's not afraid to take the risks. A type of player that's not afraid to turn the game around. And he has done a magnificent job keeping crazy weirdos in the mix here. MVP-esque performance from him. There's a big chance that could be the case. But right now, Neon Outlaws, they're one step closer to get that elusive chicken dinner. They're not one to secure chicken dinners earlier on. You usually do that towards the end of the game there. But we're about to witness something special angles here for Crazy Weirdos, up to 5 eliminations again. That will be a very, very tumultuous exchange, a very, very close-out position here for Crazy Weirdos. Sightline over the hillside. He has spotted Neon Outlaws. He knows exactly where they are. But now, can he do something about that? Because Neon Outlaws, not sure they're aware exactly of where Alvin is, but they will allow for the play zone, though, to draw them a little bit closer as it closes out 1 inch at a time. 16 on the bounce for Neon Outlaws. A chicken dinner with a couple of more eliminations, and there will be a chance for them to finish here with 30 points. And that will skyrocket them to number 1 on the leaderboard if they're not number 1 already. But a chicken dinner, oh, what a time for them to get one. In a major boost here for Neon Outlaws. It is a fantastic start. K9 have lost 2 on the bounce as well. Well, that will not allow them to deter either way. Devil and Stoner in a very interesting cutout position here. One of them has a ghillie suit that could prove to be a game-deciding decision for the owner of that ghillie suit. If he uses it right, he might be able to turn this game around and secure that chicken dinner for K9, because a chicken dinner is going to be the only result that matters. That is the only result that will mean anything now for K9, but grenades are going to be flying through here from Starlight, as I believe he was aware of Alvin's area of expertise. He's trying to pop through Alvin. Hassan into the position again, spins through, gathers more and more intel. Has to be very careful though. It might get pulled out of that vehicle and he gets traded off, and that will be the end of the road. Devil will send him back to hell. K9 add another one to their belt. So there's no possibility now for a 20 elimination game for Neon Outlaws, but that will not stop them from taking this chicken dinner as well. It is still their game to finish.
K9 there, we have seen them, well, making their fans happy in that comment section. Now it is time for them to make themselves happy as well with that chicken dinner. 2 versus 2 players. Neon trying to scout and see where's this player. Grenades are getting launched. A nice view here from Starlight, and he gets another grenade out. He knows of Devil's location. The grenade is coming in hot, but the cover from the angle coming from Stoner G will be stopping him from cooking up a nice grenade. Right now, everything that they do is very important. Every rotation, every knock, everything comes to play. The nade doesn't really get there just yet. Devil smoking up the area, making sure he can get a chance to get the grenades closer, but they're not really getting there just yet. Neon cooking up his nade as well. The beekeeper is also looking for something, but the nades are not really connecting. The nades are just getting launched, but they do not have a compass. They do not know where to go. They're just getting launched here. Devil still playing it safe. Stoner G finally making his way towards his teammate. And for Neon Outlaws, the beekeeper and Starlight, they know that this is an opportunity. All they need to do is make sure their location is not compromised. They do have the high grounds. They can use it to their advantage and just wait on the players to get closer. But so far, so good. The nades are out. Utilities are getting drained, and both teams do not have them. But Stoner G somehow just got 4 more grenades that he'll be using to try and get a knock on Neon Outlaws. Beekeeper still trying to look for that loophole. Maybe a knock. Devil also making a rotation just by the edge there, just to get closer. But look at Starlight just snaking, making sure his movement is so quiet. And the players from K9 will not see this one coming, but they're still waiting. Grenades. Stoner G still cooking up a nice one, but well, the direction is a little bit off here. Still trying to look for their position. Starlight still getting the snaking happening here. Another nade getting launched. I thought it was gonna land on Stoner G, but I thought it was gonna be a grenade fight here, Priest. But no one is getting closer to the other. I think they just need to know where. Otherwise, I feel like the utilities are getting wasted here. And maybe the thing that will force them to fight is when this zone actually closes in here, Priest.
Yeah, I think the zone is going to be the final nail in the coffin for one of these teams. But again, that ghillie suit could prove to be very, 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 very pivotal in these final moments for K9. And someone there has a P90 as well, and the other has a Groza. So these guys are ready to go band for band. They are ready. And I think that is Devil tagging the top side. I think he's aware that Beekeeper is up there, And now the terrain is much more favorable for Neon Outlaws. Beekeeper is going to make a dash for it over to the top side. But now the angle's not going to be too favorable. More grenades flying through. But Devil does have that P90. Could be a game changer. And immediately Beekeeper is going to capitalize on that one. He knew that was going to get dropped away. And that was the angle that I was waiting for. And he is immediately going to capitalize on that one. They know what area Stoner is going to be hiding in. I'm not sure why Devil is moving in that general direction. It's going to feed the intel. And Stoner will be compromised in a 2 versus 1. Neon Outlaws do not have to move now. They have the numbers advantage. Surely he knows that Stoner is there, but he's going to have to press forward. And he might be getting dropped off. He spotted him, and that will be the end of the road. Neon Outlaws, chicken dinner, snatched from the jaws of K9.
What an amazing end there for Neon Outlaws. The zone was the only thing that was going to push them, but K9, once they were spotted, the fast knock was just everything that they told the players from Neon Outlaws that we are now down just one player, which makes it so easy for us to be able to get ourselves that chicken dinner. So good stuff there coming from Neon Outlaws. Getting that chicken dinner, the Beekeeper was definitely onto something, and he was able to secure that chicken dinner. But so far, we are just in game number 3. We are just getting started. We don't even know how it's going to go anymore, because now the teams are finally stepping up the challenge. I didn't see K9 that much in game 1. And when we come to game 3, actually game 2, they were not in game 1. So now coming to game 3, they're actually doing a really good job. So, and now I see why people are tagging them there, even though they didn't get a chicken. They somehow have good strategies here coming to play.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it. Neon Outlaws putting in a performance for the books. 1,400 from Beekeeper. Now that is what you call a player. 8 eliminations on the board for him as well. That guy was also putting in work with his fantastic grenade usage and spatial awareness. Starlight and Baby Zen also putting in the work, bringing the total, I believe, to 18 eliminations. What a performance Neon Outlaws have provided us, and that is something we love to see. What a game this has turned out to be for Neon Outlaws in match number 3 of this PMNC. I mean, talk about showing levels. 18 eliminations, chicken dinner, number 1 on the leaderboard for sure. But again, it's still a matter of being consistent. I mean, we saw how this game kicked off. We saw exactly what Neon set out to play, and they stuck to their abilities. This is one of those teams that you have to understand that these guys know exactly what they have to do. And I mean, Beekeeper was absolutely phenomenal in that game. Baby Zen as well. K9, they stuck to their strategy. I think they were playing for the points. They were just playing for finishing strongly, and I think they got what they wanted again, but then they have to be consistent with it. So if they do manage to have a couple of more performances like this one that they had, I think they will scale through to get the job done. And again, it is, Erangel, and now we head over to Miramar once again, and some teams it's going to be a very, very tough game for them to adjust to again, but we will see what the possibilities for them is going to look like at this stage. But this Erangel game gave us a whole lot of action, a whole lot of bodies getting dropped, a whole lot of airdrops getting looted as well. I saw a P90, I saw a Groza there as well. I think I saw someone pick up an AWM and an NG3, but they never got to use it because they got cooked early on. So again, gives us context clues for what to expect when these two lobbies will lock horns one more time. But that's the beautiful turnout to what we see. But Mitch, MVP conversations, they're going around.
Yeah, Beekeeper getting the MVP for the 3rd game, and that is because of his 8 eliminations there. The player was just doing it. 8 eliminations with a damage of 1,438. I mean, wow. The player, that is Beekeeper, definitely had a good game here. A total of 7 knocks confirmed, 7 of them, and got the last player there from K9. That tells you he was definitely cooking, and that synergy, we have to talk about it maybe another time when we get to watch the team again, that is Neon Outlaws, because they do have a really good play here for Erangel. I'm hoping that same play carries on to the next match, either in the next Miramar or maybe the next Erangel, and then we'll see if they have the same same strength there. But look at the head-to-head between Neon Beekeeper and K9 Devil. The damage difference is quite high, 1,000 plus, and not only that, actually 1,000, actually no, less than 1,000. But looking at the limbs, it does give us the difference there, with 8 going to Beekeeper and 3 going to Devil. That tells you why the damage bracket is as is, assist at 4. The knockouts are looking very little for Devil. I'm not sure if Devil was able to do a lot in this match, but maybe in that next game we'll see more of him when it comes to K9 plays. With the damage graph there, leading as usual will be Neon there, just because we do have Beekeeper who gave them 1,400 damage to the overall of 2,600 damage. That means that team really had a lot of work going on here. K9 coming in second, the Devil player definitely giving them 497. That gives them at least second place in the graph. But team like Saint, TA, we did not see much of them. Vexor, we did not see much of them. So I'm hoping that when the games continue, they get comfortable and a lot happens on their side. For the Angels of Death as well, the damage not that high. They did get to deal a few pointers here and there when they were trying to take on the fight between Prime. But honestly, there is more to expect coming from Angels of Death. But looking at the performance here from this game, Priest.
I mean, Neon Outlaws, they showed up and they showed out. 18 bodies dropped across the board, 28 points on the bounce. You have to respect it. Crazy Weirdos, though, did put up a solid performance as well. So did K9. The likes of Madlands, RT, Team Pride still falling short. Expected a whole lot more from them. Allowing Neon Outlaws to be the team that eliminates you is cause for concern. You know, it's something that you always have to understand, that there's so much more to be done here. Team Prime as well, this is a team that secured 4 eliminations very early, but they all went out to the blue zone because they were fighting in the blue way too early, and they didn't have time to get utilities up, didn't have time to get loot up, and it hurt them in the process. Omega, Oxygen, Saint, Vextra, still yet to find your footing, still yet to find your rhythm. But hopefully there will be a chance for them to do that coming into the next set of matches.
Well, you have to hope for the best here, honestly, from them. I mean, they do have to put in the work. They do have to try and get as many points while the games continues. Angels of Death, we'll be asking about them more and more. But for the MVP, match 3, Beekeeper. After match 3, Beekeeper, 12 eliminations, the damage really high. That game did set him off as fast place. Neon Baby's in, not that far from him, 7 eliminations as well, tying with Peter, who was at fast place after 2 games. Neon, that guy, joins the race as well, 6 eliminations to his name, and then Blade with the 5 eliminations and dealing a damage of 1,106, still holding the second highest damage so far. He was leading, but with that game we did see Beekeeper taking on that highest top MVP rank. But looking at the team head-to-head starts right now, just to see how the teams have performed. Neon Outlaws and K9 Esports, 18 eliminations to their name. I mean, what a game here for Neon Outlaws. They were able to secure a lot of points, 7 going to K9. The damage a bit off there. We have Neon getting up to 2,600, and for K9 at just 1,484. A lot has been done here for Neon. The knockouts are there, 13, and for the eliminations, they seem to have been getting off the last eliminations from different points, from different teams, and that is what sets them off from K9 Esports. So good stuff here from both the teams here. Neon Outlaws, K9 Esports, we have seen them. At first the K9 just seemed like K9, but I like the creativity around whoever made the name. But what a good jump. Neon Outlaws leading with 40 points in their name. What a jump here, Priest.
Nasty stuff. 2 games and 40 points. So they're basically averaging 20 points per match. That is what those numbers tell us. Chaos Syndicate, I mean, 19 points, a game less played. They still need to find their rhythm though, but you know, tied at their hip with Supreme Esports as well. And to break this into comparison, you can see the guys from K9, 15 points on the board for them. for them at this stage after 2 matches played. You could tell that this was not a good performance for K9 in the grand scheme of things, right? Supernova as well and Andromeda could expect a whole lot better from Andromeda. Tribe Warriors, 1 game played. Crazy Weirdos. These teams that have had 2 matches played and they're not in the top 16 are the ones that are in real trouble, right? Those are the teams that need to be very, very careful. They cannot afford any more slip-ups going into the last quarter of games because roughly we have only 3 matches left. So things are not going to look too good for the likes of Arab T sitting in 16th with all of those points. Team Pride, same goes with them. 17th place is not good enough after 2 matches. So they're basically averaging 3 points per match. It is not good enough for Team Pride. Oxygen as well, nothing but trouble. They always start well, but they fall off. Team Prime, I would expect the same from them. Solid performance, I would expect it. YE Sports, Agents, the Kings, these guys are still yet to hit the ground running, and it's something we definitely have to keep our eyes on going forward. Omega, Unsolid Army, Vextra, ABU, Sync, Vanguard, and Where Esports, they need a whole lot more. Imagine after all of these matches, you have 0 points. I know the competition is tough, right? But 0 points after all of these matches played, you have to put something on the board. You have to show your level. You have to show why you qualified to the group stages of the PMNC. That is the level that you're playing at right now. 24,000 USD up for grabs. You have to get your share of that. You have to show your level. But it's easy to talk. It's easy to talk. I mean, it's easy for me to talk because I'm a champion, so I can say whatever I want. But nonetheless, either way, I expect a better performance from some of these teams, especially the likes of Team Pride. I really want them to get into gear, but we'll see how they pan out in match number 4. Ladies and gentlemen, we're taking a quick break. We'll be right back to bring you more action, so stay tuned.
dream of competing on the global stage never died. Now your chance to rise has returned. New beginning, new season. PMNC qualifiers, Nigeria. 4 paths, 1 road, 1 goal. This is 2026 PMGO Africa Season 2.
All right, and we are back. We just finished the first half of tonight's games. We have done our first Erangel, second Erangel, and our first Miramar already down. And now we are going back to the, second Miramar of the night. And honestly, Nigeria is definitely cooking. Teams like Neon Outlaws, we have K9 Esports as well. They're definitely onto something. But for some teams, I'll keep on asking. I am yet to see them where we are used to seeing them. Angels of Death, we haven't seen much of them just yet, so I'm hoping they can give us more. We have Tribe Warriors, who have also lived up to their name, but of course we're expecting more. It seems like Miramar, they lost off a little bit early, so let's see if they're going to be able to come back a bit stronger. We have a team like Syndicate, who gave us a really good game in Miramar. So chat, if you're watching the live stream, I have been seeing your comments, people cheering K9, Tribe Warriors. We have seen all your cheering and the predictions you've been making, so keep them coming. I will be looking at the comment section and to see whether your teams are going to be giving you guys the chicken dinner you're asking for or not. But so far so good. I am enjoying every single game, and I'm just waiting to see more. I cannot wait to see what the teams are going to be doing for us when you go into that 4th map, basically Miramar again. And I'm hoping teams that did not get a lot of points, Fear Esports, they got a lot of points in game 1. I've not seen them yet, so I guess you're coming back game 4, I believe so. So I hope I'll be seeing more of Fear Esports giving us something as well. Nova, I need to see you guys again. That is a team that has also done a really good job, really good push happening there against Angels of Death. 03 Brothers, I mean, I can mention teams back to back for the teams that I'm looking to see them do more and what I'm expecting them to do at the end of the day. But we are about to go into Myanmar, the land of fear dust, where some teams will definitely make hay, be able to get some water and grow some crops, and some teams will not be having a good time at all. So let's just head on over to this game and see how is it going to actually work out for the team. So far, it is an interesting night here for Nigeria. We have teams definitely cooking up very good plays. A lot of them are looking for nice finishes. But for teams that are not able to get points, what are we going to be saying about them? But of course, we are in game 4. So, Priest, what are you expecting when it comes to game 4? And what are your expectations for teams that are not doing that great so far?
Yeah, I mean, it's Miramar. You know, you get another opportunity to play a little bit differently, try a little bit of a different strategy, especially for those teams that haven't picked up any points. I think this is a major opportunity for them to get much more comfortable in their resolve. You know, Miramar gives them that opportunity to get much more comfortable, you know, so you can stick with trying to understand terrain, maybe play around San Martin, the hillside positions, maybe hold Hacienda, get more comfortable, play in the cities like Los Leones or El Pozo. If you can play in those pockets, maybe Chumacera as well. It's all about practicing and understanding your strengths. Play to your strengths, make sure that there is going to be at least a strategy being involved here, because majority of these teams, you know, like Arab T we saw in the previous game, I think it's because of the lack of intel thereof, and they've not been able to adapt to certain things, and they've not been able to understand the opposition. But then that's why you have teams like Neon Outlaws, right? They don't care. They don't care. They will turn up. It doesn't matter for them. But there's some teams that they need all the information they can get before they can perform, and that is where you don't necessarily have that much time to wander. You don't have that much time. We're in match number 4. There's 2 matches left. If you don't have a great performance on day 1, day 2 is going to be significantly harder, because everyone by now has learned right? Everyone has gone back to the VODs. Everyone has gone back to review their mistakes. Everyone has gone back to learn where they went wrong. And then for day two, they will come with a different type of energy. And it might be too late for you that didn't get a great game on day one.
Yeah, day one is everything, honestly. I usually feel like day one determines how your week is going to be. Same as how Mondays determine how your week is going to be. So for day one is just it. If you're having, imagine if looking at a team like not even far, just look at Outlaws, right? They have 40. Your team has 5. And that is you have only 3 more games to go. This is day one. You need to be in the top 16 bracket before day two comes to an end. If day one was stiff for you and you did not get points, day two, you'll have to really stretch your team just to be able to get as many points as possible. Actually, there's an assumption I usually make that maybe Priest, because you're a champion and pro player, you can tell me if I had this assumption wrong. So when it comes to day one, I usually believe day one you can be as aggressive as you'd like. You can play day one as though it's a normal game. You can get your eliminations and then slow down when you come to an end of day one, and then day two, play it safe, getting your placements and eliminations along the way. Am I right with that play, or am I assuming because I don't play esports?
Funny enough, you're actually right, because when it
You
comes
don't
to playing,
say. Say that.
because when it comes to
Say it
playing,
fast. Repeat that.
because when it
I am actually right.
Chad, don't listen to Mitchell. She's a camper. Don't listen to anything she says. But when it comes to this, I would actually say that that's a better strategy, because when you play on the first day, and you're much more free-willed on the first day, because there's not a lot of pressure yet, so you can make your
Mm-hmm.
mistakes. You can get a little bit more confident in pressing, in getting aggressive, in getting points on the board earlier. Because when it comes to day two, those teams that did not have the points from day one, they will tend to get a little bit more aggressive to chase those points, to chase the game, and they are prone to make more mistakes. But you on day two, you're chilling, you're relaxed a little bit more. So those teams that are going to they're going to press, get more aggressive. I think those are the ones that will fall into your trap if you set up quite nicely, if you set up, in a much more tactical way, and just get ready to take engagements, but you don't seek engagements, right? But if, just it's just a scenario of saying like, stay ready so you don't gotta get ready, in that type of scenario, right? You always have to be on guard, ready to go, but you're not chasing the game anymore. You have the points. You're not chasing the points anymore.
Yeah.
Like Neon Outlaws have done right now, 40 points on day one. It's nasty business. Now that they can cruise tomorrow. They don't have to chase the game tomorrow. All they need is one decent performance, and I think they should be fine, because you're only going to play 6 matches in total. If you're averaging all the points, 60 points will get the job done for you. And Neon are already 40% there. So they're
Yeah.
already
Yeah.
basically, I would say 80% there, right? They're almost there, because at some point 50 points should get you over the line. 60 points is overachieving in a lobby like this, seeing that is a round robin format, so the teams are constantly changing. That is also what makes this very, very strenuous, for some of these
Mm-hmm.
players, because in this lobby you're playing a different set of teams, in this lobby you're playing a different set of teams again. They shuffle them back and forth, so you don't have time to actually adapt. You don't have time to actually grow into the game. You just have to wing it and know
Yeah.
that you get a little bit more confident as the game grows on. And that is what Neon Outlaws have done here. And again, another team that knows how to do this is Tribe Warriors. That's
Okay.
another team that knows exactly how to play like that. So I'm going to keep my eyes out for them, and Afro Esports, and also Chaos Syndicate. Those are the 3 teams that do love some Miramar. So we're going to see if they will turn up again in this game.
Well, we'll just have to wait and see if they'll be able to do it. But it's nice you've been able to debunk that theory, and at least if someone is notes from the live stream, they can try implement that maybe in PMGO Africa Grand Finals, because that's gonna be a tricky one there. Getting points. I mean, you have to farm as many points as possible to be able to be at least the number one team by the end of the 2 days in the finals. And if your team doesn't get enough points in day one, I don't think day two will be easy for you. And seeing a team like RJC, theirs is the opposite. Day one is chill, then day two they're aggressive. I think that works for them. They get to understand the lobby. Another team, no pressure, does the same strategy. Slow day one, aggressive day two, which is a very risky play there, if you ask me. But talking about this game, game four, second Miramar of the night in PMNC Nigeria. I just say Nigeria. And we're in the first phase of the zone. We're looking to go into that second phase, and teams are not really engaging just yet. We still have 15 teams in the game. Some teams are making very late rotations. I mean, I'm not sure why they are taking their time here. I mean, it is of course acceptable now that they know this is just game four and they maybe have time, but they need to get going. Looking at the zone rotation right now, we do have teams that have already secured the safest place. Impala, not that safe, but it is in that safe zone. Puerto Paraiso deserted. No one wants to go to Puerto Paraiso. Los Leons, at least we do have a team there. Syndicates holding it down there, maybe waiting for people to go towards them because that's a safe place and no one will be going outside that zone. But the zone has shifted and we might be going to Los Leons. A Los Leon battle is one to talk about. Very tricky one, especially if we don't know how to hold the compounds in Los Leons there, Priest.
Yeah. Defensive teams, though, they are going to enjoy that one. Those teams that do love to play, a little bit slow, a little bit, a lot of hold up in their play style. I think those are the ones that are going to love this one. We're going to see if they will be getting proactive going forward. We're going to see if that will be the case. Nova exchanging blows with War. And I think a War Pig did get knocked away there. But again, Nova also getting traded off. KC is going to be one. That's a fantastic grenade as well. Launched over the top side. It looks like Chops is playing off on that left-hand side. He did spot Money trying to pop it through. Chops might go down. He swaps through again. But unfortunately, the assault rifle will reign supreme. That's two bodies now getting caught out. Supernova adding just one for the mix. Warpig goes down. And he's on a very, very unfortunate trade-off as Nova is still knocked away. Galaxy, quite a surprise that he hasn't gotten a piece of this one. Does have the QBZ though. Pseudo XQF is going to rotate around the corners there. If he can find a little bit of space, he might be able to see something here. Lonely Wolf trying to position himself in a nice little bit of a corner there. Sin of Pride has spotted him. He launches a Molotov over to that left-hand side as he repositions while I believe KC will be getting picked up. Supernova, who had a very solid performance in the first Erangel of the night. They finished, I believe, in top 3 positions. Lonely Wolf goes down, gets isolated in a 2v1. And Galaxy is going to be the last one left for War Esports. Doesn't look like much is going to come out of this exchange for him, though, if he manages to escape the danger. But doesn't look like it will be the case. I believe he might have been spotted as well. A good start for Nova. 3 eliminations, potential for 4. Not too far away. But Pseudo has to be very careful here. He might lose out. He's not spotted out as well. This could be a very, very good start for Nova, as they would mean to go on. Galaxy is immediately spotted, and that will be a wrap. 4 eliminations to the good. War will go out. And Nova, once again, Mitch, they're starting pretty strongly.
Yeah, I mean, that's Nova for you. It seems like they're really comfortable in these lobbies. They have finally gotten the gist of what the game is like, and they know what they're looking to get after all the games are done. Another team that I'm looking to see if they'll have the same momentum as they had in game 1, that is definitely Fear Esports. Right now, they do have at least 2 teams right next to them, where you can see Why Me has been spotted there, and the damage is really good. I mean, I love a good Mini 14 tap. It is always very satisfying to see that knock from the Mini 14, but he was not able to complete that. They have to be really careful, though. We do have syndicates right above them on the northern side. They might be looking to engage if they see one loophole, but seems Death is also aware of the locations here. They're very, very alert and aware. They have to be on the lookout for their backs. They do have a team right next to them, Vanguard, a team that has not gotten a lot of points yet, but they at least have 1 elimination to their name. Afro Esports, Abu Bakr. made a very bad call in game one. Hopefully, will not do the same thing right now. I hope they'll have more numbers into that last zone fights, and then maybe we can have more points for them. But we are in that third phase of the zone, moving on to that fourth phase of the zone where the damage is going to be really, really high. And looking at how the teams are moving right now, some are still making the rotation in that blue zone. Nova is also rotating. They're taking on that eastern side. The southern side is really empty. And then Solid Army has made a really good call here. The IGL really understands what the plan is. They have gone towards the southern side. They might be secure in the southern side. Their western side too clustered. Some teams are there to be forced to engage, and we have some parts of Los Leons in that safe zone where we do have some teams are still holding on to that zone. But honestly, it is time, finally time for teams to engage. Tribe Warriors, northern side, think northern side as well. I mean, 14 teams are still in the game, Priest. I don't know what plan they have. I think day one is quite the opposite here for the teams. It's more of a passive day for all the teams playing.
Yeah, I would say the same. It's not the most ideal start that you would expect to see at this stage, but again, it doesn't change much of anything, if I'm being honest, because the points are still going to be very reflective of what is under siege here. Something different from what we're used to seeing for some of these teams based on the way they have started things. But right now, Afro Esports going up against the guys from O3. This is going to be a very interesting one. First shot into the other side, but Catch is going to come out clutch in the 1v1. And you have to respect the fact that Afro Esports did not back down. Abubakar goes down, but it's not going to be a cause for concern for them at this stage. CU's grenade, if it's good for the money, it might be a game changer. That's a fantastic one. He launches it out. Unfortunately, does not do the job, but Lunatic is going to go down over to the other side. Lunatic and Kutch will go down to CU, and he will see them off into the lobby. Two bodies caught immediately there. For Afro Esports, they will drop another one. A fantastic grenade from Rumsey. They're not going to back down from this one at all. CU has to fall all the way back. But that was a beautiful 1 versus 2 there for Afro Esports. Lunatic goes down to the play zone. So comes to the onslaughts that comes through from Afro Esports. And a trade-off between both sides. They will have casualties on each side as well. And that is a fantastic brew for position between Afro Esports and O3 Brothers. And Rumsey and Ikorodu Dog will be the last two left. But they will stand tall and they will not back down from this one as Chaos Syndicate are here for the third party.
Third party kings. I know for a fact I am one of the queens of third parties. If I see it's going to give me an advantage in any fight, I will always be a third party queen. And that is what's happening here for syndicates. They're looking for at least some eliminations to back for their team. They do not have any at the moment, but CU, a grenade has been launched there towards a player. That is sad. Almost connecting, but he gets a P5 as they're trying to stop him from cooking his own grenade, but it is still coming. It has been launched, almost landing right next to him while he was retreating. And right now, he just has to make it work. Afro Esports, we do have a so who's there as well. I mean, they do not want to engage, but Payne trying to go in for that push gets knocked off the vehicle by Sad, which is a very bad experience for him. We still have the players from Afro Esports. They still have to get this going. The zone is about to close in. A second one gets knocked as well, but that is not something they need to be focusing on just yet. They cannot focus on that thirst. There is a team right above them, and that is a good call coming from the IGL or whoever decided that they can make a rotation. CU and his teammate making a run for it. The location was very much compromised. A lot of teams were out there, and they were making it really hard for them to get eliminations. But so far, with that fifth phase almost coming in, teams need to be in the safe zone. Onichan is there as well. He needs to go. His teammates, two of them have been eliminated. Him and Chaos being the last player standing from Sync Esports. They need to find a way. They have to be in the safest place possible. But we have Why Me? They want to go in for that push. A grenade is being launched. Leo is just creating the way, paving something for his teammate going for that push. Santa also on the side with a nicer angle. Leo tries to go in for the push again. It is going to be up to Nova. That is Pride getting pushed by the players from Y. The nade is actually looking good. They're almost connecting. just landed right in front of Leo. What? Why me? The grenade was just there, cooked a little bit too early. It doesn't even cook to perfection, but he just went straight into that grenade. A second one goes in. Leo misses that one by a chance. And we have the teammate Chaps going in for that push as well. The revive cannot happen. Leo is in a hot state. Three fires are there, but he gets a knock there on Pride. And that is not going to be the end of Nova because Santa came in right on time. And I think they have Christmas, which came a bit early for them here, surviving this fight. Honestly, good stuff for the team here, Priest.
Santa came in with the presents, delivering 5.56s and 7.62s, dropping bombs as well. And what a start the guys from Y Esports have finally had. No casualties as well. Good performance. And that's a fantastic trade-off so far, but it could only get better. Right now, Tribe Warriors, a slower start for them. No points secured just yet in a world where Nova, Y, Afro Esports, and even Vanguard have secured some points. Tribe Warriors remain barren. And I think they're playing this a little bit slower. They want to get the chicken dinner. They're trying to hold up to the northern side as well. They do have Sync within touching distance. There might be a interesting dynamic trying to hold out this entire area. Y Esports also sitting quite nicely in that central position, not giving away too much of their position to the opposition teams. But now they might be locked in just a little bit more, confident as well. They might drop this one off. Sync have a long way to go to get into that circle. Much more convenient trade-off if they can go around the guys from Tribe. Going to be difficult though, but Chaos Syndicate setting their sights now onto the guys from Fear. Enjoy MVP from match number 1 has been knocked away. Most ideal, but it looks like Chaos Syndicate will be pulling up. They want this and they will take it. First elimination going their way. And now they are starting to enjoy this one, as Enjoy has been sent back into the lobby. But now they will be setting their sights on the guys from Afro Esports in the vicinity as well. It is a three-way fight. Afro Esports, Fear, Chaos Syndicate, all going tooth and nail at it. They're not stopping just yet. They want a little bit more where that came from, and they will lock in here. But there is still room for improvement. There's still room for game changers. And Fear Esports need to find a game changer sooner rather than later. Chaos Syndicate, not similar to the stellar performance they had in the previous Miramar, where they did get that first chicken dinner. ABU have been dropped out, end of the road for them. But they will stand on business though going into the last 2 games. We'll see if there's going to be more to be desired in that sequence. There might be a chance that they will see it all the way through. But right now, Chaos Syndicate looking for a chink in the armor of Fear. You have nothing to fear but Fear itself. If they can press forward now and find that space, they might exploit it. Chris is going to be the one that leads the charge, repositions himself just a little bit closer there to get more intel on Fear Esports. If he can find that space in the open lines, he might be the one that changes the game for the guys from Chaos Syndicate. But right now, eyes will be on him. If he makes a mistake, this could prove costly though for Chaos Syndicate, because they are currently, I believe, in 2nd place, chasing after Neon Outlaws after that bomb of a performance that Neon had in the previous game, where they secured about 18 eliminations and a chicken dinner to boot. Things could go from bad to worse, but Chaos Syndicate, it looks like they want to breach. They want to take this position away from Fear Esports, and they will not fear. And here they come, pressing forward now. Chris tries to lead the lines, tries to send a couple shots towards Just King, but it seems he can't find the opening here. Fear are not moving a muscle. Awaken falls a little bit behind. Chris immediately breaks the silence, gets the first knock, and Death is the one that goes down immediately as well. Just King tries to peek into the corner, and here comes Sad, freaks over to the right-hand side, and that will be a clean sweep. Chaos Syndicate will cause chaos for Fear, and Fear unfortunately will be swept aside and put back into the lobby.
Wow. I mean, the push there was quite organized coming from Syndicate. They knew how to go in with that push. They had Fear right in front of them, and they took advantage of that. The push was perfection, and they were able to get the revive on their knocked teammate. The zone is about to close in. Teams are now moving towards the safe zone. We do have Cold, Sync, not in the zone. CS, not in the zone as well. We do have Afro Esports, not in the zone. 03 Brothers and then Solid Army still occupying that southern side. That is very much not in the zone. They need to make their rotations as well. But for Cold, they are sporting a team. The Spirits are there. Supreme are getting actually sported by two teams, and that grenade gets launched there. The damage is good. Lawless, they will not be surviving this one. A second grenade goes in, almost landing where they are, but they send off another grenade on the other side for the opponent. But that grenade will not be connecting just yet. Betrayer is just watching this fight. They know of their position. They want to make it hard for them, but they have to be careful. A team is coming from the behind. They are locking in. They are patient and very silent. And one small mistake and Cold could be part of a sandwich fight here. Lawless goes down as well. The shotgun will be taking him back to lobby, and the teammates are not here to save him, and will be going back to lobby. I mean, there is a need for a team to work together, but for Supreme, it's not going to be an easy one. They're trying to make their rotations. They have been spotted vehicle very much damaged, and they have nothing but the shark there to hold on to be alive. They have been spotted. Top Z, fast player goes down. One of you gets spotted as well, taken down by Betrayer, who start fighting this fight Cold, ready to send in some shivers for the teams that are trying to engage in the fight. Betrayer still getting the sprays in. SRX is very much spotted. They are getting pressured, but we have Cold with the perfect location, getting points after points, bodies after bodies dropped, and they're still going on with this. I mean, Shiro and the teammates, they have the perfect ditch to hold. They're holding it. They're patient. Terra trying to scope up the area, trying to smoke up the area, blind every single team that is watching him. They are looking for a chance to take him out, but he's not ready just yet. He knows what he needs, a chicken dinner, but he doesn't have the numbers. So how can he take advantage of his position? He's playing it safe. He's playing it patient. And I believe this might be a good play if he decides to stay as still and quiet as possible here, Priest.
Yeah, as you can see, a solid army falling to the side there, having no clue of how to traverse that position they found themselves in. But again, that comes to show you exactly why this is one of the highest levels of competition you can find yourself. So you have to always be on your guard. Speaking of guard, Vanguard add another one to the mix. 6 eliminations on the board for them as well. While all this is going on, Afro Esports have climbed up to 8, and they will still be climbing. Right now, Tribe Warriors have finally secured their first elimination. Now they are playing very slow here. It's not the typical Tribe Warrior style, but I think they are going for the chicken dinner instead, seeing as they have secured some points on the front lines there. But it looks like Armani does get caught in that exchange with Ren, falls to the Tommy gun, trade off over the other side. Fantastic grenade. Blade goes down. The Tommy gun is causing chaos, causing commotion, but Ren will find himself on the other side of a grenade, and unfortunately 10C will win the 1v1, and Tribe Warriors will live to fight another day. But that was dangerously close. Anyone who descends onto that position might be able to capitalize on that exchange with Tribe Warriors right now, but it doesn't look like that will be the case. Playzone, though, is going to cause a lot of problems for them because he has shifted a little bit more central. Vanguard and Afro, there's a chance that these two teams will lock horns into their sides as well, but it's still a chance for them to get very, very nasty in that sequence, as Chaos Syndicate, unfortunately, will be dropped out of the lobby, not without securing 5 eliminations on their way out, though.
Getting those eliminations, I believe, was the best move for them. They did not get enough placement points, but at least those eliminations will be able to give them something. But Guardian will be sported with a nice angle coming from Y Esports, getting that fast off. We do have CU getting sported as well. Beautiful sprays. I mean, Why Me is basically cooking up something here for the team. They already have 4 eliminations to their name, but we have Tribe Warriors joining the pot as well. Suki, fast player to go down. We do have 7BZ as well, very close to the grenade. Kobe from Leo will be getting Armani down, and Blade has to go in for that push. He has to get the cover. He has to make it work. Mitra getting closer as well. Another nade gets launched. Wyme is up to another game here. We saw him getting knocked before. He's still going on at it. Blade getting grenades of the way. He's trying to make sure the team cannot go in for that push, but a Molly has been launched as well towards the Tribe Warriors. Grenades after grenade. Mollies. They're trying to make it a literal red zone in that house, and we have Tribe Warriors right in the middle of that zone. Mitra goes down as well. The nades are not stopping. They keep coming. Blade tries to get something going there. The knock is in there. Blade with the nest of K cannot be stopped. And as soon as he got that fast knock, he's trying to get a revive. Look at ZB7 trying to wait on the team here to go in for that push. Why? Getting closer as well. Leo, beautiful grenadier, is still looking for a chance, but we have a nice flank. But Blade goes in for that push. Guns blazing. and it takes on the last player from Y Esports. I mean, Tribe Warriors, where were you when everyone was asking for you? But that is definitely a good play there coming from Tribe Warriors, Priest.
Very good, very good. Why esports did a fantastic job. The only thing that hurt them in the process was the fact that they had no extra man. Extra man for Tribe Warriors came out in clutch moments there, and Tribe Warriors, you can see that now they're getting more and more confident because they have the numbers, they can play more freely. Armani did get dropped off earlier on, but that did not stop the press coming through from their position, and you have to respect it. They pinned the guys from Y earlier on. He pinned them through, did not allow for the reset, did not allow for the pickup. They did not allow for the press either. Getting 2 knocks onto Tribe Warriors from Y Esports, it was a good shot, it was a good offensive play, or rather good defensive play, because they were in the building and Tribe came there and met them. But unfortunately, they just didn't have the numbers to deal with, Tribe Warriors. And that's just what it is. Having someone like Blade anchoring a position, it gives you a little bit of confidence, gives you a little bit of context of how you want to hold areas and play around positions right now. Because if you take a look at the zone, Tribe have occupied the entirety of the space, and now they're trying to squeeze teams into that central position. Blade gets another drop, and like I said, this is a team that knows how to play Miramar. I said it, they were playing for the chicken dinner. They were playing to win this game. They were not playing for just looking out for the drop positions again. They were not playing out to get caught out and traded off again. But even as a drop-off position again, it has been very rough for them. Fantastic grenade, and they tried to drop this one off, but the job is done. Mithra wraps that one through, and that is a very interesting turn of events. Has not worked the way they were expecting, but Tribe surely now will wrap this game up like a present.
I mean, what an amazing play. Mithra is just going at it back-to-back fights, getting the eliminations for the team, getting a whole wipe by himself is just something really amazing to watch. And our Tribe Warriors, looking at the players remaining, they realize that it's just one man being the last player standing, and now every single player from Tribe Warriors scouting around the vehicles, they're just like, we just need to find you. These are vultures looking for where the party is at, and we have Blade getting spotted, but unfortunately, that distraction made it so easy for Tribe Warriors to get the winner chicken dinner coming into the 4th game of the night in Miramar. I mean, Blade was almost getting knocked there. That push was not really okay. He went in, he had the movements, the player comes out, tries to get some sprays. Blade gets spotted, the damage is good, and the teammate just makes it on time. Otherwise, if the teammate was not here on time, Blade will have been the first person to get knocked, and then that team would have been on losing end. But honestly, what a nice finish there coming from Tribe Warriors. At least I saw people in the comment section asking about Tribe Warriors, and Mithra, Blade, Armani, and ZB7 have lived up to their name and given their team that winner chicken dinner for the 4th game of the night.
Yeah, Tribe Warriors doing everything right there. The way they started off the game, very confident, very sure of what they wanted to do. I was saying it from the midpoint of the game. Tribe Warriors, Chaos Syndicate, these are the teams that do love to play Miramar. They know exactly what they have to do here. And from the moment, from Zone 3, Zone 4, when I knew that Tribe had not gotten any eliminations yet, I could tell, okay, these guys are playing for the chicken dinner. They want to win the game. They're setting themselves up to play in from that northern side, to make sure that they hold the split and make sure that no team actually breaks their split. That was the strategy. Play and force teams and squeeze them through. That is exactly what they did. The moment they had the upper hand, the only time they were in any real danger was when they pulled up to the guys from Y Esports. That was the only real time that they could have been in danger. But unfortunately for Y, they didn't have the numbers to contain the guys from Tribe Warriors. That was the deciding moment of the game there. Blade Toxic, Tensi, all of these guys, they understand why they play the way they do. They know what to do. They understand their strengths, right? But Afro Esports also put in a solid performance. CU was there, putting work in, doing, clutching players in a 1v2. here and there, snatching off eliminations in different trade-off positions, getting more confident as the game went on. It's one of those things you love to see, players that understand rhetoric, understand adaptation, and get more comfortable as the game progresses. But it's something that, the likes of CU, the likes of 10C understand, and that is why they always perform very, very exceptionally.
I've really enjoyed their play there, and you just said it right. But right now, looking at how the game is going this March, every single knock was confirmed. Every single knock that was registered was confirmed. 54 eliminations with 54 knocks, and we did not see much of the grenades like I thought, because most of them are getting knocked but not really confirming. But they really did put up a fight there with their grenades. It seems like right now for the utilities, the teams are now carrying enough grenades to get this going. So good stuff. Honestly, I love to see a good grenade match, and that is what has been delivered, even though not every single grenade elimination was confirmed. But good job to every single team. MVP for this match goes to Afro Esports player CU. 7 eliminations, confirming every single knock that he was able to get from this game. A damage of 1,037 just from one player. That tells you the player did put in the work. He was looking for the points, and they actually came to play and was able to get the points going. So good stuff here, honestly, for every single player, and for UCU for getting MVP in this match. Looking at the head-to-head, Blade, 6 eliminations, 7 go to Afro Esport player CU. Almost 9 here. Blade did do a lot of damage, did deal a lot of damage, but the eliminations almost close to what we see on CU's side. 606 for Blade, with CU at 1,037. The player is really working. The player is really looking for something. We need to see, with the damage just from one player, CU and the Blade, where does that lay the team when it comes to the damage graph? We have Afro Esports getting 1,792 damage. CU giving them almost 3/4 of that damage, and now Tribe Warriors comes in second, not that far off, almost tied with 1,726. The good stuff from the two teams here. They did put in the work, and the damage does speak for itself. For Unsolid Army, we could expect more. I believe we haven't seen more of Unsolid Army just yet. We haven't even seen them on our screens yet. So Unsolid Army, we need to see more of you, right? Syndicates, we saw them get an exit not that early in the game, even though they were not able to get as many points as possible just from this game.
Tribe Warriors, though, finishing strongly. Arguably one of the better performances, 24 points on the board. And Vanguard finally stepping up to the plate, getting themselves a decent performance as well. Afro Esports carried by eliminations, but carried all the way through to a top 3 finish as well. Sync, Supreme, Chaos, Why So Serious, and Soul Reaper X still not too impressed with the performance that they've had so far. It has been a very, very rough draft for them. It's not been too easy to understand the way the game has gone for these teams on the other side. Supreme, maybe, they are adding points here and there, but Supernova, O3 Brothers, this is where I would expect them to show a little bit more resolve and get more points on the board. This would have been a perfect opportunity for them to close that gap on the top side of that leaderboard, but it looks like that's not going to be the case for them again. But either way, there is still a lot of work to be done. There's still a lot of chances here to create more. Tribe Warriors and Afro Esports did go band for band here, because you can tell that Afro Esports, even though they got eliminated relatively earlier than the chicken dinner winners, it still shows how constant that damage and aggression will always play a part, will always play a role in how a team performs in the final sequences of game. Tribe Warriors showing that all they have to do is see the game through and get that chicken dinner at the end of the day to make sure that the job is done. The MVP race, though, it continues with Beekeeper leading the charge after that 18 bomber from Neon Outlaws in match number 3. And that is the confidence booster that they needed just at this stage. But if you take a look at that, Blade now has announced himself finally. CU as well is also going to be leading the charge. Peter and Baby Zen will have some catching up to do. but it's a very, very good performance either way to put themselves inside of this conversation. But we'll see how these points tally on the final leaderboard post-match 4. This is where it gets very, very dynamic. 37 for Tribe Warriors, so that gap at the top significantly closed a little bit tighter now against Neon Outlaws. Chaos Syndicate, though, significantly farther away, roughly 15 points away from Neon Outlaws, not too far away from Tribe Warriors as well. Same goes for Supreme Esports. After Esports, that performance and those eliminations put them into a top 5 position as well. Supernova and Fear with Team Cold have added a little bit more to what they have on their horizon. K9 have dropped down, same with Andromeda, and Vanguard will find themselves all the way up, coming through with that performance. This is off just one game though, because in the first game they did not get any points, so that 13-pointer that they get in this Miramar game catapults them all the way to top position in 11th place.
I mean, looking at the teams here so far, I was expecting more, honestly, from AOD, but I'm not really seeing that just yet. But they probably have a plan getting a cooked there for us. I'm not sure when, but they just need to get it going. We do have teams like Team Pride not getting enough points from this game. Team Prime, we have seen them in fights time and time again, but for some reason we just have not felt their presence in this game so far. It is just interesting, and we are yet to see more for the teams finding themselves in the last page. It is a little bit tricky. If they want to qualify in that top 16 bracket, they need to make it work. And Solid Army, that is where we're expecting to see the team. A well-known team, they should probably look to get their points up throughout the game. But of course, it is just game number 4, and we are yet to see more coming from the teams. They have at least 2 more games to go. Then we can call it a night when it comes to Nigeria PMNC games.
Yes, sir. Fantastic performances all across the board from all of these teams. But again, some big names still yet to find their rhythm. 2 games left. It is still getting very, very shaky for some of them, but hopefully they will find their footing. Hopefully they will get much more comfortable as the games go on, but there's still more PUBG Mobile action coming your way. Do not touch that down. We'll be right back to bring you our final Erangel for the night, match number 5, PMNC. Be soon.
dream of competing on the global stage never died. Now your chance to rise has returned. New beginning, new season. PMNC qualifiers, Nigeria. 4 paths, 1 road, 1 goal. This is 2026 PMGO Africa Season 2.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is your girl Mitch Gaming, and we are back again after a very interesting end of Miramar there. We are still going back to the land of greener pastures, that is Erangel, and I am yet to see some teams. I'll keep on saying it. Unsullied Army, Angels of Death. We're yet to see you guys dominating as you're supposed to be dominating. Talking about teams that are doing a good job, Neon Outlaws. We have seen them really stepping up to their game here. 03 Brothers, I need to see more of you. Tribe Warriors, good stuff as well. We do have the Syndicates also trying to get their game back up. They might have had a very bad start for the last Miramar that we just had, and I'm hoping that they have seen that as a chance to maybe change their play, seeing that they were losing numbers of 1 by 1. But so far, chat, how is it going? Are your teams making you guys happy or not? We are about to go into the 5th game of the night, where we'll be seeing a lot of action again, knowing that teams have seen how they've been playing, analyzing their situations, looking at their points. Remember, at the end of the day, after all groups have played 12 matches, they will be forced to go ahead and, well, remove at least a good number. Only 16 teams will be advancing to the grand finale that I know is going to be offline. So I hope Nigeria is excited for that. Might be a bit of a change in the experience, playing offline, but every team is comfortable with that. But for now, you have to qualify here. You have to make your way to the top 16 to make it to the grand finale offline in Nigeria. And of course, we'll be there to watch and see how the teams are going to be performing when they finally qualify in the top 16 brackets. Talking about margins, guys, we have seen a team 40 points in, Neon Outlaws. I don't know what Neon Outlaws is having tonight. Someone just passed them their water, and they're really farming points in the games here. They're getting a lot of points. 40 is really good. Tri Warriors, great jump from that game. That actually tells you that a team can easily qualify just by 1 game, right? Just 1 game, and it changes everything. If I can remember, top from 13th to 16th place, we have teams really close. We have them at 9 points and 8 points, 1 point margin. On the other side, 17 to 21. I think we have at least another 1 point margin. That means the teams can easily qualify as well. So if you're a team enjoying that 3rd page bracket, you're not in the top 16, I think they can easily change that when it comes to overall. K9 Esports, a team that again has proven that just by getting tagged and being mentioned in that comment section can give them enough motivation to give us a chicken dinner. So if you're watching the live stream now and you have a team that you're looking to vouch for and you want them to qualify from Nigeria in the top 16 margin, please give them a shout out in that comment section. It goes a long way. They can see your comments and will definitely put in the work. But for now, let's head into the 5th game of the night. That is Erangel, where I just love it here. I just love every single part of Erangel. Always, just like Chris says, I just love productions. Play with every region. It's a big shout out to production. So let's see how game 5 is going to be for us. Do you have teams that are going to be giving us a good edge? Do you have teams that are going to be showing us what it takes to dominate in our tournament? All right, now looking at that plain path coming from the southwestern side, lingering around military base, almost close to military base, heading towards the northeastern side here of Erangel. Areas of prison, shelter, farm, not even prison, Lipovka, Yesnaya, Poliana are very much in the zone. We still have some more. Oh, guess what? We have Tribe Warriors and Neon Outlaws in this game. What? I really need to see this. I need to see some action here from the two teams. And surprisingly, Neon Outlaws going towards military base, and then we have Tribe Warriors almost just on the southern side here. Might be looking to go towards Novo. but we'll see if they'll be able to clash. If they do, best game ever. We'll be seeing a good fight there between the two teams that are really grasping on that top position, first and second place, margin 3 points away. So we have to see it happen here. Safe zone there, choosing to be on the eastern side of Erangel. What a good pick, Milta. Only one team going on towards that is ABU. We do have Tribe Warriors are still around that the bridge. They might be looking for the perfect location here. But of course, Priest, this is just game 5. We are in Erangel, and we have Tribe Warriors and Neon Outlaws in the game. What do you think about this match?
Yeah, this is the one I've been waiting for, honestly. Two heavy hitters on that leaderboard, going band for band. This is something I've been looking forward to as well, and this is an opportunity for one to displace the other, because if Tribe Warriors can get something out of this game over Neon Outlaws, then Neon Outlaws will realize that, okay, there might be a little bit of a problem with our approach, and we can be caught out, right? Things, and it's not as easy as we've potentially made it seem for ourselves. So we will see. We will definitely be looking to see if that will be the case for them. But there is still a long way to go to that encounter, because I believe there could be a chance that they manage this one over to the other side there. But right now, Tribe Warriors and Neon Outlaws, there's a chance that they run into each other. But again, too early to call that one. But right now, Vanguard and the guys from Angels of Death, potential here in this 4v4 sequence. Light has a very interesting off angle there, and he might be the linchpin that causes problems right here for Angels of Death, because we've seen from, in the past couple of games, Angels of Death have a problem. They have a mentality block. They're not too confident in themselves, and I think that is where the issue would most likely lie for them in a 4v4 exchange. The last 4v4 exchange they had with Prime, I believe, in match number 3, they lost it out. They didn't get anything out of it. They didn't get any eliminations, didn't get any points, and I think that one was just a little bit too much for them. And in match number 1 against Nova as well, they lost out there. So hopefully this might be where they get their resolve. But seeing the game that Vanguard just had, arguably their best game of the day already, their morale is probably very high right now. So I think they have won over the guys from Angels of Death. But Angels of Death, they're open to surprise. So we will see if finally they've decided to get a little bit more aggressive with it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're aggressive enough, you'll be able to get good points. If you're not, then please avoid it at all costs. If you're not an aggressive player, I would not advise you to go ahead and try it and get points. But let's see how this happens here. Kameshki, a zone that only one team I know is comfortable here every single time. No pressure, but they're not here. We do have AUD and Guardians, and somehow Jay is just playing it safe. They know the push is happening, they can't hear the movement, and that is gonna be a very unfortunate move here for John, seeing that Jay knows of his position. He's waiting for him to get closer. Jay needs to engage. The push is there. Jay is not looking, and it seems like the Guardians will be going for that push. He sees him. The damage is good. Exposes his location, and I believe that is all the distraction they were looking for. Pichu fast clear down already. Both are still going in for that push. They do not have enough utilities for this fight, honestly. Jay there gets knocked as well. He's getting fisted just to make sure they can confirm the elimination, but the cover is there. The convoy is good. Bot coming from the back. Good sprays for Light. He's giving enough cover to make sure Angels of Death will not be able to go in for that push. They are losing numbers. They're getting really damaged utilities. They are low. Smokes are incoming from Guardians, trying to get the revive. Pichu is finally back up on his feet. They do have utilities trying to get the healing going. And Nezo with the sprays trying to find him in the smoke, trying to get anything. They have a good off angle there. The push is happening. Nicely done by Nezo. And the cover is in again. Guardians, they know what they're doing, guarding each other. But Pichu will be going down as well. Jay will be on that fight there with the shotgun. Last man standing from the Guardians, trying to go in for that push. The Vector, very much loaded. The P-Fire is almost getting started. He could have risked it though. 19 for just one spray is going to be a tough one. AOD getting spotted again, trying to get a revive. The push is in. Jay spots the push again. And Angels of Death, what is not happening? How are they getting eliminated so early every single time? And they don't even have points to their name.
It's unfortunate, but at least it was a better performance than the last 4v4 encounter against Prime, the previous game. But let's take a look at that. Well, I spoke too soon. Two of the big dogs have finally started to lock horns here. It's Top C going up against Starlight, and he comes out on top. Top C still exposed here. If Beekeeper decides to turn his eye on sights over to that direction, they're in trouble. That guy swaps through, he's exposed, gets swapped immediately there by the Bison. And end of the road for him as well. Tribe Warriors forcing the issue, forcing Neon Outlaws out of the lobby one by one. Blade is knocked away there, succumbs to his injuries, goes down. Tribe Warriors will lose one. And this is what I was expecting to happen. Didn't expect it to happen this early though, but Tribe Warriors, well, Neon Outlaws are getting the shorter end of the stick, losing 3 players to Tribe Warriors. That is not what you want. It is absolutely not what you want. Right now, Tribe Warriors also have a hovercraft, so there's still a chance that this game will go much better for them as opposed to Neon Outlaws, who have lost basically 75% of the squad. And there's still a chance that Beekeeper will get discovered here, as he has started to make a move. Oh, 10C, I'm not sure he sees him. Well, I probably heard him as well. Or he's heard him now. Topsy has heard him. First shot rings through, and that will be a wrap. Neon Outlaws eliminated. And talk about big dogs. Well, Tribe Warriors have shown Neon Outlaws that they are the bigger dogs, as they will put them out into the lobby, and it is time for them now to reduce that gap.
I mean, Neon Outlaws there, they had the winning streak here. They were getting points back to back, but somehow that ends with this game. They will be getting only one to carry home. That's from the Tribe Warriors, who are now feeling good about their play here. They saw the kill feed, they got the elimination, realized that this is Neon Outlaws. There's no way we're letting this slide. We need that fast place. And they got exactly what they were asking for Team Prime. I'm not sure if he knows about Sync. MJ just getting the run there. Actually, he now does. He had the movement, the vehicle is there, and Oni-chan is not well, still waiting for that there. Just will be spotted trying to go into the vehicle, and MJ gets the spray, unconfirms it immediately. He gets that opportunity. I mean, every single time he gets spotted by a solo who's moving around just close to you guys, just know once he gets a knock on you, that is completely done. Grenades coming from Zen, looking for MJ, who's not really on the direction where the nade is going to, still trying to see if they can get anything here, if they can get at least a knock on MJ. But also for MJ, he's waiting on that convoy to get closer to him, and then he can have some good cover or rather good play here. But as I look at the zone here right now, we have zones of Mansion, we do have Prison, Lipovka. Why is it so hard for people to pick the compounds that are very, very safe? Every single time you have players just picking compounds that do not work. But for Vextra, seems like the solo will be giving a team a hard time here. Vida trying to go away. What an amazing spray coming from Van Nuts, who's able to get a knock and a fast immediately. And we know how the solos work. Fast knock, they will be running away. As long as they confirm the elimination, they will be looking for something else to do, but not Van, who's willing to go in for that push. He's going to risk it all. I'm the last man standing. What can I do? And that is something we are not sure what he can do, but it seems like Mike there has been spotted, knocked and thirsted easy, and the games keep coming here, Priest.
I mean, that tells you a whole lot of what kind of lobby this is. And now it gives us a little bit of a breather. Team guys from Prime, though, still not necessarily had the best of starts so far, but it can be proactive in the way they have managed the game for themselves. Panda did get knocked off. MJ gonna be the last one left for them. There's still a possibility for them to turn this around. So one more game left after this one. There is still a little bit of a potential switch up for K9. But spoke too soon as a Panda does get crushed underneath the McLaren. And that's going to be the end of a wrap for him, as he goes down as well with the most opportune position that he was expecting to play out of, but that is where he will find himself. A whole lot of teams converging from that northern side though. Everyone using Yasnaya as their point of entry. If anyone is trying to hold out in those positions, could be a massive change, as the play zone has shifted towards Mansion. And if anyone claims Mansion at this stage, that would be the best time to announce themselves. It would be an absolute masterclass performance for any team that decides to go to Mansion, because right now it looks like K9 are going for it, and they do get into a fantastic position. This might be the big game changer that they have been looking for. They are a team that, again, they don't like to play in transition. They love to be in the zone when it counts, when there is time, and they would like to stay very locked in the press forward. But we will see how it can be potentially set up. And right now, Sync burrowing through this little last compound drift, again trying to find that last player from Prime. I think they know that he's there. They're not necessarily sure exactly where he is. And he pops the first one. Ooh, MJ immediately with the DBS cracks the first one. And now trying to charge into the corner there. If he can launch that grenade off the wall, it could be the game changer. But unfortunately, it is not. He has to press the advantage now. He has to roll around and find a little bit of space. Cannot allow the guys from Sync to reposition themselves at all. Cannot allow them to get their numbers back up. Max Payne now takes some more damage from MJ. MJ has the potential and capacity to do something absolutely diabolical here, but doesn't look like he wants to commit. He is going to try to bounce the grenade instead. Oh! Well, that would have been something special, but unfortunately, Max Payne's grenade was better, and that it will be a job well done. Prime will get one, but unfortunately, it will be done.
I mean, you know where I thrive. Perfect grenades are just the thing here. And for Sync Esports, getting to at least survive here, that is a big play for them. They have been, they have been having a good-ish day for them, getting points here and there, but they have not really secured a lot of points for the team. They're still in the fast page. That is a good plus, but they need to get at least more to move into at least a comfortable position without having to worry about qualifying. And Team Oxygen, they do sport the Supremes, a team that has also shown promising plays, been able to secure, well, not a chicken dinner, but second place, enough elimination points, and they might be looking top that as well. The zone there has shifted. Moving on to the central sides of Mansion and Prison, and not sure where it will secure, but 4 teams are already in Prison or Mansion. They're looking a bit safe here. Excuse me, if the zone decides to close in so far. We do have most of the teams playing it safe. They have very late rotation coming from Sync, Oxygen as well. Cold on that western side. They are definitely looking for a safe compound with sort of a rotation there. I'm not sure if they're going to be taking on the southern side. Actually, no. But the zone has decided to shift, and we will be going towards the areas of Mansion. I am not a fan of Mansion fights. I don't understand Mansion compounds, unless you do, Priest. But I feel like Mansion is very confusing, especially on the compounds right outside Mansion, not the ones in Mansion, not this compound where we have Supreme, right on the edges here. Not a good place to be sticking it.
Yeah, requires a little bit of an orthodox style to make sure you keep it locked in. But right now, Tribe Warriors are in a fantastic position, if I'm being honest. South side, south of Mansion, they gather intel. They do have a dip. They have a protective cover. You know, the only problem they would possibly have is the likes of Chaos Syndicate also trying to make a rotation from the south side as well. But even at that, it requires a lot of concentration. Cannot be affording to make any mistakes right now. That has to be something they have to be very aware of. And right now, Oxygen are gonna have to press this one forward. Fantastic grenades looking to break inside. This is a big drop now. Sync have pulled up into the mix. Ooh, that's a nasty shot. Marvel Swankos would have to launch the first one into the drop, but no dice. Loses out the 1v1. And immediately Zenny is going to have to peek up. He gets dropped away as well. Trouble here for Max Payne as two of his teammates have fallen away. And O2 about to draw oxygen away from them, one after the other. Trade off into the other side, and unfortunately, no, Rage falls as well. And that's a nasty play from Max Payne. But unfortunately, he is overwhelmed. And that was very close to being something dastardly for Oxygen there. It would have been a very, 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 very different game if it didn't work the way they were expecting. But solid performance there from Oxygen. They managed to see it through. They don't lose out, but Team Cold now going to be able to see the end of this one as well. Ren goes and gets the drop on Killua. And now this is about to be a very interesting turnout for Team Cold. Ren, the solo man, spotted out. He might be able to draw into another one, and that immediately goes to the drop. And that's two bodies now trying to go for the flush. And he does get the flush before he's flushed down himself. Manages to steal two away from Supreme. They will not like that. They will not like that at all.
I mean, who would like that? I pretty much enjoyed that fight there. I mean, Reed was patient, waited for the push, got the knock, smoked out the area, and was just alert enough to know when to attack. And he was able to get the eliminations. Well played there from Cold Green, getting two before going back to lobby. Now, looking at the 10 teams still standing, we still have the strong teams still looking for the points. Tribe Warriors, K9, Vanguard, Oxygen. We have Supreme. They're still in the game. Vexer. We have at least more time to see more of some action here coming from the teams for Oxygen here. They're playing it safe though. Swego was taken back to lobby. Three players are still standing. Osama, Rage, and Chief Lala still in the game. Chaos Syndicate. They have their full team in the game. They have the numbers. Peter, man of the match in the second game, first Miramar of the night, was able to secure MVP. Might be looking to get that going as well. K9 Esports, they're also holding it out here. Devil, they were able to make the night for their fans, not a chicken dinner, but they were able to get something. But the sprays from Devil are really good, connecting. That means Vanguard has been spotted. The sprays will be making it very hard for them to make their rotation. The zone, very much in the zone for a team like the Devils. K9 Esports, they're still in the zone. For a team like Syndicates, they have the edge of the zone. Tribe Warriors getting on the southern side here, they do have the zone as well. I mean, if you look at what is happening right now, Vanguard coming from the northern side, they do have Oxygen making the same rotation as well. Osama might be able to encounter someone, but we'll wait to see how that rotation will go. For Saint, that reach that they're holding there, that ditch is too good. But for long, if the zone decides it's going to be where they are right now, they will be having a very, very tough night. They will be forced to defend that ditch with their lives on the line. But we'll wait to see if that's going to be the case, if we'll be seeing anything there. But we finally have something brewing here. Team Oxygen, Osama cooks up a grenade, throws it towards Vanguard. Pichu, who decides to change his location. They push it there. Rage gets knocked off and thrusted by Pichu, just like that. Now his teammates have to get closer. They know there's a team here. Their teammates has already been knocked and thrusted. But what is going to be your play here, Lala? What is going to be your strategy? In Kenya, Lala means sleep. So I'm not sure if you know that, but make sure just not taken back to sleep here with the play coming from Vanguard player Pichu and Light as they try to get something going on here, Priest.
Slow but steady, Vanguard are adding more and more points to the board, but Oxygen are not letting them catch a breather. Not while Lala is there, will cause them more and more problems. Guys from Chaos Syndicate have a sightline onto Tribe Warriors. They did have a little bit of an exchange earlier on, but Tribe Warriors came up short as they lost Mithra in that exchange. So that will give Chaos Syndicate an arm and a leg up to press forward. Summer's grenade is launched over to the other side there. Does connect to Pichu. He pops him over to the other side there. Might get run over here. If he's not careful, he does get dropped. And that was the opening there that Oxygen was looking for. They found it now. Surely they will be able to wrap this one through. Right, the Tribe will be losing out. And that's another one, I believe, that bites the dust. Osama immediately mowing the lawn with the guys from Vanguard. Light, his latest victim, as he packs that one in and puts him back into the lobby. Abu, on the other hand, have found themselves in mansion, but the play zone is going to have to force them out to make a little bit of a much more calculated guess to advance their own position, and now it is all theirs to do. They can find a way through into the next phase of the zone. They might be able to turn this one all the way around, but it's so difficult right now because VXR, they have a plan of their own as well, but they have only a solo man, and we'll see if he has something within that trade-off to change this game around. It is going to be tough, but right now K9 being the only team with 4 players alive. And this is what I talked about. They are the team that gets very proactive. They make plays quickly. They adapt quickly. They do not like to transition late into the zones. And that gives them the early movers advantage. And that gives them the numbers advantage as well going into the last phase of the zone. But right now, Chaos Syndicate are also in that conversation, as they do have 3, I believe. Or we have a couple of players able to turn this game on its head. But right now, maybe you are going to be launching grenades all over the place, trying to break inside that position being held by Supreme. This is another team that knows how to close games out. They have consistently finished very top across all of the matches they have played. Will that be a trend they continue in this game?
Hopefully that is going to be a trend here. Seeing how they're taking on the fight, how they're looking to engage a bit late. Well, they did lose a number, but they still have the drive to get this going. They have a team though right in front of them for Vexra. They need to go as well. Actually, 3 teams are in the same location, but for Supreme, they will be changing their position, looking to go into another compound, of which I'm not sure if it's going to be the right move to play it open, knowing that teams get to third party a lot during fight. But we already have a third party taking place. They have Vexra engaging in a fight here. They have already been able to secure a knock. They're still going in for that kill. How they get it spotted, tries to get a reflex going, but Vexra will not be surviving that. But at least they do get 3 eliminations to their name, Supreme. They're still trying to get their rotation happening. And for Syndicate, they will be taking on a fight. A grenade coming from Saint, almost connecting, but they don't really have the exact location. We do have Ducks hooking up another grenade as well, looking for their position. The nades are not really landing. Ducks and Batio are still cooking up more nades. They're looking for that loophole. Peter gets knocked off that vehicle with the perfect Kobe, and the teammates are not able to get any cover going on. They want to confirm the elimination. The push is finally happening. Chris trying to get the healing happening here. Nobody is stopping Saint as they get closer. They do have cover from the high grounds, but that will be K9 Esports, third person in the fight. They do have the views, they know their location, and they'll be able to get a knock there on Chris. The cover is no longer working for Syndicate. They do not have good play here. Sad watching from the high ground. Could have stopped the push, could have stopped the nading, but somehow he wasn't able to get any damage just yet. That means his position not as good as we thought. His angle not able to sport even Banter trying to go in for that push. But we have again Supreme losing numbers, and they have been taken back to lobby as well. Now this is where it gets tricky, Priest. The numbers are dwindling. The zone doesn't have a lot of compounds, and even the reach I thought is going to be in zone is not in zone as well. I mean, here's a matter of how and when will I survive, seeing that the Saints have the best compound when it comes to this last, not really last, but almost last zone of this game.
Pressure is on right now. The Saints have a sightline on Sad as he tries to make a quick dash towards their general direction. Can he take the sprays? This is where, your ability to spray will come into question. How well can you spray the opposition from that distance? How lethal can you be? Dax now with his sightline onto Sad. He's trying to peek in and make sure he gets him wrapped off, but again, it's going to be very difficult. The angles favor Sad just a little bit more because he knows he can't take the high ground off of this one. And if Sad did have some smokes, this would have been a very different conversation because the play zone has moved away from him, and that will be the little bit of a cause from what they have set themselves up for so nicely. But again, there is still a chance that they will turn this around. Otherwise, on the front foot there, Oxygen continue their onslaught. It's Lala this time around that puts another one from ABU over to the backside. And unfortunately, Chris will not be getting picked up. He goes back into the lobby, and K9 will make quick work of whatever is left from ABU. End of the road for them as they go out in 5th. And Oxygen getting more and more confident as they press forward. But so is K9. As Lala needs to find a way, though, to get inside. His hovercraft has been blown away there, and I believe Kraton has spotted him as he makes that dash going forward, but he doesn't have the play zone, and he has been compromised. Surely the job will be done. More sprays follow through. Dawn gets the job done. See what I did there? Dawn gets the job
No.
done.
No.
but K9,
Please. I don't understand those jokes. They never rhyme. I don't see rhymes ever. I'm too old.
yeah. But K9 getting more and more confident as the game progresses, though. As I said earlier on, they were the team that made the right call. They moved into the right position as that zone shift happened in phase 3, and they're about to reap the benefits. All they have to do now is keep a calm head and hold the rest of the zone hostage. Sad is under siege here. Smoke Path is allowed to run through. Now he starts to make a dash for it. Good position on his behalf. Pops another smoke. Oh, unfortunate scenes. Again, he has to be very careful here as he makes the advance. Hopefully that smoke does not dissipate before he makes his move. If he does, it's going to be curtains for him. And right now, K9 will capitalize as well. Trying to find an angle on Sad, but it doesn't look like he'll be able to find it.
I mean, they're getting sprays every single angle right now. They know there's someone there, but some of their sprays are not really connecting. Oh, it finally connects. Then we have Vanter confirming the last player there that he saw taken back to lobby. Last two teams standing. K9 Esports not aware that the player that they're looking for has already been taken back to lobby, and they're trying to go in for that push as well. Dax getting closer. Grenades. Crichton, they need to save their grenades here. They do not have the exact location, and the push is finally happening. Dax, first player goes down. K9 now losing, not even losing a number. They want the players from Saint to lose a number, and they're going in for that push. Devil and Dawn getting closer. They have a chance here for getting that chicken dinner. Last man standing. There will be a player from Saint. Panther. He gets straight to every single angle. They try to go in for that push. The pre-fire is good. What can he do as a one-man standing? Nothing. Otherwise, that was going to be an easy winner chicken dinner for K9 Esports.
What a game they have had. What a performance from K9. And I saw it in the way they were playing. I talked about it. I saw it earlier on. They were the first team that made that advance into that position earlier on. They controlled that entire eastern side for themselves. They didn't let anyone slip in. They made sure they covered every single base, did everything perfectly. They knew how to take the engagements. They didn't get overextended. They didn't commit too many bodies forward. They stayed confident. They stayed compact, and they got themselves that chicken dinner. So well deserved for K9. Again, this is one of those teams that I said I've been looking for them to step up. They showed a little bit of their level in the previous game when they finished in second place, but now once again they get that chicken dinner, and now
yeah, I mean, K9 Esports, they had a couple of fans they're asking in the comment section, when are they giving them that chicken dinner? I think it's finally time. We have waited and waited. Some good stuff coming from K9 Esports, and I think they're happy with that. They are comfortable with how they played in that game, and they are definitely going to show us more. I hope so. You know, we've not seen a repeat chicken dinner just yet. We've seen similar plays of second and third place, but we haven't seen a constant chicken dinner. Looking at the team starts here, we do have Dawn, Devil, Crichton, and Stoner G almost helping each other throughout the game, but we have one player standing out, that is Dawn. 5 eliminations to his name, Devil with 3, and Crichton 2 with just Stoner G getting 1. Probably medic for the team here. I mean, couldn't get much going, but it does happen there. But of course, it is a good start for K9. It is almost the last game of the night. They have been able to secure their chicken dinner finally. That is a good play for them. 11 eliminations to back that up. For the match summary, most elimination again goes to Dawn with the highest damage as Ban Not getting the highest damage. You do have one grenade elimination from Sync player, that is Max Payne, longest limb from Dawn 346, and the top traveler, that is Tona G, covering 13k kilometers. K9 basically did a lot of movement here. They were able to secure a very good compound in that season, and that makes sense for them to have at least a chicken dinner. They just were at the right place, the right time, perfect rotations. And for this game, 51 eliminations, 45 knocks, every single knock confirmed. And they actually did deal a lot of damage with healings at 7,000 plus here. Grenade eliminations, just 3, could be more, but I like that from this game we have gotten 3 vehicle eliminations. It is hard to get vehicle eliminations, honestly, and we have them getting registered in match 5. So of course we'll be seeing more for the teams if they're looking to have exciting games as well, just like the 5th match. But so far so good. I think this is a good play for most of the teams, and I need to see how they have performed in that overall ranking, Priest.
Yeah, I mean, that tells us how, right? Who has gotten more confident as the game goes on. Dawn, on the other hand, was putting in a show for K9. What a performance he has had. You know, putting in that work, and that's what we love to see. An MVP performance, an MVP player. The MVP conversations, they've started to swing into full effect. This is one of those players we're going to keep our eyes on for sure. He did have a fantastic game. Even in the other game where they did finish, you know, in second place, I think, in the other Erangel, it was very, very interesting to see how they held on. But unfortunately, they finished in second place. But Don was still very, very instrumental to that second place finish. And on the other side of things, Osama Zin from Oxygen was also very, very crucial to their performance today, or rather in this match, because this match now finally puts Oxygen in a very, very nice spot. They have been one of those teams that has been showing a lot of underlying numbers, but they've not been able to crack it all the way through just yet. With Dawn, on the other hand, for K9, and even Top C for Tribe Warriors, they were very, very instrumental to the performance of their team. VXR also had, you know, one of those players, Bad Nuts, that was putting in work for the majority of his team's performance. Vanguard also in the mix. Dax, who was the frontman for Saint, very convenient with the way things were set up. Unfortunately, they just couldn't get that chicken dinner. But on the other side of things, K9 get themselves a fantastic 21-pointer. Oxygen in second place with 10 points. Saints with 9. I mean, Chaos Syndicate, still a little bit more of a consistent performance from them overall. Vextra and Supreme Esports. Supreme Esports still a little bit more consistent from them in every single game. They have averaged at least 4 to 6 points so far. Not the best, but not the worst either.
Yeah, I mean, they could definitely do more. And I feel like most teams were not able to put in their best work when it comes to this 5th match of the game. Seen a team like Neon Outlaws, they only got 1 point. Tribe Warriors got 4. Angels of Death got only 2. I mean, this was just not their map. Honestly, most of the teams had a really bad start. But they have one more match tonight just to make it work. And all they need to do is just take their time and take important fights. Not every fight is important. Again, if your team is not an aggressive team, do not take on fights, not go in confidently. If you're not sure about your team's capability, just take your time and let it work. But so far so good. Honestly, this can be a better start for the teams. Head to head here for the match, you do have K9 Esports and Oxygen. 11 eliminations for K9, with the Oxygen getting 6 in total, with the damage for K9 being really high at 1500, for Oxygen almost getting closer there at 668. The teams were able to do a couple of fights through and through, but only K9 Esports was able to secure their own an amazing winner chicken dinner in the 5th match of the day. So good stuff, good game, well played for K9 Esports, and I know this will set them off in a very good position once the overall rankings are in. But looking at the top MVPs, we still have Beekeeper leading at 12 eliminations, but Blade is coming in quite strong there at second place with the 12 eliminations as well. The damage is falling off. That's why we do have Beekeeper leading, because even survival time, Nox, we do have Blade leading on the survival time. Cold Green third place with 7, tying with CU, and Peter as well 7 eliminations for each of these players, still in the race for the top MVP when it comes to PMNC Nigeria group stage. I mean, here it's gonna be a little bit tricky. I just want to see how they're going to perform in when we come to the grand finals. If you're going to be seeing same people getting on that title for MVP. But look at that overall standing. Tribe Warriors, even though they were able to eliminate Neon Outlaws, they just got first place at 41 points, but still tied with Neon Outlaws at 41 points as well. K9 Esports, the Chicken Dinner, set them off to at least third place with 36 points. Chaos and Supreme, finally, they have been able to separate each other. They are no longer tied, so that is what we like to see. A good start that just makes teams go up and up the leaderboard. We are just in game 5, and some teams are not really getting to where they have to be. Angels of Death making their way to 15th place. 03 Brothers are still staying at 16th place. No one has switched up the positions here. Team Oxygen getting their 12th place. That is totally something I'm sure they're comfortable with, but they just need to work a little bit harder and get it going. We have teams like Mad Lads, mentioned in the comment section time and time again. RMT, Team Pride, Vexra. We are not seeing much from them. Getting them into the third bracket of the results pages is just not it. And for teams like Prime, Kings, and Solid Army, getting to be in that last stage, last bracket. How they plan to qualify, I'm not sure, because we only have one more match to go, and then we can call it a night here for PMNC Nigeria group stages day 1. But of course, we'll just have to wait and see how this actually goes for the teams here, Christy.
Yeah, last game up and running. It is going to be one for the books. Every single team has had opportunity after opportunity after opportunity to show their level. And right now, some teams are still yet to hit the ground running. 5 games in. One more chance, one more opportunity to put their name in that book that needs to be the PMNC final. But the road to PMGO continues. We'll be right back to bring you the last Miramar and the last match of the night after the break.
competing on the global stage never died. Now your chance to rise has returned. New beginning, new season. PMNC qualifiers, Nigeria. 4 paths, 1 road, 1 goal. This is 2026 PMGO Africa Season 2.
All right, well, we are back for more action, and it is your girl which came in, and with me as usual it is the man from Nigeria, the greatest caster of all time, none other than Priest. I mean, let's welcome him with a lot of nothing. No, not that, don't do that in chat, guys, don't. But yes, it is an honor to be here with Priest. But before we talk about Priest and everything amazing about his casting, let's talk about Infinix GT50 Pro, the device that has been built for gamers. It has 144 FPS for gaming. I mean, this is a device you need if you're looking for that 120 FPS stable gaming, 144 Hz AMOLED display, a dimensity of 8400 ultimate, as well as hydro liquid cooling system, guys. This keeps your phone cooled throughout every single session of your game. Every intense moment, it does make your phone stay cool. It has the nice GT triggers that give you faster and more precise control when you're, well, in every fight that you're trying to get into. And that one extra addition, the N1 network chip, makes it easy for you to get stable connection wherever you are. And if you're looking for that perfect device at an affordable, well, good rate for a player who's looking for a good gaming phone in Africa, this is definitely the device you are supposed to look into, the Infinix GT50 Pro, that gives you the best and the ultimate gaming experience. Now, back to our guy here, Priest. It is the last game, and just like the GT50 Pro, we need the winners. So how do you think about how they're performing? I feel like they're still laying back a bit here.
I mean, after all you've seen, I mean, we saw an 18 elimination chicken dinner. Is that are we gonna call that laying back? Once. Even at that, even at that, right now, the teams. I think by now everyone has understood to some context what they're up against, right? For those teams that are sitting 70 to 30 seconds or something along those lines, you don't want to be there. That's not where you want to be. This is the last game of the night, and I think this is the best opportunity to get something out of this, this group stage, because tomorrow everybody's going to be way more prepared, than they were today. A whole lot more of a solid performance coming into today's game. So everybody has to be locked in going into this last match. It is going to be Miramar. So again, I'm gonna ask for a little bit more of a different setup. I'm gonna ask for a little bit more of a different strategy, but even at that, it gives way for concern for some of those teams who have gotten away with murder. Some teams have gotten away with some nasty plays today, and I want to see better. I want to see better from some certain teams, and I know that they have the potential to do better. Crazy weirdos, they have underlying numbers. Even the guys from Oxygen, underlying numbers as well. They did have a fantastic game in the previous one, but still not enough. I think they need to do a little bit more. K9 have finally woken up. They've stepped up to the plate. They've gotten themselves that chicken dinner. Now all they have to do is run it back just one more time, and I think the job is done. If you get 2 chicken dinners, the job is done. That's the easiest way to put it. 2 chicken dinners, job done. So that's my own understanding of the game right now. But as it stands, it's still anyone's game at this stage. Tribe Warriors and Leon Outlaws tied at the top, 41 points apiece. For them, it's now a battle of who's bigger than who. That's what's going on that side of the leaderboard, right? Who's bigger than who? Who is number 1 in Nigeria? That is the question on that side of the leaderboard. Now, the other side of the leaderboard is who's going to make it through? Who's going to see the finals? Who's going to at least secure a part of that prize money? I think that is the conversation that these teams are going to be having, post this last Miramar game.
Definitely, who's going to be up top on that leaderboard. And another thing, before you evade this, I've been looking at every region that has been playing so far. We just finished Kenya, we finished wild card there, not finished, but they still have to play their finals. We do have South Africa, and you've seen how these regions are going to be playing. South Africa, we are yet to have a good feel of them. And seeing Nigeria, right? Do you see that there's any team there in Nigeria that is going to step up to that challenge to try to represent Africa in PMGO Season 2?
I mean, from what I'm seeing, right, Neon Outlaws, they exactly have what it takes. They're arguably one of the big dogs right now. Tribe Warriors as well, Team Pride. Those are the big dogs right now. Mad Lads, underlying numbers, but I've not been impressed by what I've seen so far from them. Arab T, same goes to them. Underlying numbers, but I've not been able to, get impressed with the performance that they have put on display so far. But there is still a chance for them to show their level, and I think these teams perform a little bit better when they review their games, go back and look and see what has transpired, and then go prepared. But again, that is going to apply to every single team. As far as competitive PUBG Mobile is concerned, you have to go back and learn, you have to go back and adapt, you have to go back and improve on what you've learned in that first day of competition. So we are going to see if that will be the case for some of those teams. But this game now is going to be a very serious decider, because I'm expecting one of those teams that have not had a good day to finally get that break that they've been looking for.
Yeah, I mean, you've mentioned Arab T. I was not going to ask about them, but Arab T, Priest, unless I'm getting this wrong, but Arab T has always dominated the PUBG mobile scene in Nigeria. They have been performing quite well. But when I look at how they're performing right now, they're not in that same bracket as they were before. Is there like a lineup change or something? Or what is happening here from Arab T's sides?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say dominate, right?
Not dominate really, but they were always performing well.
Yeah, but I would say they've always been a consistent team. Again, they're one of those teams that they always adapt, they always learn, they take time to get there, right? We saw it in the MPL as well. In the MPL, the last day of the MPL, they had an amazing last two games that catapulted them into the top 3 finish. So this is a team that knows how to win games. They know how to win games, but only when they learn. They are not used to starting with, they're not used to starting their competitions firing on all 4 cylinders. That is the difference between good teams and great teams, right? And RT is a very good team, but those small margins that make you go from good to great are very, very crucial for a team like this, and for a competition like this where by tomorrow some people are going home. It's also something you have to look out for to understand how high the stakes are and if the pressure is going to get to you. So we'll see if that will be the case for Arab T right now, because the same goes to Mad Lads as well. These are the teams that finished very strongly in the NPL. Afro Esports, who didn't have such a great performance in the NPL, is outperforming them. So that should tell you that different types of competition call for different types of players, different types of strategies, and we're starting to see that here on day 1. But I still believe day 2 they will pattern up and they will get more confident as the game goes on.
Well, you've had it from Priest. I am yet to see more coming from them, and he corrected me and saying not really dominate, but I have seen Arab T play before, and I've seen them having really good plays. So I had to question on that angle and wonder what's really happening. Afro Esports is another team that is somehow stepping up to the game. Unsullied Army, they're in this game. And for Unsullied Army, actually not even Unsullied Army, Team Pride, Priest. These teams, Team Pride. I thought Pride, which team has Bego and this amazing lineup? Is it Team Pride?
Who?
Bego.
Why is it him that you always remember? That's the real question here.
Can you answer my question?
That's the real question.
I said,
why is it him you remember?
What do you mean? I mentioned a lot of players. I said Baby Zine. I said Blade. I said
Okay,
many
sure.
players.
Yeah, sure. Well, yeah. Bego is in Team Pride. I don't know if he's playing right now. I don't know if he's in the lineup for tonight's games, but I know Quilla is in the lineup. I know Trader is in the lineup as well. But we're gonna see. I don't know if he's in the lineup for this last game. I don't even know if he's in the lineup. The way they change their names, you really can't tell. He might be playing, but you don't know what alias he's using for this particular tournament, so you can't even tell. So I absolutely have no idea if he's playing or who he's playing under. So I can't tell. But at this stage right now, Omega and War, two teams that I'm yet to see anything from. So there's a big chance that one of them gets 4 points out of this. But who is it going to be?
We'll just have to wait and see. For War, I've not seen much from them. I really hope that they can get at least some points from this game. They can really put in the work. They can just get at least some points before it's too late and get their place up on that leaderboard. Even the margin itself from the last place 31st team to position, let me give it till position 20, around 2018 there. It's just at most 9 points. So if they're looking to qualify, they just need this game to get some points, and then they can come back tomorrow and get more points as well and gather enough to just be in top 16. And that's the thing. I am not sure if people are putting that math in the play, but we'll just have to wait and see there between War and Omega who's going to do the thing. The Kings, though, getting spotted by the Weirdos. Felony will be knocked off the vehicle, and that means they will be confirming it easy, seeing that his teammate has taken a run for it, and that is a second knock. Goes again to Crazy Weirdos. 2 eliminations already to their name. That is definitely going to be a confidence booster for them to continue with the game, to get at least more points while at it. But so far, the game is played it safe. Yes, you see, I forgot about Quilla. My bad. Yes, this lineup, Quilla, Trader, XYZ, Finish. I have not seen them play as I'm expecting them to play, but we'll just give them the grace and see how this goes for them by the end of tomorrow.
Yeah. This would be the best opportunity for them to at least reduce that deficit between the top 16 and where they want to find themselves, because they're currently sitting somewhere in 22nd or 23rd or something along those lines. So that is definitely not where they want to be, but hopefully it's only temporary for them. Right now, Omega somehow have left Mojo Jojo to be on his lonesome, but the rest of the team are going to hightail it and reposition themselves into much broader statistics. But right now, there's a lot of work to be done on their part, and hopefully they will find their rhythm at this stage. But there is still a big draw coming forward for some of these teams who are still yet to put anything meaningful on the board. Speaking of meaningful, O3 have also been very quiet, very under the radar. It looks like Team Pride here setting their sights onto the guys from Y Esports, and this is going to be very interesting now. Do they want to commit, and do they want to get early eliminations as a confidence booster? As Aquila has fed in a little bit of intel there, and it's a sightline for Sorise for them to set through. Traitor is already going to make the play here, and knowing Team Pride, they don't like to linger around. They want to make sure that the job is done. They want to make sure that the engagement does not last longer than it needs to, because they want to wrap this one through. Vehicle immediately taken out of dodge, but take a look at that. Traitor has done the wrap around, and it might be time for them to wrap this round up. Team Pride and Y Esports going toe to toe, and that is the first drop. The first knock comes through. Traitor with the off angle gets a drop, and get a little bit of an exchange there. But now, can they press forward? Will they capitalize? It's a big chance for a third party, so Team Pride will have to make quick work of this one. Traitor is in a nasty position, but the break will be coming through. And another drop. Fantastic grenade from Quilla. If he can get the opening now, it might be a jump well done. Now the guys from Nothing But Trouble have popped inside. They've been spotted though, so the third party will be getting thwarted. by the guys from by the guys from Team Pride. Again, fantastic grenade from Finish. Gets the drop on 8Me, and now there is a big drop coming through. Here comes Pride, and now they will try to wrap this one up into the corner. Sways into the right-hand side. Finish immediately about to go for that finish. Another one goes into the sequence, and nothing but trouble in the back side as well, causing problems. And it turns out it will be a joint effort between Team Pride and Nothing But Trouble to come out on top.
I mean, finally, we can see some plays here coming from Team Pride. I finally see them putting in the work, and they're definitely getting the numbers in for their team. And Solid Army, unfortunately, for their end, they are losing a number from their teammates. The players from more esports, they do have RFT on the heel here. And as Galaxy tries to go up that hill, might be forced to take on RFT. We can see Creed there being taken out. That elimination. Oh, Esports has one elimination so far. RFT, I'm not sure what they're waiting for in that blue zone. With the zone actually leaning towards the western side of Miramar, Mountain Wave when the likes, they should probably focus on that safe zone. But we have War getting spotted. I don't know where Galaxy was going. The damage was there, but he gets taken off the game here just by, well, one small mistake exposing his location. Team Pride sporting a team. The sprays are good. Finish is getting closer. Same to XYZ. The sprays are amazing. And we have him confirming the elimination on Miss DM. They have at least two more to go here before they can call it a night. Agent gets spotted as well by Trader, and Abdul, last man standing, trying to retreat here, probably trying to make a run for it. Not be able to do that. Seeing XYZ is getting closer with that push, trying to get in and try and get the last player grenade on Abdul's hand, waiting for a perfect pre-nade in case they try to go in for that push. Damage with a nade that will be setting off the alarm for where Abdul is currently holding. The players from Team Pride getting closer, shotguns in their hand, and they will be taking on Abdul, last player from NBT, back to lobby. I think Team Pride is finally relaxed here. I'm not sure if they've added new lineup or it's the same ones from game one. I didn't really get to see a lot of Team Pride from the previous games, so I only know what has changed right now. But it seems like they're finally changing their play here, Priest.
Yeah, I mean, about time. But even the guys from Nothing But Trouble still managed to steal away 2 points from them, so I'm pretty sure they're not going to like that one. But as it stands right now, it is all about positional awareness for Team Pride going forward. And the guys from Soul Reapers also looking for a way just south of Monte Nuevo. The rotations are going to put them into a very, very tight spot. But there is a lot of chances for rotations coming through from that eastern side. It's going to be very interesting to see who actually takes up that position on the front lines there. Angelo is peeking up, peeking an M1 Grand though. Is that smart? Is that a smart choice? Because all it takes is 2 shots to the head and you're going to have uncomfortable conversations with the rest of your teammates there. But Andromeda is another team that has gone under the radar. They have actually had some decent performances, but it has been a little bit of a long shot for them as War do get eliminated. They go out in 15th place. An unfortunate turn of events for them. But hopefully they will find their rhythm going into tomorrow's matches. But as it stands right now, eyes will be on the likes of Mad Lads, Afro Esports, Fear, and Team Pride. One of them is going to turn this around and get that chicken dinner. It's no matter of who, and it looks like 0-3 under siege here. Their position has been very, very abysmal. Rumsey gets knocked away. That will be the end of the road for him as well. Krodu Dog spotted in the distance. Shots will be flying in his general direction. And Afro Esports are going to have to close rank and close a little bit of the gap here. And Zerto falls into the right-hand side. Sprays follow through. Abubakar immediately goes in a 1v1. Comes out on top. And 0-3 will lose another man. This is a bad omen for 0-3 at this stage, but it looks like CU will catch the guys from Team Pride. Trato, the first victim, immediately gets flushed, and that will be another one that bites the dust. Good work from Afro Esports. They're looking very, very confident.
I mean, this is the second time we are seeing Afro Esports really put up a fight. I've not given them the opportunity to be portrayed in the live stream. We have not seen that much yet, though we saw them in Erangel really taking on a fight against the players, actually Angels of Death, were able to come in after the fight was done. But once they were taking on Neon Outlaws there, they did have a good fight. So that is when I believe we saw more of them for the 0-3 brothers. But right now they are playing it safe. For eliminations of four crazy weirdos who have shown really good play, especially Alvin, who's given them really good points so far. I think he was about to give them a chicken dinner, but he did not have the numbers, so he was not able to do it alone. But before that, he gave them a really good play. Fear Esports getting closer as well. We do have Team Pride. They might be looking to get closer to them as well. Nice rotation here from Phoenix. Just looking for the perfect position, wondering where is this team or the where's Fear Esports, because I believe they saw a vehicle and they're just looking where is this player exactly. Enjoy. And the teammates played it safe as well. We do have 14 teams still in the game. We are in the fourth phase of the zone. This keeps on being a habit for Miramar, but Team Pride will be getting that knock and finishing one of the players from Fear, that is Just King, immediately taken back to lobby. Team Pride now, they know where the team is. They might be looking for that push or just playing it safe, but we can see Quilla, who is changing his position, giving us a nice rotation there, probably making to make a hard shift in the zone in case the zone is going to be a problem for them. They should be able to secure the zone. Monte Nuevo. I like Monte Nuevo because it doesn't have very tall buildings compared to other sides of Miramar. So you can easily survive around Monte Nuevo, just get the right compound and stay there for a while. And that will definitely give your team that edge. But Afro Esports, AA, Andromeda, they are just maintaining their cool, looking for the perfect place to hold. Mad lads. As it has been mentioned time and time again, what is your plan? Sean, sporting players from Team Pride, and we finally have a push there, and we have Sergi giving us a grenade in his hand. He's actually looking for a pre-nade, but the players from Team Pride decide that is not a fight. They're willing to take here, Priest.
Yeah, Team Pride, the man short strategy does tend to take a little bit of a different approach right here, because they know that this engagement with Mad Lads is not going to yield much of anything, seeing that it's happening outside of the zone. So it's going to give them a little bit of a cause for concern. Right now, Team Pride, their plan is going to be more towards picking off eliminations here and there as the game progresses, as opposed to anything else. But the rotations they have been making will put them in harm's way. It's not the most ideal one. Grenade from Suki just over the top there. Afro Esports in the south side could cause a lot of problems going forward, but it's still very much a very huge task to get this one all the way through. And Andromeda, they have a fantastic rotational pattern, but they are a team that loves to play, that don't like to play too much in transition. They're currently going to have to sit in the middle of the zone and don't worry about having to make a rotation. But they do, one thing they will do though is to take that zone away from you. Suki's grenade is absolutely fantastic. Maddie is going to be the recipient of it, and his bombs away and immediately takes himself into the building. I don't know why, but he goes into the building and he gets flushed. That was a nasty business from him as he goes down. Grenade is in hand there from Suki, and it might be the one that gets it over the top side but doesn't connect. Suki's looking for the angle here for Y Esports. If he gets that angle, he might be able to wrap it all through. Turns around. Another grenade here could be a game changer. Again, bounced off the walls. The angles are not too right, and this is why we studied math in school, to get the angles right. But right now, Andromeda, can he close this gap? Can he close the lines? Might be time for them to close ranks as well. A very tough resolve position for them. It gets much more difficult with every single trade-off that they've got. Suki continues to evade the danger, evade the position as well. It's a very rough draft, but Y Esports will be heading back into the lobby. Andromeda, slowly but surely, claim and hold that central position again.
I mean, most of the teams here are not really willing to take on the fights. The grenades, though, there, I felt like they were wasting their utilities. Sometimes I feel like getting in the game and saying stop it, but honestly, it seems like they're not actually familiar with where the player was holding. This is why people need to play a lot of Miramar. They need to really play and understand. I know it is a big map. Getting to understand all the buildings can take time. It's not like Erangel. Actually, same. Erangel is also big, but getting to understand every single compound can actually help understand where is this player actually hiding and how can we get our grenade connecting for Team Pride. They have a fight on their end, and that vehicle is really, really low. Afro Esports holding them by the edge. Oda is waiting, and we just have to see how he will be able to make this work. Team Pride trying to close in as well. The zone, though, making it really hard for them. They are smoking up the air here. Afro Esports trying to blind the view from Team Pride. They cannot be spotted just yet, but we have an off angle here. We do have a nice move coming from Soz, who's able to spot the players from Team Pride, but he doesn't want to engage just yet. He's looking for that opportunity. One small mistake, and Team Pride will be seeing one of their teammates knocked off with that rotation, but Oda getting the push in as well. They're getting a nice split here on the players on Team Pride. If it goes well, they might be able to take on Team Pride, but we'll have to wait and see if that's going to be the case. And Solid Army, three players still standing, have been able to survive longer. And this will be something we'll need to see how it works out for. And Solid Army, are they going to be giving us a good end for their name, or will they be taking another early exit in the game? Gets ported there. MVP, not sure where the player is. Tries going for that, which the DBS is in his hand. I mean, come on, let's get this going. You MVP. I'm not sure how to play this off, trying to get his healing up. He gets spotted from the, oh my god, from a third party. Tachi trying to get the cover, gets knocked off as well. Last player, that is Conquest, will not be able to do anything right now. The numbers are not looking good. And for a team like Team Pride, they have also lost numbers against Afro Esports here, Priest.
Yeah, Afro Esports Andromeda, a whole lot of chaos brewing in that south side. And right now, it is anyone's angle from there. If they can find a way through, they might be able to close rank here. But Afro Esports are trying to make something happen from this position. Not too favorable for them. Finish did get knocked away in that exchange. But Andromeda are putting bullets to everyone within distance. Finish does get finished off by Abubakar. And Afro Esports will add another one to the tally. But right now, Team Pride have a mountain to climb to make their way around that open space. CU continues to apply pressure toward them as well. And the sight line over to the other side. They have the numbers advantage though. And if Order gets knocked away here, there will be a major problem for the guys from Afro Esports, Quilla and XYZ. It is all left to them now. Molotovs, and again, the sprays continue. A little bit of a troublesome position here for the guys from Team Pride. If they don't have vehicles, this is where the risk is going to be imminent for them. But fortunately for Quilla, he does have a vehicle. He might be able to spin his way around here, but he's got Mad Lads onto the western side to cause problems for him as well. And this is where things are going to get very nasty for Team Pride. It's a very uncomfortable position they found themselves in between a rock and a very hard place. Mad Lads putting pressure on them. Afro Esports also putting pressure on them. Even the guys from Andromeda are putting pressure on them, but they have to find a way through, and they have to make a quick decision, and they have to make sure that the job is done at this stage. But it's going to be such a difficult rotation to make, because again, even on the other side, but Abubakar gets caught. That was a nasty play, and they give one away to Quilla, who will bury it. And that is how eliminations will go from 5 to 6 for Team Pride. And now somehow they will need to find those rotations and find a way around, but it is going to be very tough.
We have players from Mad Lads there supporting Team Pride as they try to make the rotation. Actually, there was one of them really close, and Team Pride is risking it all there with a baggy just going into that zone. But look at Sean, the damage quite good. We do have XYZ and actually Quilla all been taken out by one player from Mad Lads with one single spray. Fear Esports, I'm not sure which prayers they said in the morning, but they actually worked here. They were almost getting ambushed by Team Pride, who were looking for the perfect location to hold in the zone. It is getting smaller. Sixth phase of the zone. We're going off into that seventh phase, and we still have 10 teams still standing. Sergi holding the perfect location, has the best view. All the teams are right beneath him. He can see them, and all he needs to do is look for a chance. One small mistake from any single player, and Sergi should be able to get a knock and a thrust. I mean, this is going to be a patient game here. Priest, seeing that the zone is not pushing anyone. They are all in compounds. Most of them have the safest place to be in. Some of the teams are holding the highest ridges and hills, and they're just waiting for an opportunity. So all this depends on how is the game going to be with a team that has the safest compound by the end of the next zone rotation.
And the rotations won't give us a clear path into the minds of all of these teams, and somehow Andromeda have found themselves on the other side, on the receiving end of the bullets from Afro Esports. Not the way they were expecting this one to pan out, but they will find a little bit of a way through. Fantastic grenade from CU. Surely another one drops over, and this is where it's about to get very, very nasty. We'll launch this one, and this one will surely do the job. But unfortunately for him, Black gets out of danger just in time. Dakbo does get flushed away there by CU, and Afro Esports are climbing up the ranks, elimination by elimination. And Andromeda have to press forward. Oh, that's a fantastic grenade. Angelo will have to think twice now. He's exposed by Sin of Pride from Supernova. Had no idea, as he's also going to be swept away. That elimination will be stolen from the clutches of CU, and that will be the end of the road for Andromeda. They walk out with 2 eliminations on the board. Here come the Mad Lads now trying to break inside, and this is the team exactly that I was talking about. This is the Mad Lads I know. Pressure is on, but it doesn't stop them. Another grenade into the corner doesn't hold up, but Fear are trying to make sure that they lock everything down here into the open sequence. Sean X trying to find that space, trying to find a chink in the armor of Fear, and they will find it finally. Sean X breaks the silence, and Mad Lads now showing how mad they are. Enjoy the MVP for match number 1. Can he stop this? Can he stop the tyranny from the Mad Lads? Enjoy pops through over to the right side, but X will cancel him. And that will be the end of the road. Team Fear go out in 9th place. No points secured on the board for them either. And this is how you kick things off. Mad Lads now getting more and more confident. 6 eliminations now. And surely, they will tell them most solemnly that that chicken dinner is all but theirs.
All they need to do is get it here. RT, 7 eliminations to their name, and I feel like this is their best game yet. They still have more to give us here. Reckless just here to give his teammate enough cover. 6 eliminations to his name. Afro Esports going back to lobby. Unfortunately, they will not live longer to get a chicken dinner, but the crazy weirdos trying to go in for that push. They get spotted. King very much damaged, and we have players from Mud getting knocked off the blue zone. That is not something you want as a team. Losing numbers to your blue zone, that is not good planning, and that is not how you play if you're trying to get yourself a chicken dinner. Now, Mountain Nuevo, a lot of buildings here. The teams need to find a perfect compound. They need to find the perfect angle to be able to steal or get eliminations easily. But for 0-3 brother, last player standing, I'm not sure how he's going to survive this year. We do have players from Crazy Weirdos being spotted by Arab T. That will be 001 getting the fast knock. Not really sure if they can be able to go in for that push catch. Just waiting patiently. We do have Supernova also really, really close. They're trying to creep in as well. They want to get a part of this fight. They have to be really careful. Teams are every single side, and one small move can render their team helpless and taken. So they have to really think about it. 7th phase of the zone, going into that 8th phase of the zone, a few seconds in, and the teams will be forced to move for 0-3 brother catch. My friend, you just have to hold it out. The zone is not with you here. It is going to be closing in, and yes, he has to get moving, and the only way he's going to do this is if the players from Crazy Weirdos are taking off this game, Priest.
Crazy Weirdos have him in a chokehold here, in a lockjam position. We're trying to stay in lockstep as well. Grenades getting launched over by a Tarudo. Remember, like I said, this is the games. These are the games that Arab T like to turn up in. The last game of the day, they start to get their rhythm. They start to show their level, and we're starting to see that now. 6 eliminations from Reckless, 8 in total. This is that performance that we were talking about. This is that performance that we were looking for, and now we seem to have found it. But there has to be a whole lot more here. As Reckless tries to pop one over the top side, they do have angles here to play with, and RFT Esports is all left to them now. They have to make sure that they do not get caught lacking here. But lest they forget, 0-3 still have a spanner in the works. Oh, what a grenade from Atarudo, and he has been launching them like grenades. launching the grenades like
Oh,
bombs over the top side. He does connect a
what?
second, and now he's about to go from bad to worse, but he has to be careful. Ketch is still there. Ketch actually goes out to the zone instead. He denies the points, but that was nasty business from him. He could have turned this around somewhere, somehow, and capitalized on that off angle position, but he chose to deny the points instead. And here comes Threesome. He evades,
Oh,
tries to evade the Molotov. He does successfully, but he will not evade the 5.56s instead. He goes back into the lobby, and now Arab T will use the opportunity to climb a little bit further. 10 eliminations on the bounce for them, and they have to press forward now over to that northwestern side. Again, the guys from SRX are locked in, and they have the entirety of the western side capitalized and closed off. Even on Solid Army, similar idea from them. It's all about the play zone now. Where does it move? Mad Lads also holding the south side for themselves. They have a sight line on the guys from Supernova to the right side, and even the guys from SRX to the left-hand side. North of their position is Arab T. They have a lot of information here, though, the Mad Lads. It doesn't look like they will capitulate under this. The pressure is on them right now, but they have done an amazing job of holding that south side position. But Arab T, they have all of the eliminations here, and they need a whole lot more, and Reckless immediately starts to spray the bullets with reckless abandon, and he drops another one there for Supernova. Casey's going to be the next victim, tries to pop through the smoke. He's spotted as well. There's pressure now. Grenade is going to be launched over the top side. More pressure following through. Supernova in a lot of trouble, and the bombs away from Mad Lads and Arab T. In synchronicity, they drop bombs away. SRX will put on Solid Army to the sword while all of that action is breaking through. But Sergey exposed himself a little bit too much there, gets knocked away over to the back lines, and here comes Arab T now trying to make sure that they wrap this one up. Supernova trying to make something wrap through. Casey tries to pop forward. Through zone is not favorable. Reckless drops another one, and now pressure is on. Now it's going to be KC that goes over to the right hand side. Here comes Ataro doing a 1v1. He always comes out on top, but unfortunately he gets dropped away, and this is a major plot twist now for Arab T, because it's all left to Ninja. SRX know that this is their time to capitalize, and they will not back down. More pressure over to the last game. They know that the road to PMGO starts now. Anub is exposed, but here comes Arab T. They get swept away by the Mad Lads. Sergey has to press forward, and now is the opportunity they've been looking for. AY tries to hold the off angle, and one of you plays off the right hand side, and take a look at that, bouncing off the angles there. There is no space for the Mad Lads to break inside, but they have to make sure that there is still space for them to press forward. Mad Lads trying to hold it in. SRX on the front lines, no chance for them at this space, but Mad Lads know they've been here before. These are the guys that showed NPL lobby that it's not easy for them, but they can go mad at any given time. Purple gets spotted out. He takes way too much damage. Could cause for concern here. And here comes the smoke. Ronnie barges inside with the S12K. Sprays into the corner side again with the AKM. He sprays into the smoke, but he takes damage from the Molotov cocktail. He's burned away. And there's trouble now for the Mad Lads are trying to break through. But the smoke, it shields all the vision. They can't see. Anubis sprays into the distance. No dice, no angles, no space. Denied at the last chance. The chicken dinner sways in the ways at the hands of Soul Reapers. So close, but yet so far. The job is done. The chicken dinner goes their way.
I mean, I'm not sure what happened there. A lot was happening. Teams were not having a good day. The zone was just there. Everyone was looking for an opportunity. I mean, Mad was looking for a loophole on every single hole by the fence, but somehow they did not get that chicken dinner for RFT. Unfortunately, the zone was just different. The damage was there. They were trying to get their chicken dinner. Mad Lads, they were trying everything they could, but that risk coming from SRX is the reason they got themselves that chicken dinner. The risk to go back into that blue zone is why we have them getting that chicken dinner. I mean, what a play there. I think right now Mad Lads are almost getting their chicken dinner. They might be happy with that one, seeing that they were trying to get that chicken dinner. But SRX, there was of course high reward, and that's how they got their chicken dinner.
Well, what a performance from Soul Reapers. I mean, that was perfectly executed. Slow start for them, but again, it doesn't take much. All you need to do is get that chicken dinner. 6 eliminations, one of you and AY working in unison to get the job done, and they do get the job done. They do close the game out. and perfect time for them to get the job done as well in the last game of the day where you need it the most. This is where it stands to reason. This is where you do the job. This is where you make sure that you wrap it all the way around and get everything that you need. What a performance from Soul Reapers. I mean, like I said, I did tell you, right? I did tell you it was going to be one of those teams that were yet to find their rhythm. And it was Soul Reapers X who have not found their rhythm today at all, but they finally find it in the last game.
Yeah, RFT finally got their footing in the game and they were able to get points from this. I cannot actually wait to see where they stand in terms of the overall ranking after this game, but that will definitely give them a high jump in the overall performance. They might be going up that leaderboard really, really well and easily qualify. If I can remember correctly, they were not even in the third page of the results. But with this game, they might be able to get themselves a lot of points. But let's wait and see how that actually plays out for them for this match. 58 knocks, 51 eliminations, a couple of revives happening here and there, 3 grenade eliminations as well. We saw a couple of nades coming from RFT. They were connecting, the damage was there, the knocks were there, but they were not able to secure those knocks just yet. But so far, this is a good game for RFT and I cannot wait to see how that goes. Heal is at 9,000, almost at 10k. A lot was happening, especially from the blue zone damage. That's something we'll be looking at later to see for teams like Mad Lads who lost a player in that blue zone. Did that really affect them? But for the MVP, goes to none other than RFT player Reckless. 7 eliminations to his name, a damage of 758, knocks at 8, almost confirming every single elimination. But we love to see a good play here, and that is none other than Reckless. Grenades are bouncing back to back, giving players from Crazy Weirdos a hard time. So that is why the MVP title definitely lands on RFT player Reckless with that amazing play, Priest.
Yeah, I mean, AY was on the bounce for Soul Reapers, but then you could understand what the strategy for SRX was. Pick up eliminations here and there, stick up, pick one here, pick one there, stick something up, avoid confrontationals only in the final circle, keep numbers up, make sure you overwhelm opposition with the numbers, and it showed towards the final stage of that game, and that is exactly how impetuous it was. Unfortunately for Team Pride though, they did put in the work, they did put in the numbers, Finish was in there putting in the work. But unfortunately, again, that is the risk that comes with having to take those early engagements. You will be forced into uncomfortable rotations, and they kept getting into the guys from Afro Esports. They kept getting into Mad Lads as well, and even Andromeda in that uncomfortable area they found themselves in, unfortunately, and that is what cost them the game. They had a very good opportunity to have a fantastic game here, but unfortunately for them, the rotations just were not too favorable for them going forward. But even at that, 16 points to the good, a good start for Soul Reapers. 16 points, 16 as well for the Mad Lads, and 16 as well for Arab T. 3 teams that have not found their rhythm all find their rhythm in the exact same game, Mitch.
I mean, that's a good play for them. Soul Reapers, Mad Lads, RFT Esports, finally 16 points for each. And it's really interesting because all of them have different strength, from the eliminations to the placement points, all different, leading to them tying up to the same amount of points. Fear Esports, I'm afraid that they were not able to get enough points from this game. 03 Brothers as well, just 1 point from this game. They should have gotten more, but of course it will take time here. Since they have to adjust and try and get to be in that top 10, or rather not top 10 but overall performance at 10 points. But let's see how the teams have performed against each other and how it has been there for the teams. We do have Soul Reapers and RFT Esports, 6 eliminations for the Reapers, with RFT getting 11. Even though RFT was not able to get their chicken dinner, the damage is really high with 1821, while the Soul Reapers get 803, a whole 1,000 plus a difference between Soul Reapers and RFT Esports. But of course for RFT, there is room for them to get a chicken dinner when the time comes. But GG's to Soul Reapers for that amazing game that gave them that chicken dinner. For the overall MVP, Beekeeper still leading, a Tribe Warrior player, Blade still in the second place, CU is also in third place, but we have a new addition, that is SRX player AE, who gives us 8 eliminations. We do have Cold Ream also joining the party at 5th place with 7 eliminations. What an interesting play here. I mean, 3rd to 5th place is always changing, so of course we'll wait to see if they will be able to keep that up as well, or they will be moved off that bracket when the time comes. But so far so good. A lot is about to change with the 1st and 2nd place MVPs here, Priest.
Yeah, Neon, Beekeeper and Blade are going to go band for band, and that's the expectation I am going to have going into tomorrow's games. But right now, Tribe Warriors and Neon Outlaws, even at the top side of that leaderboard, both teams are still fighting. Even the MVP position, both teams are still fighting. K9 is in a very, very close position as well. It is very, very tight. All the way through down. Soul Reapers, that chicken dinner puts them all the way up into top 8 position. Now this is where it gets very, very spicy in this particular setup, in this particular position, because the next page is where it gets very, very dicey. And take a look at that. Mad Lads also in the mix here, 23 points and 23 apiece between them and Arab T. That performance puts them clear on top in the top 10 position. But lest we forget, Saints, Andromeda, Crazy Weirdos, all of these teams are sitting in the bubble position. They can all lose it to these teams on the other side of that leaderboard. Crazy Weirdos 16 apiece with Andromeda in 15th and 16th place. That is not where you want to be, because taking a look at that, they're 4 points clear of Team Pride and the guys from Oxygen with 15 as well. 3 games played though. O3 also in the mix. Y Esports also in the mix. Angels of Death are still in the mix. It is still possible to snatch a top 15 place. It is still possible to get to the finals of the PMNC. It is still very, very possible for all of these teams. But on this side of the leaderboard, this is where it gets very, very, very tricky right now. Vextra, Team Prime, Unsullied Army, the Argents, Kings, Omega, and War Esports. These guys need a whole lot more, because one chicken dinner cannot save them. They need a whole lot more than one chicken dinner those 3 games played. So they have to step up to the plate. They have to do a whole lot more if they want to get another opportunity, to get themselves into the PMNC final.
Yep, they need to put in the work from eliminations to placing points. They need to get it going. But for tomorrow's matches, we'll be back again for Erangel, double Miramar, Erangel, Miramar, and then Erangel. That is from March 7 to March 12. That will be the last determinant for which teams are going to be representing Nigeria in PMNC Nigeria Grand Finals. There will be a lot of emotions here, honestly, and it is going to be their last opportunity. So I hope they're going to be putting in a lot of work to maybe watch a live stream again, then get their points back up. Then that will definitely make it better for them. But again, it's just too young here for us to predict who's going to move in from that 16th bracket and above. But let's wait and see how it's going to be.
Yeah, absolutely. But what a ride it has been so far, ladies and gentlemen. To stay up to date with all of the action you've just witnessed, make sure to follow PUBG Mobile Africa across all social media platforms: Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, X, you name it, YouTube. We're all there. So make sure you stay locked in and follow up with the PUBG Mobile National Championship. The road to PMGO Season 2 is officially in full swing. Tomorrow, brand new set of matches for the same teams you've seen today. Who will represent Nigeria at that final? Who will get to PMGO? Who will be in the top 3 when the final comes through? That is what is really all about. The prize pool has been announced. We've seen the action. We've seen what is at stake for all of these teams. It is all left to them now. The ball is in their court. It is left to them to take that ball and get it inside of their definitions. But ladies and gentlemen, what a ride this has been, though. It has been an amazing ride for today's matches. Mitch and I have had so much fun. We've seen how the Nigerian lobby can be very, very, very unexpected. They filled with so much drama. The teams that you expect to turn up, they wait until the last game and they all turn up at the exact same time to show you that all it takes is one game where you lock in, but there's still a long way to go. 6 more matches up for grabs tomorrow, and then that is where we are going to decide who will make it to PMNC Finals Nigeria, who is going to get that step closer to that prize money and that step closer to PMGO. Well, it's all left to them to find out, to state if there's going to be a possibility for any of those teams. But from all you've seen today, Mitch, what are your expectations for tomorrow?
Well, for tomorrow, guys, I'm hoping you guys can put in the work. Today, I've not really seen it. Do not remind me of the 18 kill game, all right? We've seen the 18 eliminations. We have seen them. They have really put in the work. Neon Outlaws, big shout out to you guys. But honestly, when it comes to tomorrow, I am expecting more. I'm expecting teams to step up in the eliminations, placement, teamwork, use your grenades, use everything, right? But of course, you just have to wait for tomorrow to come here. Otherwise, it has been your girl, Mitch Gaming, and with me has been Priest. And we'll be seeing you guys tomorrow, same time, same place, for PMNC Nigeria last day group stage. Bye.
dream of competing on the global stage never died. Now your chance to rise has returned. New beginning, new season. PMNC qualifiers, Nigeria. 4 paths, 1 road, 1 goal. This is 2026 PMGO Africa Season 2.